Inside a damp, deadly cave, heavy breathing echoed. A dying hunter, blood gushing from his mouth, his body convulsing from a deadly poison. Between life and death, Hunter Jang Young-won unexpectedly faced an unimaginable crisis. Would he choose death, or buy the only life-saving potion from an unexpected vendor? A pink teddy bear on a tricycle held out a bear-shaped antidote, its voice sweet. Would you like to buy this ultimate antidote? Seeing Jang Young-won lying motionless, the pink bear immediately turned its tricycle and left without a word. Jang Young-won lay flat on the ground, muttering in his mind, "Too expensive." The bear poked him with its foot, asking a painfully blunt question. "Are you dead?" Which made the hunter furious, yelling, "Not dead. Do you think this is funny?" Called a lunatic seeking attention, the teddy bear merely tilted its head, feigning innocence. The scene shifted to 10 years ago, when the system and awakened individuals first appeared in the world. The number of awakened exploded, ushering in an era full of role-playing fanatics with various classes like healers or shadow assassins. And here, another role-playing fanatic stood before the hunter, again holding out the potion and asking, "So, are you buying the antidote?" Jang Young-won gritted his teeth, asking in a desperate growl, "How much?" The bear offered two options: a bitter flavor for 1,189,988 won, and a sweet strawberry flavor for nearly 2,000,000 won, leaving the hunter stunned. Jang Young-won yelled, asking the difference, and received a nonchalant reply from the bear. "The bitter one is bitter, and the sweet strawberry one is sweet, of course." Despite being utterly trolled, the hunter had to grit his teeth and accept, as this price was still much cheaper than buying through official channels. He yelled, "Give me your account number." The bear held out a contract, stating it only accepted payment via Onion Pay, and demanded a signature, leaving Jang Young-won speechless. As he put pen to paper, the hunter muttered threats of reporting tax evasion, to which the bear coldly retorted, "If you don't need it, I'll leave." Jang Young-won frantically grabbed the bear's hand, hastily confirming the bitter flavor order. Right after drinking the potion, the hunter heard the bear coaxing, "Oh, if you leave a 5-star review with a photo on the Onion Market, I'll give you an earth candy that boosts 1 strength point for 5 minutes. The pink teddy bear waved goodbye, saying good luck, then pedaled its tricycle straight away, truly a professional merchant. On the HunterNet forum, a post about fake soda was trending, and the customer who just bought it left a review. "Business is booming. Oh, and I just bought the bitter flavor." People were discussing animatedly, guessing it was at least a B-rank crafted item, but from an unregistered vendor on the Onion Market. A big question was raised, making the entire hunter community curious. Who exactly is this incredibly powerful fake soda? Meanwhile, a 5-star customer review notification popped up on the phone. "Our guild member is obsessed, giving it 5 stars. Ding ding, 500 points were added. The Onion Pay balance jumped to a whopping 19,100,000 OP, and account holder I am Gru123 chuckled with delight. The kindergarten teacher appeared, hands on hips, asking Han Gru, "Our Gru, didn't I tell you not to use your phone in class?" Caught red-handed, Han Gru flinched, obediently replied "Yes, ma'am," and was then punished by the teacher to perform the orange dance as atonement. The entire kindergarten class got into position, and the teacher clapped, cheering, "Let's sing together, 1, 2, 3. Han Gru danced and twirled, chirping along to the music. "I'll be a jelly, I'll be a glass of juice." The little girl winked mischievously, confidently declaring, "An orange, a fashionista," while mentally noting that the earth candy reward for the review would be sent later. Revealed. Fake soda is Han Gru, 4 years old, an S-rank crafting genius hiding in the guise of a kindergarten student. Recalling not long ago, Han Gru was still just a normal child, sitting and eating yogurt. Suddenly, a bright green system panel appeared before her. System open. Crafting. Creation. While the teacher was overwhelmed with children needing to use the restroom, and others feeling sleepy, Han Gru pointed into the air. "Teacher, there's something strange in front of Gru." Seeing the teacher too busy, Han Gru decided to handle it herself. "Teacher is busy. Gru is 4 years old, a child, so let's do it ourselves." At nap time, Han Gru lay under her blanket, but her eyes were wide open, staring intently at the system panel floating before her. The system panel announced update complete as soon as she blinked, the process happening swiftly. Skill unlocked. Han Gru stared blankly at the brightly lit system screen, signaling a new power was about to be unleashed. The skill panel appeared. The passive skill, Crafting System, was L rank but broken, 2 weak F rank active skills, Craft and Extract, but compensated by a powerful A rank skill, Dungeon is an open door. Hangru stared blankly at the L rank on the system panel. In her mind, she had only learned the alphabet up to the letter S. The system automatically explained. L stands for legend, a rank even more formidable than S. Hangru's eyes lit up. It turned out to be something incredible. The system announced it would automatically adjust to suit a child's perception, simultaneously activating the mysterious title Child Protection System. A new quest with a sweet candy pink interface appeared. Children need a strong protector. Find a reliable guardian. Hangru muttered about the protection skill, her mind beginning to calculate. Images of small, huddled creatures appeared. Then they were enveloped by their parents, evoking thoughts of family. Hangru suddenly realized the reason for needing a protector. Is it because Gru doesn't have parents? She recalled her bitter experience at the orphanage. There were only 2 ways for an orphan to be with parents. The first way, being adopted by a new family, but Hangru dismissed it, as it wasn't something one could simply wish for. Hangru pondered the remaining option, her eyes filled with determination, a flashback to the orphanage gate, where other children were picked up by their parents. A gentle brown-haired mother hugged her child, apologizing for being late. Hangru remembered secretly eavesdropping on their conversation. The mother explained that their circumstances at the time were very difficult. The mother promised her child, "Now, let's go home." A thought suddenly flashed through Hangru's mind. What if Gru's parents are like that too? She buried her face in her pillow, her resolve now firm. Hangru sprang up, her eyes blazing. Time to make money. If I become a hunter and earn a lot of money, I can live with my parents. She told herself that earning money must be kept a secret, because at the orphanage, having a lot of money meant it would be taken away. As she was muttering her plan, the teacher appeared right behind her. Gru, what are you doing? Hangru jumped, her face turning pale. The teacher offered to sing a lullaby if she couldn't sleep, but Hangru refused, her mind still bustling with calculations for her grand plan. The teacher gently patted Hangru, coaxing the child to sleep. The power of the lullaby was overwhelming. Hangru immediately fell asleep, even though she was still plotting in her mind. She secretly assessed, this lullaby skill is definitely L rank. In her dream, Hangru recalled her arduous dungeon grinding to earn money and reunite with her parents. After some time, Hangru stared dumbfounded at her phone, discovering a harsh truth. What? Onion pay isn't actual cash? The teacher meticulously explained that to use the money, it had to be converted to cash via a bank account, but Hangru was too young to open one. Hangru's soul seemed to leave her body when she heard the teacher suggest playing bank, realizing she didn't have a hunter's license and could only transact through the onion market. The phone screen displayed over 21 million onion pay, but now it was just a useless pile of numbers. Hangru collapsed onto the floor, silently screaming, "I'm a failure." Another teacher walked in, surprised to see Onjurim on TV. The 2 teachers chatted, one wondering, is Onjurim still doing interviews these days? They watched TV and commented on the guildmaster on screen, believing that good looks went hand in hand with power, and he would likely hold the #1 position forever. Hangru scrambled up, clinging to the teacher's leg to eavesdrop. The TV announced a special guest on the Hunter program. The guest's portrait appeared. Onjurim, guildmaster of Hunak, Korea's undisputed #1 guild. The female reporter began to sharpen her attack, mentioning that the Hunak guild was always at the center of scandals and notoriety. She directly asked Onjurim for his thoughts on the negative perceptions surrounding his guild members. Onjurim replied smoothly, stating that the Hunak guild simply respected and protected the freedom of its members. He paused for a beat, hand on his thigh, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Onjurim smirked, delivering a sharp retort. As for whether Hunak crosses the line, you should ask the courts. Don't. Ask me. The entire studio fell silent. The female reporter was speechless, and the director tore at his hair over the shocking answer. The 2 teachers also gaped, considering it a statement of broadcast incident level, while Hangru remained glued to the screen. Hangru's eyes lit up when she heard the keywords protection and freedom from the guildmaster on TV. She thought about how a guild could handle difficult missions, then wondered if she could create an account. The female reporter tried to salvage the situation, asking Onjurim if he had any message for hunters aiming for a position in Hunak. Onjurim appeared thoughtful, admitting that the guild had received many applications. He coldly delivered a blunt statement, crushing all hope. Hunak doesn't care who you are, so don't send any more. The female reporter broke into a sweat, desperately trying to salvage. Just one word, about the type of talent the guild is looking for. Onjurim smirked, provocatively stating, well, we might be curious about a new S rank. The TV suddenly switched to an advertisement for the hunter market, featuring a beautiful female mage assuring genuine products and safe shopping. The two teachers sat chatting, commenting that Onjurim had looks, power, and a sharp tongue, but his personality wasn't quite right. Han Gru suddenly raised her hand, her face full of determination. "Teacher, Gru has a question." She pointed directly at the Hunak Guild headquarters building on TV, asking loudly, "How do I get there?" Han Gru requested a map be sent to her phone, determined to set off for the Hunak Guild skyscraper. The scene shifted to the interior of a luxurious, modern office within the Hunak Guild. Onjurim, now changed into business attire, sat in front of his laptop with a speechless expression. He felt a gaze, turned around, and saw Han Gru peeking from outside his office glass door. It turned out Han Gru had escaped from kindergarten and run all the way here, secretly watching for 10 minutes, making Onjurim wonder whose child she was. A female hunter named Shin Na-yoon walked in, teasing, "Hunter Shin Na-yoon, have you secretly become a mother?" She immediately retorted, "No, I thought the guildmaster secretly became a father." Shin Na-yoon self-conjectured that the child was the result of a long, passionate love affair and struggle with the guildmaster, leaving Onjurim frozen. Han Gru stood outside the door, witnessing the awkward exchange between the two adults. Without further hesitation, she ran straight into the office, heading towards Shin Na-yoon. Han Gru bowed deeply and loudly, introducing herself as a student from the chick class of Saebom Kindergarten. Onjurim, the Hunak guildmaster, sat behind his desk, questioning the child about how she managed to get in. She ignored the question, firmly declaring that she was here for something important, leaving Onjurim dumbfounded. The guildmaster assumed the child was lost and was about to make an announcement, but Han Gru immediately shouted in protest. She asserted that she was here for a completely different purpose, not to find her parents. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Gru puffed out her chest and shouted, "Guildmaster, please recruit Gru." Onjurim was utterly speechless, his face blank at the unbelievable proposal from a 4-year-old. He secretly thought that many children wanted to be hunters, but this was the youngest and most ridiculous case he had ever seen. Regaining his composure, the guildmaster picked up the intercom with a meaningful smile. Onjurim coldly ordered, "Take this lost child home." Immediately, a group of flustered staff rushed in. Shin Na-yoon stood nearby, commenting that treating a child like that was a bit harsh, while Han Gru merely closed her eyes and smiled smugly. The guildmaster told himself that this was the only way to ensure the kids wouldn't sneak in again. The next day, at the Hunak Guild headquarters, Onjurim sat in his office, his face weary, rubbing his temples as if he had just endured a battle. Han Gru had returned, giving an extremely professional presentation. "I am young, but I have awakened. Due to a system error, I possess the intellect that Hunak is looking for." Shin Na-yoon clapped enthusiastically like a fervent fan, praising Han Gru's presentation skills. Onjurim growled, his face darkening. "Since when did my office turn into a kindergarten exhibition?" The guildmaster glared at Shin Na-yoon, asking pointedly, "Hunter Shin Na-yoon, are you so idle that you let a child into my office?" He irritably ordered, "You can cause trouble outside, but not in my office. From now on, only enter when you have business." Shin Na-yoon nonchalantly raised her phone to take a selfie with Han Gru, replying, "Well then, we are here for business right now." Shin Na-yoon screamed in her head, determined to recruit Han Gru for her unparalleled cuteness. Onjurim could only hold his head in helplessness at the circus unfolding in his office. The guild leader presented a paper scribbled with words, declaring, "Then, this." Onjurim pressed the paper close to the girl's face, commanding imperiously, "Read it." He pointed at the messy handwriting, a clear proficiency test designed to put the kid in her place. Han Gru was bewildered, only able to spell a single word, making Onjurim ask again. "Apple?" Onjurim smirked, and with a stone-cold face, declared chillingly, "Rejected." Han Gru suffered immense mental damage, freezing on the spot upon hearing the bad news. The guild leader looked down, his eyes asserting the dominance of the victor in the uneven battle of wits. Han Gru's entire world crumbled. The girl was deeply shocked, realizing she had been eliminated from the selection. Shin Na-yoon burst in like a goddess, pointed directly at her boss and snapped, "Why are you bullying a child?" Leaving Onjurim dumbfounded, Han Gru whimpered, with teary eyes, and began her tantrum song, I haven't learned that word yet." Shin Na-yoon continued to talk back to her boss, repeating the kindergarten teacher's words that if taught, Han Gru could do anything. The girl cried louder, proudly boasting her achievement. "My teacher said I'm the elite of the chick class." At the peak of helplessness, Han Gru flopped onto the table in a tantrum, making Onjurim only able to sigh in exasperation. Surrendering to the tantrum, the guild leader reluctantly asked, "Does the first floor cafe sell snacks for children?" After being appeased with cookies, Han-gru stood before an orphanage named Malal, which seemed like a familiar place. The girl sadly announced, while still chewing a cookie, "This place is closed." Anjurim appeared from behind with a whole bag of cookies, explaining, "Even if you go now, they won't let you in." Han-gru didn't care much, happily munched on the cookie, and thought to herself, "But the cookie is really delicious." Han-gru was munching on a cookie when her phone chimed. A message from the onion market appeared. "Transaction possible?" The message came with the characteristic onion icon of the black market. This deal seemed to involve contraband. The girl had snuck into a secret room inside Malal Orphanage. This seemed to be her storage room. Han-gru began preparations, pulled out a pink bag, and mumbled, "Let's see." She quickly grabbed several colorful potion bottles, muttering, "This bottle and this one too." All the goods were neatly tucked into the giant pink teddy bear's crossbody bag, making it look like a professional delivery person. With preparations complete, Han-gru sat down with a pink game controller, ready to remote control. The teddy bear, now her avatar, sat proudly on the tricycle, ready to set off for delivery. Skill activated. Dungeon. Wide open door. A glowing red energy portal lit up from the closet door. The merchant teddy bear sped its tricycle straight into the portal, entering the transaction space. Inside the dungeon was a shady open-air market. The cool teddy bear asked directly, "You're here for an illicit transaction, right?" A man in uniform suddenly grabbed a dealer, coldly commanding, "This is the Awakened Task Force. Present your hunter license." The dealer, C-rank hunter Jang Young-wung, startled, vehemently denied. No, you've got the wrong person. I was just passing by to look." The task force officer growled, exposing the petty C-ranker, making him turn pale and stammer for mercy. From a distance, Han-gru recognized the familiar uniform from TV. It was the Awakened Task Force specializing in apprehending criminals. The girl turned pale, her mind racing. "Illegal transactions will land you in the police station. Can't get caught." The teddy bear immediately turned around, pedaling at full speed to escape. The officer shouted loudly from behind, demanding the suspicious subject stop immediately. The officer grabbed his radio, called for urgent reinforcements to the Dobongsan dungeon area, reporting a suspect on the run. Scene change. Anjurim was sitting in the car when a powerful old man cursed him directly. "How many times have I told you not to touch unregistered dungeons?" Anjurim removed his eye mask, calmly replying to the old boss. "So you knew I was just pretending to sleep." His phone chimed. A message requesting assistance from the task force appeared. "Suspect, dealing contraband, is escaping near Dobongsan dungeon." Anjurim put on a serious face, mumbling, "As a true hunter of Korea, how can I ignore criminals who undermine security?" The bureau director scoffed, but Anjurim sprang up, declaring, "I'm off," then opened the car door and leaped out. Whoosh! Anjurim jumped out of the car, speeding on the highway, leaving the old boss screaming in helplessness. "This bastard! Hey!" The driver was startled and panicked, not understanding what had just happened. The bureau director clung tightly to his seat, his face drained of color, and screamed, "Oh my goodness." He stammered through the window, realizing he was on the highway and that brat had just jumped out as if it were nothing. Regaining his composure, the old man ordered the driver, "Don't worry about that monster, just drive." Anjurim executed a perfect action movie landing, his coat fluttering with charisma. He determined the direction. Dobongsan dungeon is that way. Anjurim gently landed on a large rock, with an imposing demeanor. Right at his feet, the pink teddy bear was frantically pedaling its mini tricycle to escape. Anjurim stood watching the teddy bear's silhouette pedaling towards the sunset, a sight that couldn't be more absurd. The guild leader of Korea's top 1 guild froze, his face clearly showing a huge question mark. He called the task force. "This is Anjurim, responding to your request. The suspect is escaping on a child's tricycle, right?" He recalled information about a notorious contraband distributor on the onion market with the ID I am Gru 123, wondering if this was the target. In the blink of an eye, Anjurim had closed in from behind, one hand grabbing the teddy bear's collar. He lifted the bear, realizing it was featherlight and just a normal doll. The teddy bear in Anjurim's hand began to emit a faint glow, preparing to vanish into thin air. Anjurim muttered, realizing the teddy bear was just a remote-controlled puppet. At the same time, elsewhere, the TV screen in front of Han-gru flickered with static, then went dark. Han-gru sighed in relief, still holding the pink game controller, telling herself she had almost been exposed. She blamed herself for panicking and fleeing instead of disconnecting immediately upon seeing the police. She wondered which big shot had caught her proxy when the screen violently shook before losing signal. Suddenly, Han-gru felt herself being lifted off the ground. Anjurim held her upside down, face to face, calling her name with an incredulous expression. Hongru, the leader of Korea's #1 guild, froze, unable to believe that the notorious smuggler boss was a 4-year-old child. Hongru immediately recognized Onjurim, waving innocently. "Oh, guild leader, did you come to see Gru?" Onjurim maintained a serious expression, his eyes scanning the room. He was clearly not here to play. He analyzed that the magical traces remaining on the teddy bear definitely led here. Onjurim looked straight into Hongru's eyes, his voice full of intimidation. "Hongru, be honest," then activated a skill that created a magical vortex in his hand. From within the vortex, he pulled out the pink teddy bear that had vanished earlier, and asked, "Is this yours, kid?" Hongru flinched but quickly played innocent, hugging the bear tightly. "It's mine. Thank you for finding it." Onjurim narrowed his eyes, clearly not believing this clumsy act. He leaned close to her ear, rattling off the ID from the onion market. "I am Gru 1237. Upon hearing this, Hongru froze, her eyes wide with horror, knowing she had been completely exposed. Onjurim tightened his grip on the trembling child, giving her no chance to deny it. He grabbed Hongru's sleeve, preparing to escort the child criminal. Suddenly, a red system notification appeared. Skill activated. Internal intervention. SSS rank. Leaving Hongru bewildered. A system notification appeared right in front of Onjurim, making the carried Hongru ask in confusion, "Did you do that, guild leader?" Onjurim froze, his pupils contracting in severe shock at the information that had just appeared. The notification clearly displayed her passive skill. Defective crafting system. L rank. A legendary rank skill. Onjurim smirked, finally understanding what a formidable asset he had stumbled upon. An S-rank awakener? Hongru suddenly regained her composure, bowing her head obediently, as if nothing had happened. Onjurim sat down, crossing his arms and questioning her directly. "So, the reason you want to join Hunak is for illegal transactions, tax evasion, and money laundering?" Hongru looked bewildered, not understanding anything, but remembering the advice to just nod to resolve things. She did so. The child innocently replied, "Yes," a critical blow that made Onjurim cover his face in helplessness. Hongru began to worry, poking her 2 index fingers together, her voice tiny. Is Gru going to be taken to the police station? Deciding to go all out, she held out her phone to the guild leader. "Here, guild leader, I'll give you everything," Hongru said nonchalantly, as if offering candy. "Just take it. Gru can earn it back anyway." The phone screen displayed an onion pay balance of 21,099,900 OP, a sum enough to make any hunter's eyes widen. Onjurim was stunned, his face darkening, asking in an incredulous tone, "Is this a bribe?" The child nodded firmly, confirming, "Yes," leaving Onjurim speechless once again. Onjurim growled, "If you give it all away, how do you plan to earn more money?" Hongru replied casually, "I'll find something on the onion market and then join a guild to earn more." Onjurim pressed, "Which guild?" and received the outrageous reply, "Any guild will do." Hongru suddenly glanced at her phone. The clock showed 10 p.m. The child yawned, making an excuse. It's time for Gru to sleep, which even Onjurim had to admit. It's true that children should be asleep by now. Onjurim scooped her up, deciding to postpone the interrogation. "Now go to sleep, we'll talk more tomorrow." Hongru happily skipped away after the agreement, leaving Onjurim frozen with an expression that couldn't be more serious. Onjurim stood alone in the room, his gaze distant, clearly processing an overwhelming amount of information. The guild leader ruffled his hair, a pack of cigarettes clutched in his hand, muttering, "Huh, this is really driving me crazy." The problem now wasn't the illicit transactions, but what to do with an S-rank orphan, a ticking time bomb without supervision. Onjurim envisioned 2 scenarios. Either the child would be hailed as a saint, or she would be exploited and used to the bone by corrupt adults. Standing outside the door, the guild leader firmly concluded in his mind, "This child needs a guardian." He looked towards the school building, questioning whether he could bear this mountain-heavy responsibility. Painful memories flooded back, whispers and bloody images from the past making Onjurim decisively deny, no. The scene shifted to daytime, at an orphanage playground, where the children were playing happily. Screech. A luxurious car braked sharply right in front of the gate. Onjurim stepped out of the car with a completely different demeanor. No longer the cold guild leader, but a man burdened with thoughts. His gaze stopped at the Milal orphanage sign, confirming his destination. The guild leader hesitated, struggling with the thought of turning back immediately, before embarking on a decision he would regret. Suddenly, Onjurim heard children criticizing someone for their strange hair and curiously looked over the wall. A leading boy was arrogantly bullying someone else, loudly mocking, "No one will ever adopt a weirdo like you." It turned out the victim was Hongru, who only bowed her head and mumbled, "But it's okay if no one adopts me." Han Gru looked up, her eyes resolute as she declared, "Because Gru will find her real parents herself anyway." The ringleader boy sneered, continuing to taunt. "What? Who would bother looking for someone like you idiot?" Struck at her sore spot, Han Gru whimpered, her red eyes welling up with tears. She looked down at her shoes, telling herself that if she could just open an account, she could also find her parents. While Han Gru was sobbing, a figure approached, and the child instinctively clutched at their pant leg. Onjurim scooped her up, his sharp gaze declaring bluntly, "I will take Gru with me." Startled by being picked up, Han Gru looked bewildered, her tear-filled eyes staring at the guildmaster. Onjurim smirked, asking smugly if she was surprised to learn he was the guildmaster. The bully kids, especially their leader, were so shocked their mouths hung open. "Onjurim? Seriously? Is he really taking that kid away?" An uncle-like man rushed over, seemingly the manager here. Onjurim turned, introducing himself with a superior demeanor. "Hello, director. I am Onjurim." While holding Han Gru, who was burying her head in his chest, he concluded, "I've come to pick up this child." A quest notification appeared before Han Gru. Quest: Find a reliable guardian completed. Unlocking the child protection skill. Han Gru couldn't believe her eyes, stammering to herself, "Is the guildmaster Gru's guardian?" Night fell upon the orphanage. Han Gru lay on her bed, hugging a teddy bear, but her eyes were wide open, clearly unable to sleep. She giggled to herself, burying her face in the blanket in extreme happiness. Onjurim informed the director, "Tomorrow, Gru will move to my house." While the director was signing documents, Han Gru peeked and listened, realizing, "So, the guildmaster is my dad now?" A dark memory suddenly resurfaced, a man and a woman with obscured faces calling Gru's name. The woman placed her hand on her stomach, her voice echoing, "There's a baby growing inside Auntie's belly." An image of tiny Han Gru, standing alone in a room with a pile of toys, appeared. The image of the pregnant woman reflected in her eyes, a not-so-happy memory. Returning to reality, Han Gru stirred slightly on the bed, shaking off her thoughts. Never mind. Han Gru curled up in her blanket, telling herself, "Not a dad, just the guildmaster." She analyzed the situation, concluding that the Hunak Guild needed her because she was S rank, not because they needed a child. She pragmatically finalized her thought. So it doesn't matter if he's not a dad. The next morning, Han Gru waddled, carrying her pink backpack, her only luggage, ready to depart. Onjurim gently lifted the tiny backpack, asking, "Is this all your luggage?" And she nodded in confirmation. The guildmaster looked at her thoughtfully, realizing, "It seems I'll have to buy a lot of things." Both the director and the orphanage children stood waving goodbye to Han Gru. Young-ho, the boy who bullied her yesterday, was now crying the loudest, shouting, "Gru, goodbye." Onjurim glanced at the boy. "Wasn't that the one who bothered you yesterday?" Han Gru nonchalantly replied, "We made up." She recounted their cool reconciliation. The boy confessed his feelings, was flatly rejected, and that's why he cried, leaving Onjurim stunned. Are kids these days that fast? They both got into the luxurious convertible, speeding away, leaving the orphanage behind. Han Gru was too excited, standing up on the seat, which prompted Onjurim to remind her, "Sit properly." Onjurim mumbled to himself while driving, realizing the first thing he needed to do was buy a child seat. She pressed her face against the leather seat, her eyes sparkling because the car was so fancy and shiny. Han Gru began to dream of becoming a member of Hunak, a true player with money fluttering around. She crossed her arms, her face full of pride as she imagined her super strong, super cool, legendary future. Suddenly remembering, Han Gru hastily opened the system panel. "Oh right, I need to claim my quest reward." A notification appeared. Achievement: Adopt Me. Completed. You can now easily sweet-talk your guardian. The system announced the reward was being distributed. Han Gru clasped her hands in prayer, and a dazzling line of text appeared. S-rank reward. The system panel suddenly glitched, announcing that an inaccessible title had interfered and altered the reward. Han Gru was dumbfounded, sweat pouring down her face as she saw her S-rank reward being hacked. Ding! The system announced she had received the S-rank Deep Connection skill and unlocked the sub-skill Personal Contribution. The description panel appeared. This passive skill allows guardian registration. When near each other, both receive buffs, increasing mana recovery efficiency and allowing her to earn contribution points. Han Gru looked at the system screen, telling herself, S-rank is definitely top tier, right? The system immediately asked if she wanted to register Onjurim as her primary guardian, with two options: accept and decline. Without a moment's hesitation, her tiny finger pressed directly on the accept button. The status panel updated. Onjurim was registered in the primary guardian slot, with a secondary slot still empty below, and a note. Cannot register someone weaker than yourself. She glanced at the guildmaster who was driving, wondering how to make a contribution. A new active skill appeared. Gru's hands are healing hands, allowing mana recovery for the guardian through physical contact, but details were hidden to prevent abuse. The system revealed, contribution points can be used to increase power, making Han Gru realize this was the key to buffing her stats. Blood rushed to her head. She decided she had to use these points immediately, to escape her useless existence. The stats panel appeared, a harsh truth. All stats, strength, stamina, agility, defense, were 1. Mana was also 1. And there was only 1 contribution point. Zooming in on the trashy stats, a huge number 1 glared back at her. Han Gru deflated like a popped balloon, burying her face in the seat, realizing how pitifully weak she was. Onjurim glanced over, saw her dejected expression, and asked, "What are you thinking so intensely about, kid?" Han Gru immediately switched to confident mode, puffing her cheeks and declaring, "Don't be discouraged. Even if my stats are 1, Gru is still a member of Hunak." Then turned to the guildmaster for confirmation. She raised her hand, her eyes sparkling with determination. "Gru can follow all the rules." Onjurim smirked meaningfully, his tone challenging. "Really?" Onjurim laid down the first rule. No trading on the onion market. Han Gru froze, her face blank. "Huh?" The guildmaster coldly declared that no matter how powerful, illegal trading was strictly forbidden, but the child was secretly crying inside. Having lost her beloved black market, Han Gru whined that she needed to do business, so Onjurim pointed the way. "If you want, go conduct your business on the hunter's market." The little girl pouted again, explaining that she hadn't registered as a hunter yet, and was too inexperienced to enter the main market. Onjurim nonchalantly threw out a tempting offer. Register you. Once inside, you can use an anonymous alt account." Han Gru's eyes lit up, as if she'd struck gold. The guild leader gave a knowing smirk, concluding, "So, from now on, no more of your smuggling schemes." Onjurim reached out and pinched the little girl's cheek, asking sternly, "Understood?" Han Gru immediately complied. "Yes." As soon as she was released, Han Gru switched to boss mode, confidently declaring she would cut the guild leader a generous commission. Onjurim immediately delivered a second blow, pinching the little girl's cheek again. Second rule: no accepting bribes. Han Gru was stunned, speechless once more. The little girl was utterly bewildered, with only one question in her mind. Does this guild leader despise money? Memories of life's truth flooded back. As Han Gru, in her tycoon version wearing dark glasses, sat before a mountain of money, wondering, could Han Gru truly refuse this amount of money? The lesson continued. If the opponent showed a negative attitude towards an offer, then just throw an even bigger pile of money at their face, so much that it's impossible to refuse. A scene at the orphanage showed that the little girl had been applying this truth for a long time. Back in reality, Han Gru resolved to work hard to prove herself to the guild leader, while the boss continued driving, unaware of the little girl's grateful scheme. The sports car glided down the road, carrying Han Gru's thoughts of a thank you gift that no one could refuse. The car stopped in front of a villa as grand as a palace, clearly the home of the wealthy guild leader. Inside the house was a luxurious, modern, and immensely spacious area. Han Gru ran into the house, her eyes wide and mouth agape, overwhelmed by the grandeur. "It's so big." The girl pointed at the gigantic TV, shouting that it was even bigger than herself, while Onjurim just silently watched. Han Gru gazed blankly around the luxurious house, then suddenly stopped short. Her eyes lit up brightly when she spotted a super cool pink tricycle. "My bicycle." Onjurim, taking something from the refrigerator, turned around and asked, "Did you find it along with the doll?" Han Gru clenched her fists tightly, her inner self screaming with determination to express her gratitude in the grandest way possible. The girl suddenly bent low to the ground, preparing for an outrageous act that left Onjurim stunned. Whoosh! Han Gru performed a grand gesture by doing a handstand, an utterly bizarre expression of gratitude. Onjurim frantically lunged forward, his face turning pale at the girl's reckless action. The guild leader grabbed the girl by her collar and lifted her up, growling as he asked what she was doing, while Han Gru calmly replied, "A grand ceremony, sir." Onjurim strictly forbade such acts of prostration and lying face down, but Han Gru argued that it was her way of showing gratitude. The girl pouted because so many things were forbidden, while Onjurim only asked her to behave normally. "Please." The guild leader sternly asked again, "Now then, what are the rules?" Han Gru obediently raised her hand and rattled off the rules. "Ask if you need anything, don't do dangerous things, don't open doors without permission, and eat properly. Onjurim seemed satisfied and scooped the girl into his arms. Carried in the guild leader's arms, Han Gru was once again wide-eyed and open-mouthed in astonishment. A super luxurious pink room appeared before them, and the girl asked in amazement, "Is this Gru's room?" Onjurim confirmed and gently placed the little girl on the floor. Han Gru was overjoyed, spreading her arms wide and running all over the room as if she had just conquered an entire kingdom. The little girl discovered there was even a private bathroom, immediately clinging to the door and demanding to be picked up onto the sink. Onjurim indulged her, lifting her up, and Han Gru grinned widely, full of satisfaction. Han Gru hummed a hand-washing song like a good child while rubbing soap, as Onjurim stood behind, observing with an expressionless face. The poker-faced guild leader finally had to crack a smile at the little girl's cuteness. The little girl even turned to lecture the guild leader, emphatically declaring, "The guild leader also has to wash his hands after coming back from outside." Onjurim held out his hand, gesturing to the little girl. The guild leader gently took Han Gru's tiny hands, helping her wash them under the faucet. Han Gru meticulously rubbed soap onto Onjurim's large hands. In the guild leader's mind, the girl looked exactly like a raccoon, diligently washing its food by the stream. After washing one hand, Han Gru looked up and demanded, "Now for the other hand." Onjurim only offered his right hand, stating firmly, "Just the right hand." Han Gru stared curiously at his hand, wondering, does the guild leader's left hand hold a secret? She secretly hoped that one day he would share that secret with her. The next morning, the clock struck 7. Han Gru woke up with a start in her new, enormous bed. She rolled around in the warm, soft bedding, reveling in an unprecedented feeling of comfort. Immersed in bliss, she idly gazed around the room. Suddenly, Han Gru sat bolt upright, startled, and told herself, "No, Gru must brush her teeth first." Immediately, a pink system notification window appeared right in front of her. A new quest appeared, No Morning Laziness, with a reward of a satisfying 100 filial piety points. Upon seeing the reward, Han Gru immediately switched to grind mode, dashing out of the room at full speed to complete the quest. With a creak, Han Gru began her operation to wake the guild leader, stealthily opening the room door. Inside was a luxurious bedroom, and the target was lying on the bed. Guild leader Onjurim was still sound asleep, completely unaware of the intruder. The little girl stealthily crawled onto the bed and whispered, calling out, "Guild leader." Seeing that the other party didn't react, Han Gru wondered if she should call out again. Onjurim stirred slightly, a sign that he was about to wake up. The guild leader slowly opened his eyes, his pupils glowing with an unfamiliar golden hue. Han Gru froze, astonished by his eyes. Onjurim sat up, looked directly at the girl, and asked, "Did you wake me up?" Han Gru didn't hesitate, admitting it immediately. Onjurim curiously asked how the girl had done it. The girl then reenacted the scene, leaning close to his ear and whispering, "Guild leader, wake up." The guild leader chuckled, wondering why the girl had to whisper. Han Gru innocently replied, "Because it's too quiet here." Having completed step 1, the girl immediately got to the main point. "Guild leader, since you're awake, please help Gru brush her teeth." In the bathroom, Onjurim reluctantly became a babysitter, helping Han Gru brush her teeth. Ding! The system panel appeared, announcing the completion of the No Morning Laziness quest, granting 100 filial piety points. Han Gru was overjoyed, calculating in her head, "Sweet, with filial piety points, I can raise my stats. Just brushing teeth, and the grinding efficiency is insane." The girl gripped her toothbrush tightly, determined, "I must quickly add the next guardian to the empty slot." Han Gru was on a high, dreaming of becoming a top-tier hunter just by grinding these trivial quests. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached from outside the apartment. Click! The bathroom door swung open. Han Gru, still holding her toothbrush in her mouth, turned back in confusion. The guild leader also stopped, wondering who dared to barge in at this moment. The girl peeked from behind the door, curious to see who the intruder was. A man in a suit rushed in like a whirlwind, his face filled with panic. He skidded to a halt right at the bathroom door, stunned by the sight of the guild leader and a child brushing their teeth together. The staff member's face went pale, his mind unable to process the situation. "This is utterly absurd," he stammered, clutching his head and shouting, "Guild leader, why are you here? How did you get here?" Onjurim, with a poker face, cut straight to the chase. "Why are you up so early?" Han Gru recognized the stranger as Uncle Yoon So-jun, the one who had taken her to the orphanage after she was kicked out of the Hunak Guild. Yoon So-jun panicked upon seeing Han Gru, quickly asking, "What dangerous thing have you done with that tiny body?" Onjurim growled, ordering his overreacting subordinate, "If you don't want to be fired, shut your mouth, stop making noise, and go to work." A little later, Han-gru had changed into an incredibly cute sailor dress. A female staff member and Yoon So-jun gasped in admiration, agreeing that their efforts in sweeping through the children's clothing section at the mall were well worth it. Han-gru secretly chuckled shyly, seemingly fond of her new outfit. The guild leader, now dressed smartly, sat with his legs crossed on a chair, scrolling on his phone, and asked, "Are you done dressing?" He smirked, giving the girl a concise compliment. "You look pretty now." Han-gru trotted over and asked the guild leader, "Do I really look prettier?" Anjurim, without looking up from his phone, replied curtly, "Yes." The girl's delight was evident on her face. She clung to the guild leader's arm, secretly thinking the big boss looked incredibly cool. Anjurim was texting instructions to his subordinates to process the data of a certain awakened individual. Done with his task, he scooped Han-gru up, declaring, "Let's go." The girl, bewildered, asked where. "To get your hunter license," Anjurim replied, causing Han-gru to freeze in shock. The two headed straight to the Hunok Guild headquarters, a magnificent and powerful skyscraper. As soon as they entered, Han-gru became the center of attention. All the guild staff turned to stare. Wherever they went, the curious gazes of the staff were fixed on the girl. But Han-gru didn't care. She was busy happily munching on bread. Two staff members started gossiping. "That's the child the guild leader adopted. I heard she just cleared out the entire snack storage." Both concluded in unison, "She's so cute, it's deadly." Han-gru ate and praised the guild for having so much food and friendly people. Truly a paradise. Even though the guild leader only allowed her to eat bread and then go straight home, the girl had her own plan. Find a new, genuine S-rank guardian to register with the guild for prestige. But that was for the future. Today, there was a more important mission, and her eyes lit up. The screen displayed a top-secret plan. Project Hidden Power, with the goal of registering as an F-rank hunter instead of S-rank. The guild leader had warned that if her L-rank skill was revealed, the vultures would swarm to tear her apart. Therefore, the plan was to become an official hunter but keep her true power hidden, just like the protagonist in her favorite anime, the underdog who is actually a level 999 boss. Han-gru excitedly ran off, telling herself that she was now a hidden boss too. To her surprise, after only a few steps, the girl stopped short when she saw Anjurim standing with his arms crossed, waiting at the end of the hallway. Anjurim silently drew a strangely shaped dagger, radiating intense killing intent. Han-gru froze, imagining the guild leader as a bloodthirsty enemy about to stab her. The girl recalled that she had thoroughly researched and knew this guild leader had a whole host of enemies, constantly getting into interview scandals. Peeking from behind the corner, Han-gru told herself that even if this guy was a bit odd, her teacher had taught her to always be polite to everyone. She began to seriously ponder. Could it be that the guild leader never went to kindergarten, which is why he lacks basic communication skills? But then the girl concluded that even if he was bad to the whole world, he was still good to her, and that was enough. She was determined to protect the guild leader. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly stopped short at the sight before her. Slash. Anjurim, without a moment's hesitation, plunged the dagger straight into his own arm, blood gushing out profusely. Han-gru froze, her eyes wide with horror as she saw blood splattering on his hand. "No!" she shrieked, then shot like an arrow towards Anjurim, the guildmaster only having time to turn back in bewilderment. "Gotcha!" Anjurim reacted incredibly fast, one hand grabbing the nape of Han-gru's shirt as she charged. He gently lifted her up like carrying a cat, his face nonchalant as he asked, Han-gru struggled wildly, shouting, "Stop!" But Anjurim calmly asked back, "Stop what?" She pointed directly at his injured arm, yelling, "That!" She hastily hugged Anjurim's arm, but strangely, there wasn't a single drop of blood or any wound. Anjurim also looked down at his perfectly clean arm, showing surprise. "Huh? Where did it go?" He turned to the girl, a meaningful smirk on his face. "Little one, you've seen what you shouldn't have." He leaned his face close, his voice threatening, "Tell me the truth, or I'll swallow you whole in one bite." Han-gru was scared out of her wits, hastily waving her hands in a panicked plea. "Please spare me. Gru doesn't taste good." Seeing her fear, Anjurim sat down, a provocative smirk on his face. Should I?" Han-gru froze, bewildered, not understanding what trick this guildmaster was playing. She suddenly realized that perhaps this man wasn't an enemy as she had thought. Anjurim rested his chin on his hand, continuing to look at Han-gru with an amused gaze, which made her even more flustered. Another hunter from the Hunok Guild, Kidan, was also observing with his chin in his hand, thinking to himself, "Is this the kindergarten kid the guildmaster adopted?" Kidan curiously poked Han-gru's cheek, unable to believe it in his mind. "This kid is S-rank?" The scene shifts back to a moment earlier, Kidan standing in the middle of the street, scrolling on his phone. He was looking at a message from Guild Master Anjurim, who was questioning him about some trouble. Anjurim ordered Kidan to come to the company immediately to demote an awakener to F rank, and Kidan could only acknowledge and apologize. At the same time, in another location, a fire element terrorist was shouting in front of a tanker truck, "Don't come any closer." He frantically threatened the authorities. "Take one more step, and I'll blow this truck sky high." The Special Forces team took their positions, their commander ordering members to retreat 10 meters, announcing that reinforcements had arrived. Kidan calmly stepped out, becoming the sole reinforcement, causing the terrorist to freeze. In the chat, Kidan replied to Anjurim that he would handle it in 10 minutes, immediately after receiving a cryptic message from his boss, S-rank kindergarten child. Kidan stared at his phone, his face full of doubt. A scam? The screen clearly displayed his identity. Kidan, a hunter of the Hunak Guild. The Special Forces members whispered, deeply shocked to see an S-rank hunter like Kidan doing such a trivial support mission, but then consoled themselves that the Hunak Guild was famously overpowered anyway. The fire terrorist's face turned pale, trembling as he realized he was facing a monster from the top 1 guild. Kidan sighed, muttering that he had to finish quickly and leave, as it seemed the guildmaster had kidnapped a kindergarten child. Without another word, Kidan summoned a dark dagger, radiating intense killing intent, preparing to end the fight in an instant. Kidan smirked, his hand gripping the dark dagger, declaring he had to clean up quickly while the opponent was still dazed. He firmly asserted that if they didn't seize the opportunity, none of them would have a chance to approach. With a whoosh, Kidan darted like a phantom, moving so fast he was just a blur. A series of brilliant purple slashes were unleashed, engulfing the space and sealing off all escape routes for the terrorist. The fire terrorist was bound by the energy currents, screaming in helplessness. He panted, his face pale as he realized he had just faced a true monster. Completely neutralized, the terrorist collapsed to the ground, the battle ending even faster than a game round. A Special Forces officer held a walkie-talkie, announcing that the situation was completely under control. Kidan calmly retrieved his dark dagger, his expression unchanged as if he had just returned from a stroll. He nonchalantly told the Special Forces team that he had to leave first because he was busy preparing a coup, causing an officer who overheard him to freeze. Despite the officer calling after him to ask about the report, Kidan pulled out his phone and scrolled, completely unconcerned. The scene shifts. Anjurim was sitting opposite Hangru, secretly admitting that the girl was indeed as small and cute as rumored. Anjurim smirked meaningfully, asking pointedly, "Why should I save a liar?" Hangru didn't hesitate, holding out 2 tiny strawberry milk bottles, bluntly declaring, "I'll give you everything." She boldly asserted that this was a bribe, a special edition strawberry syrup exclusively for Anjurim. Anjurim took a bottle, brought it to his nose to smell the sweet strawberry scent, his face full of amusement at the girl's bargaining. He gave a mischievous wink, deciding to check how good this bribe was. An information panel appeared. Stamina booster potion. Sweet strawberry syrup flavor. Significantly increases stamina upon use. Stackable. Anjurim's eyes widened at the words stackable, while Hangru confirmed but also warned him to drink it little by little to avoid a stomachache. Kidan stared at the potion bottle, asking Hangru directly, "Wait, are you a crafter?" And she just nodded in confirmation. He smirked with great interest, muttering, "Wow, Big Bro Gilma really hit the jackpot." Kidan mused, realizing that crafter was a class on a completely different level in terms of rarity and versatility. He thought of the world's only S-rank crafter, who had created the legendary S+ Amakusa equipment set that shook the world and then disappeared. Kidan swallowed, his brain starting to process the information at lightning speed. He couldn't believe it. A new S-rank crafter, and a kindergarten child from an orphanage at that. Kidan burst out laughing, realizing that if this news got out, all of Korea would fall into chaos. He ran a hand through his hair, thinking to himself that although the girl was small, she was an unimaginable bargain. In a grim vision, Kidan understood why Guildmaster Anjurim had to personally adopt the girl. A treasure like this couldn't be allowed to slip away. Kidan scooped Hangru up, declaring he would take her to the center to re-evaluate her rank. Hangru unexpectedly asked, "By the way, are you Daniappa?" While also wondering because the original plan only involved the Guildmaster, Nayun, and Kidan Appa. Kidan winked mischievously, asking how the guild leader had introduced him to the little girl. Hangru excitedly recounted the guild leader's words. He said Daniappa is a super powerful hunter, so, hell help me today. The innocent girl added a fatal blow, but he also said you're crazy, so I shouldn't get too close. Hangru felt very grown up, believing she knew how to use social skills to praise and criticize at the right time. A system notification appeared, showing Hangru's bond points with Kidan had increased enough to register him as a potential guardian, while the little girl mumbled, "So Daniappa is also S rank." Hangru nodded knowingly, declaring that she wouldn't just pick anyone to fill the guardian slot. The little girl curiously asked about what Kidan had used earlier, wondering if it was magic. He explained it was a skill penalty, a price for overwhelming power. The stronger an active skill, the harsher its limitations. Hangru wondered why Kidan had gone all out, using his skill right outside the guild leader's room. Kidan grinned widely, casually replying, "I was planning to usurp the #1 spot while the old guild leader was losing his mind, but turns out he wasn't crazy, so I missed my chance." Hangru looked bewildered, her brain unable to process the madman's logic. The little girl worriedly asked Kidan if he could stop using that skill, as it looked too painful. The S-rank man's face was cold, his eyes sharp. "It's unavoidable. I must become even stronger." Kidan chuckled again, announcing to the guild leader that thanks to Hangru, he had decided to cancel today's coup, praising the little girl for caring about him. Hangru's eyes shone brightly, wondering if she had just protected the guild leader, and questioning the effectiveness of her previous bribe. Onjurum appeared with Shin Nayun, grumbling at Kidan to stop spouting nonsense and hurry up, while the girl waved goodbye to Hangru. Hangru raised her tiny fist to the sky, determined to launch the Hidden Power Project. The entire group proceeded to the Korean Awakened Center. A female evaluator sat in the room, examining a file with a thoughtful expression. Another female staff member carried Hangru in, while the evaluator held the awakening report. All stats were 1, the only skill was F-rank stinging. Hangru's eyes crinkled in a smile, looking utterly harmless. The 2 female staff members immediately melted at the little girl's cuteness, and the evaluator curiously asked about the stinging skill. Hangru innocently explained, "No, but if I hit with a weapon, it will sting." The evaluator smiled, suggesting Hangru try using the skill on her to test it, but the little girl worried that she would get hurt. Hangru gently tapped the female evaluator's hand with a yellow duck toy. The female evaluator flinched, her face changing color from the sudden and real stinging sensation. Her colleague worriedly asked if she was hurt, but the evaluator quickly waved her hand, saying she was fine, though her hand was still trembling. The female escort carried Hangru, smiling as she invited the little girl to the measurement room. All 3 walked down the hallway, with the female evaluator leading the way. The female evaluator cheerfully invited Hangru into the high-tech laboratory, where a male researcher was waiting. Hangru clutched her chest, looking a bit nervous before the test. The escort bent down to reassure Hangru, telling her not to worry because everyone here would take care of everything. Hangru stepped alone inside the cylindrical measuring device that emitted a blue light. The escort raised her phone, announcing the start of the test. Hangru floated in mid-air within a stream of emerald green energy, looking bewildered. The researcher smirked, declaring the task complete. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, and the entire laboratory shook, startling the researcher. Amidst the chaos, Hangru was thrown out and plopped onto the floor, her face calm as if nothing had happened. Alarms blared throughout the center. "A monster has escaped. All hunters in the center, report." Another researcher frantically ran to deliver the news. The female evaluator grabbed the researcher's arm, hastily ordering the escort to take the client to the waiting room. The escort quickly scooped Hangru up, and the little girl obediently buried her face in the woman's shoulder. With Hangru safe in her arms, the escort declared, "Operation start." Meanwhile, a chat log appeared, showing Kidan and Shin Nayun had both messaged ready, clearly indicating a staged act. Other researchers scattered, one frantically yelling, "Evacuate! What kind of monster escaped?" Another researcher with purple hair stood with his arms crossed, calmly checking his phone and announcing, "It's a B-rank experimental dragon." The purple-haired researcher mumbled that the experimental dragon had low intelligence, so it wouldn't be hard to catch, while an image of Kidan appeared triumphantly, showing everything was part of his plan. Amidst the chaos at the center, a purple-haired man named Jin coldly walked into the data measurement area. He sat down at a computer, casually asking about measurement room #1, while the screen displayed Hangru's information. The data on the screen clearly showed Hangru, 4 years old, female, F-rank status, L-rank skill, S-rank overall. An utterly absurd set of stats. Team leader Jin smirked, silently praising Truly Kind before reaching his hand towards the screen. A surge of blue-purple energy erupted from his hand, directly interfering with the data system. He activated his SSS rank internal intervention skill, a power capable of distorting the system's reality. 2 other researchers were discussing the broken glass. Fortunately, no one was around. The gray-haired researcher sighed in relief that team leader Jin was here. Otherwise, they would have wasted effort on trivial matters. Team leader Jin walked away, muttering that as expected, Hangru was only F rank, and early awakening wasn't necessarily a good thing. A small, floating spirit spoke, asking about team leader Jin, while he maintained a stone-cold expression. Other researchers began to whisper, unable to believe any hunter at the center could clear a B-rank monster so quickly, unless it was Jin. Jin's past image appeared, a blood-soaked back, eyes blazing with killing intent, and the title of Dragon Heart Wielder. Han-gru sat alone in the waiting room, obediently waiting. The little girl began to get impatient, wondering when Na-yoon would arrive. The escort turned back, instructing Han-gru to stay put and not go anywhere. After speaking, the escort hastily left with a male colleague, promising to return soon. Han-gru realized something was wrong. The alarm light had turned off much faster than the guild leader had instructed. She panicked as a vision appeared. If the power upgrade failed, her abilities would attract villains from all over. Startled out of her thoughts, Han-gru shot up from her seat, a bad premonition washing over her. Hearing a sound, Han-gru waddled to her feet, preparing to greet someone familiar. She rushed to hug a man's leg, joyfully calling out, "Sister," and boasting that she had waited very patiently. Han-gru froze, realizing something was wrong. Wait a minute, why is Sister Na-yoon's leg so stiff? A man's voice echoed from above, awkwardly clearing his throat to greet her. The strange man with ash-blonde hair and glasses smiled, introducing himself as Jin Si-won, not the sister she was looking for. Realizing she had hugged the wrong person, Han-gru flinched and stumbled back a few steps in panic. Her internal alarm radar blared, with only one question in her mind. Is this guy a bad person? Seeing her hide in fear behind the chair, Jin Si-won quickly explained that he was only there to check if the waiting room was safe. Han-gru peeked out from under the table, her eyes full of vigilance as she questioned, "You're not here to target Gru, are you?" Jin Si-won waved his hands frantically, asserting that he was a good person, an employee of the management bureau. He pulled out a classic trick to appease children, extending his hand and inviting, "Uncle has candy, do you want some?" No sooner had he spoken than Jin Si-won clumsily dropped a handful of candies onto the floor. The researcher frantically bent down, pathetically picking up each scattered candy. Han-gru watched the scene, secretly assessing. This guy isn't a bad person, he just seems incredibly incompetent. Jin Si-won was still struggling on his knees, picking up the pile of candies he had just dropped. Suddenly, a small hand offered a red candy in front of him, making Jin Si-won dumbfounded. Han-gru had picked up a candy for him, handing it over with a straight face. Jin Si-won scratched his head with an awkward laugh, admitting he was a bit clumsy, and asking if she liked red ginseng-flavored candy. He confessed that he was an old man who didn't know what children liked, pointing to the red ginseng candy Han-gru had just picked up. Han-gru calmly stated that she liked red ginseng, making Jin Si-won sigh in relief that there was finally something she would accept. Looking at the clumsy but seemingly kind researcher, Han-gru unconsciously smiled. She grinned and thanked him, a direct hit to the old man's heart. Jin Si-won was damaged by Han-gru's cuteness, clutching his chest as if struck by Cupid's arrow. The system in Han-gru's mind suddenly blared. Potential guardian detected, startling her. Meanwhile, Jin Si-won was still immersed in Han-gru's cuteness, secretly thinking, "This clumsy guy is an S rank? So adorable." The door suddenly burst open, and Shin Na-yoon rushed in with a panicked expression, shouting to ask if Han-gru was all right. Shin Na-yoon immediately scooped Han-gru up, profusely apologizing for leaving her alone while waiting for the measurement results. Han-gru nuzzled into Shin Na-yoon's embrace, pretending to be well-behaved and saying that she had missed her sister very much but had waited bravely. Jin Si-won froze, watching the affectionate scene between the two sisters, completely sidelined. Still holding Han-gru, Shin Na-yoon turned to glare at Jin Si-won, coldly asking who he was. Jin Si-won adjusted his posture, introducing himself as the leader of Special Investigation Team No. 1 at the Management Bureau. He bowed politely, taking responsibility for the recent incident and admitting he had caused trouble. Shin Na-yoon waved her hand, saying that she hadn't even seen the monster's face and had heard rumors that some incredibly powerful team leader had dealt with it. Jin Si-won merely smiled faintly, humbly admitting, "Ah yes, that was probably me." He changed the subject, asking Shin Na-yoon if she had come to the center to remeasure her stats, while Han-gru stood nearby, looking on curiously. Han-gru immediately raised a hand to her mouth, signaling, and secretly told Shin Na-yoon, "Yes, but not for you." Jin Si-won immediately understood the situation, looked down at Han-gru, and asked if this adorable girl was an awakener, while Shin Na-yoon confirmed they were there to register her. A meaningful glint flashed in Jin Si-won's eyes behind his glasses. He mumbled, "I see," as a faint, dark aura appeared. Han-gru was chewing the red ginseng candy, her face beaming because of the strange yet addictive taste. A security camera on the ceiling silently rotated, recording everything. Han-gru still stood there innocently, completely unaware that she was the center of attention for both the researcher and someone else watching through a screen. From another room, Guild Leader Onjurim was monitoring the entire conversation through a bank of surveillance screens. Onjurim frowned, muttering, "This is going to be troublesome." Meanwhile, the researcher Jin Si-won secretly thought that since he had run into someone from the management bureau, he couldn't just kill people. Onjurim sighed, realizing that owning such an incredibly powerful child only brought more trouble. He decided to play his hand. "I didn't want to use this method, but there are no other options." Onjurim began to remove his black glove, preparing to unleash his power. His bare hand emitted a chilling aura. Energy began to gather. A system notification appeared. Floor 99, ruler of the frozen lands awakens. The icy power violently erupted, a bone-chilling aura engulfing everything. The image of an ice king with a sharp crown appeared, his golden eyes glowing with power. Onjurim stood there, the icy energy swirling around his regloved hand. He gently placed his hand on the wall. Skill activated. Silent Orpheus, an invisible energy network enveloped the entire building. In the control room, a female staff member cried out in panic. "Huh? Measurement room. No. 5. Has no signal." A hunter undergoing inspection hastily explained. "No. I'm not unawakened. It's just that my skills suddenly stopped working." Amidst the scene of low-level hunters scattering in panic after losing all their skills, Onjurim stood still like a deity, coldly observing the chaos he himself had created. In the midst of the pandemonium, Jin Si-won ran headlong as if chased by a ghost, while Onjurim merely stood there, watching him with an expressionless face. The ash-blonde-haired researcher startled and froze, his face changing color as he recognized the person standing behind him. He tried to feign calmness, but sweat beaded on his forehead, clearly indicating extreme nervousness. Jin Si-won continued to run frantically, while Onjurim leisurely walked, the aura of a superior being truly distinct. Just then, Han Gru appeared at the end of the hallway with her female escort, and the little girl cheered upon seeing the familiar figure. Han Gru joyfully ran forward at full speed, shouting loudly, "Guild Master!" Onjurim smirked, secretly thinking, "What is this child so excited about?" Rushing over like a puppy, he squatted down and gently asked, "Han Gru, have you been good? Is your registration all done?" And the little girl happily replied, "Yes." Han Gru proudly showed off her achievement. "Miss Nayun helped me," she said. "I'm rank F." Onjurim smiled contentedly, but then noticed the child's cheeks were puffed up. "That's good, but what do you have in your mouth?" Han Gru innocently replied with full, round cheeks. "It's red ginseng candy," which made the powerful guildmaster freeze for a few seconds. He commented, "Its flavor is truly unique," while Han Gru was still enjoying her candy. Onjurim seriously instructed, "But you shouldn't accept random things from strangers," then gently took the candy out of the little girl's mouth. After dealing with the candy, he stood up, extended his hand, and said, "Let's go." Han Gru immediately extended her hand, cutely demanding, "Hold my hand." The little girl grinned widely, tightly grasping Onjurim's large hand, looking utterly content. Suddenly, Han Gru froze, realizing something unusual. "Huh? No gloves?" Onjurim merely smiled meaningfully, raising a finger to his lips to signal silence. Han Gru looked up at him, her eyes gleaming with curiosity, a premonition telling her that this guildmaster was definitely plotting something. Both of them had arrived back at Onjurim's colossal mansion. Han Gru ambled behind, her mind reeling with the question, why did the guild leader take off his glove? Could it be related to her latent power project? Onjurim suddenly stopped, letting out a heavy sigh, looking unwell. He unexpectedly collapsed forward, falling onto Han Gru, startling the little girl. "Guild leader? Are you not feeling well?" Onjurim's expression was utterly miserable, sweat pouring down like rain, his face flushed red. Han Gru frantically pulled out her phone and dialed the emergency number 1119. Onjurim weakly snatched the phone from her hand. He tried to reassure her. "I'm fine, Gru. You should go back to your room." After saying that, he staggered, looking as if he was about to shut down completely. Thud. Onjurim collapsed onto the sofa, unconscious, leaving Han Gru frozen in place. The little girl was stunned, her face pale with fear, stammering the guild leader's name. The door burst open. Yoon Seo-jun rushed in frantically, shouting, "Guild leader!" A moment later, Onjurim had been moved to his bed. Han Gru sat beside him, watching over him, her expression still worried. The guild leader's sleeping face still showed traces of fatigue, with beads of sweat. Yoon Seo-jun gently explained, "The guild leader just fell asleep. Don't worry, Gru." Han Gru's eyes welled up with tears. She sniffled in disbelief. "Asleep?" To distract her, Yoon Seo-jun suggested, Hey Gru, shall I tell you about the tower that no longer exists? He began to tell the story, using his power to create a hovering image of a tower made of black smoke, and explained that it had suddenly appeared 2 years after the Great Catastrophe. A flashback showed a chaotic world as monsters, dungeons, and awakened individuals with extraordinary powers began to appear. But the tower gave humanity no time to adapt. It began a countdown to the apocalypse. Han Gru sat silently, her eyes wide as she listened to the story of those days. Yoon Sojun began to recount the glorious past. The guild leader was once a hero who fought against the disgusting monsters in the tower. The flashback shifted to a younger Onjurim, his face filled with killing intent, rallying his comrades. The next floor is the last one. Come on, we're about to conquer this tower. But the reality was brutal. Blood splattered everywhere. Comrades fell one after another amidst desperate screams. The entire team was exhausted, huddled by a campfire, with no morale left. A comrade in a camouflage jacket spoke in despair. It's too strong. We can't possibly win. Onjurim stood alone before the path to the final floor, making a life-or-death decision. I will seal the 99th floor boss within my body. You guys just go on to the 100th floor. The comrade was alarmed, looking at Onjurim's injured face with worry. Jurim, are you sure you'll be okay? Onjurim, his face bruised but his gaze as hard as steel, did not reply. He silently turned his back and walked away, leaving his comrades behind, literally carrying the team alone. Back in the present, Han Gru's jaw dropped, realizing the shocking truth. The guild leader sealed a terrifying monster within himself? Yoon Sojun confirmed. That's right. It resides in the guild leader's left hand. The sealing glove lay silently on the table, a testament to that battle. He further explained. That 99th floor boss drains the guild leader's mana every day. Just now, because he used that power, he ran out of mana, leading to his collapse. Han Gru curiously leaned close to the sleeping Onjurim, sniffled and wondered. Running out of mana means sleeping? Yoon Sojun explained that it was the fastest way to restore mana. Yoon Sojun patted Han Gru's head, reassuring her. He'll recover after resting, don't worry. This has happened a few times before. He'll wake up soon. After hearing this, Han Gru's initial worried expression transformed into a strange determination. The little girl didn't go back to her room but climbed onto the bed, lay down next to Onjurim and declared, I'll stay here. Han Gru looked up and asked Yoon Seo-jun, Mr. Shijong, how long will the guild leader sleep? Yoon Seo-jun smiled and replied, Probably about 2 nights. I'll be going now, he said, waving goodbye to the little girl. Click. The room door closed, leaving the two of them in quiet solitude. As soon as he left the room, Yoon Seo-jun let out a sigh of relief and loosened his tie. He recalled the last time the guild leader unleashed his full power, a year ago, when he single-handedly stopped a dungeon break catastrophe with terrifying dark power. That decision saved tens of thousands of lives, but the price was Onjurim collapsing and sleeping soundly for an entire month. Yoon Seo-jun muttered that this time probably wouldn't be much different, and if Han Gru knew, the little girl would be severely shocked. Although the information about the 99th floor boss was top secret, he still thought Han Gru needed to know the truth. He looked outside and suddenly realized it had been 5 years since Onjurim left the tower. Suddenly, Yoon Seo-jun heard music coming from inside the room. He was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. A phone was ringing loudly, announcing an incoming call for Han Gru. Yoon Seo-jun picked up the phone, wondering who would call a child. The screen clearly displayed 4 words. Awakened Registration Center. He froze. Inside the room, Han Gru was lying next to Onjurim, who was still in a deep sleep. The little girl struggled, trying her best to pull the thick blanket over the man beside her. Onjurim began to break out in a cold sweat, his breathing heavy, looking extremely pained. Han Gru was extremely worried, wondering if a child like herself could do anything. Ding. The system panel unexpectedly appeared. Urgent quest for children in distress due to primary caregiver's absence. The quest required waking the mana-depleted caregiver by using the filial piety skill. Gru's hands are healing hands. The skill information panel clearly displayed. This active skill can restore mana to the caregiver through direct contact. Han Gru's eyes lit up, realizing she had this trump card, and the reward was 500 filial piety points. Without hesitation, the little girl placed her 2 small hands on Onjurim's hand, preparing to transfer mana. Han Gru closed her eyes in concentration, transferring energy, and silently wished for the guild leader to quickly awaken. Han Gru poured all her strength, determined to repay his kindness, her eyes burning with resolve. The scene shifted, the sky pouring down rain, signaling an unpleasant memory. In the funeral hall, a portrait of a young hunter was solemnly placed amidst wreaths. Behind it, a wall of portraits of the deceased. Onjurim, in a black suit, bowed deeply before the incense burner, showing absolute respect for his fallen comrades. He stood up, his cold demeanor and emotionless face hiding the storm within. A barrage of camera flashes erupted. Onjurim raised a hand to shield his eyes, facing the media vultures. Reporters swarmed him, shouting questions about the tower tragedy, demanding the sole survivor speak. Onjurim remained silent, his sharp gaze sweeping over the portraits of his comrades, painful memories flooding back. He clenched his fist, his heavy voice rising, denying the team's achievement. "No, it was me," Onjurim bitterly admitted. "I couldn't reach the 100th floor." Returning to reality, Onjurim slowly opened his eyes. The nightmare was over, but the pain lingered. He stirred slightly and realized Hangru had fallen asleep, clinging tightly to his arm. Onjurim called her name, his voice still a little weak. Hangru. Hangru still clung tightly to his arm, so Onjurim had to say, "Can you let go of my arm for a moment? I can't get up." The most powerful guildmaster was helpless, thinking the child was so small and soft, afraid that even a little force would hurt her. He gently asked, "Are you worried about me?" And Hangru immediately nodded vigorously. Onjurim was speechless, only one question in his mind. What do I do with this handful now? The guildmaster's brain started a quiz show, offering 3 ridiculous answers to comfort a crying child. Give snacks, give food, or give a delicious treat. Onjurim lifted Hangru, telling himself that his options were truly limited. This wasn't raising a pet. He patted her head, his voice full of remorse. "I'm sorry. I should have explained everything to you." Hangru tattled that the assistant had reported Onjurim leaking mana everywhere, making the guildmaster, currently in chibi form, jump in surprise. The child hugged Onjurim tightly, mumbling an apology and promising to be better so he wouldn't get sick again. Onjurim was speechless, his mind unable to keep up with this sudden display of affection. The guildmaster was awkward, unsure what words to use to comfort a child, not even daring to place his hand on her head. Finally, he comforted Hangru, asking directly, "Are you crying because you think it's your fault?" Hangru's face flushed. She stammered an explanation that she was just trying to chase away an annoying person at the center. Onjurim smirked meaningfully, as if he saw right through everything. "You don't know?" Hangru froze, realizing she had accidentally blurted out a secret. Onjurim teased her, asking if she was truly the elite of the chick class, making Hangru clap her hands like a real chick. The child puffed out her cheeks, firmly repeating, "But, don't get sick, okay?" Onjurim nodded in agreement while holding his phone, muttering to himself that raising a child was harder than raiding dungeons. He realized he had been too naive to think that simply feeding and clothing her would be enough, while she was playing with his fingers. Onjurim checked his phone, thinking the prospect of a guardian like himself suddenly collapsing and sleeping for a week would be a disaster. The guildmaster gazed intently at the screen, a sense of unease beginning to stir. Onjurim froze when he looked at the notification history on his phone. The dates matched perfectly, in an absurd way. He turned to question Hangru with a serious expression. "What did you do to me? Did you give me some kind of syrup?" Hangru puffed out her chest, proudly declaring, "That's right. It's the filial piety skill." The child gesticulated excitedly, describing how her mana shot out and exploded within the guildmaster. Onjurim immediately got to the main point. "What's the skill's penalty? Do you feel pain or suffer any debuffs?" The guildmaster clutched his head helplessly, unable to believe such an overpowered skill existed, instantly restoring full mana without any side effects. Onjurim ordered Hangru to keep this incredible skill a secret, known only to him. The child nodded vigorously, agreeing immediately. The guildmaster clutched his head, speechless, wondering if every father in the world had to struggle to communicate with this tiny creature. Despite his exhaustion, Onjurim couldn't hide a smile as he thought of the filial piety from the child's skill. The guildmaster gently patted Hangru's head, sincerely expressing his thanks. Hangru froze for a second, then beamed with delight, clutching her head with both hands. The child innocently asked, "Did Gru help you?" And Onjurim, leaning back on the bed, affirmed confidently, "Very much." Hangru's eyes lit up, cheering internally. "I helped the guildmaster. I'm useful to the guildmaster now." Yoon Seo-jun was on the phone, looking awkward. "I know, but he's just a kindergarten child." Just then, Onjurim emerged from behind. Mr. Yoon Seo-jun was startled to see his boss appear, his voice hesitant. "Guildmaster?" Yoon Seo-jun was stunned. "How are you awake already? How is that possible?" But Onjurim brushed it aside, getting straight to the point. "That can wait. Who were you just talking to?" Yoon Seo-jun's expression turned serious, reporting, "It was the Bureau of Management. Are you aware of the amended Special Act for awakened individuals that took effect late last year? According to the new law, If Han Gru wants a hunter's license, she is required to enter a dungeon. Han Gru, standing nearby, innocently asked. A dungeon? Anjurim frowned, his expression darkening upon hearing the words dungeon. Anjurim immediately made a call and shouted in protest. No way. On the other end of the line, the bureau director looked extremely annoyed, snapping. So what do you expect me to do? Anjurim growled. She's just a kindergarten child. No matter what, you have to let me enter the dungeon with her. The bureau director was completely shocked. What? An S rank wants to enter an F rank dungeon? Meanwhile, Han Gru had voluntarily sat down at the laptop to study hunter laws, the screen clearly displaying the regulation. Hunters cannot enter dungeons lower than rank 2. Anjurim issued an ultimatum, his voice icy. Either grant me special permission, or I will break in myself. The bureau director was furious. Are you threatening us? The bureau director snapped, hanging up abruptly. Then find someone to escort her yourself. I'm busy, this is over. Han Gru overheard the word escort, and she looked up with a curious expression. Yoon Seo-jun explained that an escort means a high ranker carrying a low ranker through a dungeon, and Han Gru seemed to understand. Anjurim finalized the call, ordering someone to get ready. Han Gru's eyes sparkled, imagining herself fully equipped with a mace, ready to smash monsters in the dungeon. Ki-dan, an S-rank hunter, began to act comically, baring his fangs, brandishing his claws, and growling like a beast. He reminded himself what to do when encountering terrifying monsters in the dungeon, just as his older brother had instructed. In her imagination, Han Gru rode a tree branch, shouting, "Disperse them." The little girl activated her A-rank Scattered Cherry Blossom skill, evading all physical damage and gaining a 100% defense buff for 12 seconds. In reality, Ki-dan was rolling on the floor, laughing maniacally, while Anjurim had just walked in with an exasperated expression. Anjurim glared at Ki-dan, his voice full of sarcasm. Focus. Are you teaching her only useful tricks? Ki-dan quickly denied everything, making excuses that he was just worried about Han Gru. Anjurim glanced at her, stating coldly, she doesn't look like she has anything to worry about. Shin Nayun and Ki-dan began equipping Han Gru with A-rank protective gear, from a bear-shaped head cushion to high-quality knee pads. After being fully equipped with a series of A-rank items, Han Gru looked like a tiny mobile fortress. Anjurim instructed the little girl to obey the team leader, but she flatly refused, declaring she wouldn't listen to anyone else. When asked about a plan B in case of danger, Han Gru immediately held up a branded emergency teleportation scroll. Ki-dan panicked at the scroll's quality, shouting that it was a rare and hard-to-find item, only to be sharply told to shut up by Anjurim. Anjurim ordered Han Gru to put on her combat gear, and the little girl happily complied, ready to depart. The little girl struggled to put on an adorable pink one-piece suit with bear paw prints. Han Gru proudly showed off her self-made warmth-retaining defensive armor, which even had hand warmers inside. The little girl then held up a razor-sharp duck-shaped hair clip, proudly calling it the warmth and sharpness combo, which made Ki-dan burst into laughter again. Han Gru, in her pink teddy bear suit, was ready for deployment, flanked by the stone-faced guildmaster Anjurim and Ki-dan, who was trying to suppress his laughter. The scene shifted to an F-rank slime dungeon in North Korea, where a voice declared they would raid it alone from here. A hand pointed towards the dungeon gate, warning that it was the core area with a boss, and absolutely forbidden to enter. The D-rank team leader, Lee Sang-yuk, ordered the entire team to wait in the safe zone until he returned. The 3 party members, including a blue-haired girl, a brown-haired girl, and a silver-haired person, obediently followed orders, while Han Gru's pink teddy bear suit peeked out from behind. The brown-haired girl breathed a sigh of relief when the team leader left, secretly admiring his courage to solo even an F-rank dungeon. The whole group began to relax, admitting that they were just bus riders, tagging along, and had been very worried earlier. Everyone stared at the pink teddy bear suit Han Gru was disguised in. It looked indescribably out of place. The 2 girls in the group burst out laughing, remarking that the atmosphere here felt more like an amusement park than a dungeon, completely devoid of tension. The friendly silver-haired hunter asked if anyone was hungry, then pulled out a bag of baked goods prepared by his mother. The brown-haired girl happily took a pastry, praising its taste and profusely thanking him. The silver-haired hunter hesitated, looking at the pink teddy bear suit, unsure whether to offer it a treat. Inside the suit, Han Gru innocently wondered, why not me? Do they hate me? The silver-haired hunter explained, assuming the person inside the suit couldn't eat, and offered the pastry for Gru to take home. Han Gru recognized the other person's kindness, was touched, and accepted the pastry. Suddenly, the teddy bear's head gaped open like a monster's maw, revealing a dark void, and swallowed the pastry whole. The silver-haired hunter's face turned pale, utterly terrified by the sight, stammering, It can eat." Meanwhile, Han-gru was deliciously enjoying the soft, sweet pastry inside the suit. The little girl in the teddy bear suit watched the silver-haired hunter fleeing in terror, innocently thinking, "Maybe next time I should bring pastries to share with everyone too?" Han-gru subtly shook her head, her eyes gleaming with focus, as if she had a plan. While walking in the snow dungeon, Han-gru suddenly felt a strange magical pressure that made her uncomfortable. The little girl wondered. This was clearly just a weak F-rank slime dungeon, so why did she feel such an overwhelming magical presence? Suddenly, a chaotic surge of energy violently erupted from ahead. Han-gru realized something was happening at the boss room door. Something far from ordinary was unfolding. A terrifying magical explosion tore through space, shattering the boss room gate and releasing an overwhelming aura. Meanwhile, the three bus rider hunters were still busy chatting, completely oblivious to the unfolding crisis. Seeing that the driver had disappeared, Han-gru decided to act herself, pulling out her toy shovel and getting into a defensive stance. The little girl told herself she had to protect everyone, as she was the only true S-rank hunter here. In her teddy bear suit, Han-gru grabbed the tricycle, deciding to quietly close the boss room door before things got worse. The pink teddy bear rode the tricycle straight into the epicenter of the chaotic magical surge. An incredibly powerful suction force from the shattered gate began to pull everything inwards. The poor teddy bear was swept away, unable to resist. The suction force was so strong that the teddy bear suit ripped apart, revealing a panicked Han-gru inside. The little girl was sucked directly into a blue energy vortex. With a thud, Han-gru landed safely inside a frozen space. As soon as she looked up, the little girl found herself surrounded by a horde of giant slimes. Panicked, Han-gru hastily rummaged through her bag, searching for the emergency teleportation scroll. The little girl pulled out the scroll, her only hope of escaping this deadly trap. But the system bluntly reported an error. Cannot be used within the boss domain. It's over. Han-gru tried to calm herself, recalling the guildmaster's words that slimes were not aggressive monsters. Han-gru told herself that if she just sat still, her driver would come pick her up, while giant slimes hovered around. The little girl began to move stealthily, trying to stay far away from the gooey monsters. Suddenly, her eyes caught sight of something sparkling brightly in the center of the room. A system window appeared, identifying the object as the Ice Tribe Cradle Core rank. Clearly a top-tier item. Han-gru's eyes shone brightly, and she exclaimed in utter astonishment at the energy orb's beauty. So beautiful. She approached the pedestal, pondering whether to snatch this item. She realized that if she took the core, the giant slimes would go berserk, and everything would truly fall apart. But then, she quickly came up with a plan, intending to use her extraction skill to secretly swipe the core. Calling herself a genius, Han-gru didn't hesitate to extend her teddy bear hands, preparing to act. The system window confirmed. F-rank extraction skill activated. Item acquired. She received a Mephisto shard, an overpowered buff item that reduces enemy defense by 50% and increases the owner's attack by 100% within Ice Tribe territory. Han-gru's jaw dropped, unable to believe her eyes at the incredibly potent X2 damage effect. In a moment of delusional power, she imagined her duckbill clip transforming into a destructive weapon. Back to reality, Han-gru activated her shaping crafting skill, combining the shard with the duckbill clip. The result was a Mephisto-infused duckbill clip, defective item, retaining its effects but inexplicably marked as flawed, which confused her. It turned out the defective item had a hidden feature, creating snow ducks with magic, and she decided to test it immediately. Poof! The clip released a perfect snow duck, proving this skill was legitimate. Han-gru was overjoyed, realizing she possessed an unrivaled ability: infinite snow duck production, regardless of the season. Without further ado, she decided to test its damage immediately and threw the snow duck straight at a slime. Take this! Splat! The slime took the hit and was flattened onto the floor. It seemed the attack was effective. Han-gru was thrilled, realizing she had just one-shot the giant slime. Wondering, is this Gru's power? She laughed gleefully, jumping up in celebration as the slime finally exploded into water. A bright green system notification appeared. The Cradle of the Ice Clan dungeon has been cleared. The system asked if she wanted to register on the leaderboard, and she mumbled a catchy name. Incomplete Bear MK. 1. Han-gru smirked smugly, feeling she had taken a big step towards becoming the world's dominant hunter. Work done, time to escape. She climbed onto her toy tricycle, preparing to pedal away. Suddenly, the space before her tore open, and a terrifying torrent of black and red malevolent energy gushed out. From within the rift, a blazing red eye with 3 pupils opened, staring with murderous intent. A demonic hand with sharp claws reached out, seizing the front of Hangru's tricycle. Clang! Its razor-sharp claws touched the teddy bear suit, sparking a small flash. Hangru startled and turned around, her face bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Huh? Looking back forward, she still hadn't processed the situation. What the heck is this? Meanwhile, in the resting area, Lee Sung-gyuk was chatting with his team. The dungeon is cleared, everyone did great. The red-brown-haired woman's eyes shone brightly with admiration. Amazing. When did you enter the boss room so quickly? Lee Sang-gyuk scratched his head, looking mysterious. No, I didn't enter the boss room. I don't know why, but it just got cleared on its own. Hangru, in her bear suit, overheard, nodded as if she understood, and decided to let the man continue his delusion. The teleportation gate opened, and Lee Sang-gyuk and the red-brown-haired woman calmly stepped through, leaving the dungeon. Hangru was left alone, staring after them blankly. Huh? The scene suddenly changed. Heavy rain began to fall in a place that looked like a park. Hangru looked up and was utterly shocked to see the silver-haired teammate running towards her, calling out in a panic. Huh? Mom! Why are you here? In the rain, the silver-haired hunter was sheltered by his mother's umbrella, and the mother gently said, I came to pick you up. I was worried because of the rain. Both mother and child smiled happily, while Hangru's pink bear tricycle stood forlornly nearby. Hangru, in her bear suit, thought to herself, how envious. It feels just like dismissal time at kindergarten. Memories flooded back to the kindergarten scene, where her friends were picked up by their parents while little Hangru sat alone in a corner. The teacher called out, Gru, let's go catch the kindergarten bus. Hangru obediently replied, yes, then slowly stood up. She walked out the door alone, leaving behind the warm scene of other families. Back in reality, Hangru, in her lonely pink bear suit, rode her tricycle in the rain, watching other pairs share an umbrella. She told herself resolutely, but I can bravely go home alone. As she pedaled along, she calculated in her head, once I get home, I need to put away this waterproof suit. Thud. A sneaker unexpectedly blocked the front wheel of her tricycle. Hangru was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. A tall man, with his face covered, appeared, holding a dark blue umbrella. The stranger asked in a deep, warm voice, where are you going all alone? He continued, it's still raining too. Hangru flinched. That voice was too familiar. She recognized him instantly. Guildmaster. Anjurum put a finger to his lips, signaling silence. Shh. It'll be troublesome if others recognize me. With that, the Guildmaster scooped up Hangru, the teddy bear, into his arms, sharing an umbrella. Hangru happily snuggled into Anjurum's embrace, enjoying the warmth, while the Guildmaster walked and grumbled about her overly polite tone. Carried by Anjurum, Hangru was overjoyed internally, secretly thinking about the formidable power she had just gained in the dungeon, and how the Guildmaster praised her as wonderful. Hangru grinned widely, praising today's beautiful weather, but Anjurum, stone-faced, replied, people call this kind of weather gloomy, kid. Still in her teddy bear disguise, Hangru argued, the Guildmaster is truly an adult who knows nothing. Rainy weather is when families come to pick me up. Faced with the little girl's unarguable logic, Anjurum froze, only able to silently listen as she concluded, so today is a very beautiful day. Anjurum gently tilted his umbrella to shield Hangru, a small but caring gesture. Hangru's eyes crinkled with a smile as she waved her hands frantically and shouted, Guildmaster, no need to worry, it's terribly hot in this outfit, not cold at all. Hearing that, Anjurum subtly smiled beneath his mask, a rare and warm smile. The Guildmaster finally had to admit, yes, then it truly is beautiful weather, and the two walked together under the gradually subsiding rain. The scene shifted to the Hunak Guild headquarters, where Anjurum had changed clothes, looking like a powerful guildmaster, standing on the rooftop, puffing on a cigarette. 2 guild staff members, seeing their boss, immediately ran over to greet him excitedly. The 2 staff members grinned broadly, congratulating him. Congratulations, Guildmaster. We heard your daughter has awakened. Anjurum frowned, his face blank, not understanding anything, with only one word appearing in his mind. Huh? He muttered to himself, a sense of déjà vu washing over him. Why have I heard this so many times today? How on earth does the whole world know about the little girl's awakening? Walking down the hallway, Anjurum suddenly stopped short when he saw a crowd gathering ahead. A woman in the crowd bent down to pick something up and called out loudly, oh my, Gru, you dropped this hunter card. Hangru, in her new dress, pointed at the hunter card that had just been picked up. clearly printed with her face and name. Everyone around immediately gathered around to pat Han Gru's head, give her candy, and exclaimed in admiration because she had awakened. Anjurim clutched his head in helplessness, finally realizing the source of all the rumors. It was this little kid who had spilled the beans. Completely unaware that she had just caused such a big commotion, Han Gru was still happily showing off her brand new hunter card. Standing beside her, Anjurim could only sigh, watching the little girl bouncing with joy, ignoring her foster father, who was getting a headache from the mess she caused. Han Gru eagerly demanded to go dungeon farming again. Guildmaster, when are we going again? Tomorrow, or the day after? But Anjurim immediately poured cold water on her enthusiasm. Next time. The little girl pouted, whining. When is next time? The guildmaster nonchalantly raised his hand high up, setting a condition. Probably when you grow this tall. Han Gru was alarmed, but that would be 100 meters tall, which left Anjurim speechless. 100 meters? Do you think I've been 100 meters tall all this time? In their minds were two different frames of reference. Anjurim secretly thought, a kid who doesn't even know how many centimeters are in a meter can't go anywhere. Han Gru's face fell, and she pulled out her guild member card as a shield. But I have to go. Gru is a member of the guild. In the little girl's imagination, Anjurim was a king on a throne, while she was offering tribute and telling herself, I need to improve my performance and contribute to the guild. Anjurim frowned, a wry expression on his face. Where did you learn all this stuff, kid? We only let you watch TV for a little while. Han Gru spun around, crossed her arms, feigning military secrecy. I won't tell. Anjurim sighed, switching to coaxing mode. Kids don't need to worry about performance. Give me your hand. The little girl obediently extended her tiny hand to the guildmaster. Anjurim put a smartwatch on Han Gru's wrist. The guildmaster explained, connect it to your kid's phone. Give me the phone. Han Gru's eyes lit up, and she immediately recognized the brand name item. It's a smartwatch. The little girl immediately deduced like a true gamer. Since this is from an S-rank hunter, it must be different from ordinary items. So, could it be? Han Gru looked up and asked with a hopeful expression. Guildmaster, can I use this for a magical transformation? It turned out the little girl was deeply engrossed in a magical girl anime she was binge-watching. Anjurim smirked meaningfully, feigning indulgence. Go on, try it. Given the green light, Han Gru immediately bounced excitedly, preparing her stance. The little girl spun around, gesturing wildly, shouting her transformation chant like in the show. Let's begin! Magical transformation. Han Gru spun around, gesturing wildly, struck a cool pose, ending with a confident landing, and shouted, Shin! To activate the transformation. The guildmaster Anjurim froze, his face darkened, clearly speechless at the little girl's performance. Anjurim, stone-faced, called, Han Gru, come here. While the little girl peeked her head up from behind the table, answering blankly, Yes? The guildmaster ordered, Say it again. And Han Gru repeated the chant slowly, hesitantly. Slowly, transform. Encouraged, Han Gru regained her spirits, raised her fist, and shouted loudly with spirit, Good, transform. But nothing happened. The little girl blinked in confusion, completely unaware of what was going on. Han Gru tried again, frantically flailing her arms and legs, screaming, Transform, Shin, transform, while Anjurim could only sigh in exasperation. The little girl stared intently at the watch, then glanced at the guildmaster who was clutching his face in helplessness, still not understanding she was being fooled. Her brain finally processed it, and Han Gru realized she had been thoroughly tricked. That smirk, that attitude. How dare he trick Gru? The little girl rushed forward, punching Anjurim repeatedly, screaming, Liar, liar. But the physical damage was almost zero. Anjurim gently lifted the pouting little girl, smirking teasingly. Are you angry? Han Gru pouted, tears welling up in her eyes, making the guildmaster relent. How can I make amends? The little girl seized the opportunity, demanding, Dungeons! But Anjurim immediately shot her down. Except for that, Han Gru started to play coy, worried. But if I just play around like a grasshopper, I might get kicked out of Hunuk. Anjurim chuckled, reassuring her. That won't happen. Just go play. A kindergarten child's job is to eat well and sleep soundly. Han Gru's insecurity resurfaced, and she mumbled, But if Gru is no longer needed, I might have to go back to the orphanage. The smile on Anjurim's face vanished. His eyes turned sharp again, and he demanded, What? The guildmaster looked straight at Han Gru, his voice full of authority. Why would you think that? Anjurim called the little girl's name seriously, his eyes without a trace of jest. He gently lifted Han Gru's chin, making her look directly at him. and repeated the question. Look at me. Why would you think that? Cornered, Han-gru evaded, with only one thought in her mind. I don't want to say. Faint memories of her mysterious parents resurfaced, and the little girl feared that if she revealed she was an abandoned child, people would consider her defective and send her back to the orphanage. Han-gru maturely told herself. Because that's life. The little girl continued to philosophize like an old man. Life is not knowing what lies ahead. Onjurim was speechless after hearing her, not understanding what on earth this little kid was talking about. The guild leader decided to change the subject, telling Han-gru to use the restroom, and then return with her supervisor. Onjurim secretly thought, these words didn't sound like a child's random babble. There must be a hidden meaning. He wondered if the little girl learned these strange things from TV, YouTube, or if there was another reason. While Han-gru quietly walked away. Sitting alone, Onjurim leaned back in his chair, a pensive expression on his face. He realized an important truth. Normally he would be utterly sleepy by now, but ever since his mana leakage decreased, his fatigue had also vanished. Onjurim sighed, rubbing his forehead. It seemed Han-gru's presence was providing him with an unexpected buff. Just then, his phone rang, displaying Mr. K, a call from a high-ranking individual. He stood up and answered the call, his voice serious. Hello, Director. I have something I'd like to ask you. Meanwhile, Han-gru ambled along, determined not to reveal her hand. The little girl told herself. The guild leader doesn't know anything, with a calculating expression. Passing through the lobby, 2 female staff members of the Hunak Guild cheerfully greeted her, showing that the little girl was quite popular. But in Han-gru's mind, there was only one goal. To stay in Hunak, I need to be stronger, useful enough to be recognized by the guild leader. Ding! The system announced an achievement had been unlocked. The most important thing for growth is an unbreakable spirit. A growth effect increased by 30% for 3 days, applicable to all party members. Receiving the excellent buff, Han-gru's spirits lifted, and she clenched her fists with determination. Oh, if it's like this, I can win over a guardian. Han-gru suddenly came up with an incredible idea. Winking mischievously, the little girl suddenly felt a prickling sensation on her nape, wondering if she had been bitten by a mosquito. Meanwhile, Kidan, an S-rank hunter, was casually juggling a baseball with a smug expression. Suddenly, Han-gru, in her pink teddy bear disguise, rode a tricycle and sped towards Kiden, blocking his path and bluntly declaring, S-rank hunter Kiden, I want to make a deal. Kidan, without a hint of politeness, ripped off the bear head, revealing an annoyed Han-gru inside. Undeterred, the little girl repeated her offer, emphasizing an incredibly tempting reward that would be hard to refuse. Kidan sneered, teasing, Let's see, you silly little kid. Have you crafted that syrup that helps me reach rank 1 yet? Han-gru immediately retorted. Gru isn't silly. The one demanding that absurd syrup is the silly one, leaving Kidan stunned. Being directly insulted, Kidan burst into delighted laughter, admitting the little girl was no pushover. Oh, you're quite formidable. Han-gru immediately switched to baby mode, her eyes welling up as she whined. Brother Dan is so mean. Seeing the little one about to cry, Kidan hastily clasped his hands and profusely apologized, while Han-gru put on a magnanimous air. I'll let it slide this time. After the coaxing, Kidan got straight to the point. So, what kind of deal do you want to make with me? Han-gru, in her teddy bear disguise, presented her plan. I want to enter dungeons to farm experience points, and at the same time, use the dropped items to craft contributions for the Hunak Guild. Kidan offered to farm items for her, but Han-gru brushed him off, insisting she had to enter the dungeons herself to grind. The S-rank hunter was still skeptical, but the little girl immediately played her trump card. I have an incredibly powerful buff. The little girl sealed the sweet deal. If you let me join your party, the entire team's experience points will skyrocket by 50% for 3 days. Hearing about the 50% EXP buff, Kidan's eyes lit up with greed, and he muttered, Wow, that's amazing. It's like going into a dungeon 1 rank higher. Han-gru warned in a serious tone, imagining guild leader Onjurim turning into a demon to punish them both if this secret was exposed. But then the little girl brushed off her fear, concluding with a slippery remark. But as long as we don't get caught red-handed, it's as if nothing happened. Han-gru, in her teddy bear disguise, extended her hand, sealing the deal with Kidan. Noble Kidan, do you accept this proposal? The little girl poked her head out of the bear suit, using a deeply provocative tactic. Surely you're not the type to be a coward afraid of getting scolded by adults, are you? Kidan laughed heartily. This S-rank hunter was as daring as anyone. That's what I should be saying to you. The deal was sealed. The S-rank hunter and the 4-year-old genius high-fived, officially forming a party for secret farming. The destination for this shady operation: a B-rank dungeon in the Seoryung-Seori area, a desolate, snow-covered urban district. Han-gru activated her teleportation skill, and Kidan could only exclaim in awe, "Wow, what a cool skill." The little girl calmly replied, "This skill is optimized for minors without a driver's license." The little girl proudly boasted, "This skill allows me to teleport to any dungeon in Seoul." Kidan slung his baseball bat over his shoulder, ready to smash, while Han-gru cheered, "Let's go." As soon as they entered the dungeon, a Yeti monster immediately took a white splat to the head. The Yeti turned around, clearly annoyed, but it was too late. A system notification appeared. Target's defense reduced by 50% after being attacked. Seizing the golden opportunity, Kidan lunged from above, raising his baseball bat, ready to deliver a devastating blow to the monster. Boom! A full-force strike from the S-rank hunter caused the monster to take the full damage, and its purple-blue magic energy exploded. The Yeti collapsed on the spot. Kidan landed lightly as if nothing had happened. While Han-gru watched the display of power from a distance, Kidan raised a triumphant V-sign, boasting his one-shot kill. Achievement, leaving Han-gru wide-eyed and open-mouthed in admiration. While enjoying the feeling of victory, Kidan suddenly froze. A top-tier hunter's intuition signaled trouble. Unexpectedly, another Yeti lumbered out from behind, swinging its gigantic hand, intending to grab Kidan. Han-gru froze, her face pale as she saw her teammate about to be ambushed. But Kidan was no pushover. He dodged the attack by a hair's breadth and counterattacked with an incredibly powerful uppercut swing of his bat to the monster's jaw. The force of the impact created a small tremor, blowing away even Han-gru, who was watching, making the little girl shriek. Kidan roared, "Where do you think you're going?" Then unleashed a sky-shattering blow, slamming the Yeti monster straight into the ground in a brilliant purple energy explosion. Kidan smirked smugly, declaring curtly, "Another one bites the dust." Han-gru's eyes sparkled, completely overwhelmed by the display of power, and she mumbled, "So dazzling. It feels like level 999. Kidan's figure stood tall and proud atop the monster's corpse, perfectly embodying the admirable demeanor of an S-rank hunter. Spiritually boosted, Han-gru clenched her fists, determined to become even stronger herself. The little girl scurried towards the monster's corpse to begin looting. Han-gru pulled out a toy, a Grade C detective magnifying glass, used to inspect monster information. The little girl squinted, bringing the magnifying glass with its fake mustache close to her eye to activate the item. Information appeared: white-browed Yeti monster, Grade B, capable of dropping eyebrows and magic stones. Its signature skill is flattening smash. Pling! Han-gru activated the tingling sensation skill and successfully looted the Yeti's hypersensitive eyebrow, a Grade A crafting material. Han-gru was overjoyed to find she had just acquired a high-quality item, a genuine Grade A material. The little girl had a bold idea. "I'll combine this with the detective magnifying glass to create an ultimate super detective magnifying glass." But then Han-gru suddenly remembered that combining two attributes into one item was extremely difficult, like when she crafted the duck-shaped hairpin before. The little girl activated her Grade F sculpting skill, recalling her failed attempt at crafting the Mephisto-possessed duck hairpin. Failed. Even with the beginner dungeon's buffs, the product still failed, proving that her crafting skill was still immature. Han-gru anxiously looked at the eyebrow fragment in her hand, fearing that the detective magnifying glass would also break if she forced it. The little girl decided she needed to upgrade her sculpting skill first, then carefully put the eyebrow fragment into her bag to avoid losing it. Meanwhile, Kidan waited, shielding his eyes to observe his surroundings and starting to feel that something was amiss. He muttered to himself, "Strange. Where have they all hidden? Even though I deliberately suppressed my mana, they're not attacking, as if they're afraid of something." Kidan secretly thought he might as well clear the boss to farm experience for Han-gru, while the little girl just stared blankly, not understanding what he was looking at. The problem was, another party was already loitering in front of the boss room door. Among those hunters, the purple-haired girl was vehemently arguing with the party leader. As tension escalated, the girl angrily grabbed the party leader's collar. The party leader merely sneered and roughly pushed her hand away, showing utter disregard. Standing afar, Kidan frowned, his face blank, not understanding what kind of drama this group was putting on. The entire group was still bickering in front of the colossal door, the atmosphere extremely tense. The party leader commanded in a raised voice, "Stop whining and open the door. Just be careful and it'll be fine." The purple-haired girl exposed him. "Don't be a hypocrite. You know perfectly well the Yeti boss will target the first 3 people who enter," she screamed. pointing directly at the scoundrel. You intended to use us as bait from the very beginning, making her two friends turn pale with fear. The party leader pushed her hand away again, brazenly saying, "What a nuisance." He and his two cronies behind him swaggered. "So what? Is there a problem? Open the damn door." The girl named Ah Young was so furious she gritted her teeth, but her friend held her back. Just then, Kidan suddenly appeared with a meaningful smile. "Yo, sis, need a mercenary? It's free, for now." He stepped out of thin air, one hand carrying the Hangru teddy bear, a baseball bat slung over his shoulder, leaving the girl stunned. Kidan smirked, a confident and dangerous smile playing on his lips. He boldly strode forward, blocking the path directly in front of the party leader and his faction. The party leader flinched, startled, and frantically wondered, "Who the hell is this guy? How did he sneak in here, silent as a ghost?" A system panel appeared before Kidan, announcing that the self-censorship sticker, C, was active, concealing his overwhelming power. Ah Young tried to salvage the situation, suggesting Kidan let her group act as reserve players for support. The trashy party leader scoffed. "Reserve players? What kind of ridiculous baseball analogy are you making?" Ah Young secretly thought that even though Kidan seemed suspicious, now was not the time to be picky, so she accepted. "All right, mercenary, reserve player, whatever, you're hired." Kidan smirked with delight, sealing the deal immediately. "It's a done deal, sis. No backing out now." A system notification appeared. 7. Dan has requested to join the party, leaving Ah Young frozen. "Huh? Seriously?" Kidan ignored the group, walking straight to the boss door, and offered, "Shall I try opening the door?" The party leader furiously yelled, "Are you kidding me? Get back here, you idiot." Creak. The colossal boss door automatically opened, astonishing everyone. The small fry in the party leader's group panicked. Huh? How did the door open by itself? A colossal, furry foot stomped heavily onto the floor, signaling the appearance of the formidable creature. The Yeti monster lumbered into view, as massive as a building, terrifying the trashy hunters out of their wits. The party leader shrieked for his teammates to dodge, while Kidan stood still as a statue, his expression unchanged. The Yeti's blazing golden eyes locked onto its target, radiating an overwhelming killing intent. Kidan noticed something unusual. The door opened by itself, and a northern Yeti that hates heat is lurking here. This whole situation smells fishy. Kidan casually handed the Hangru teddy bear to a bewildered Ah Young. "Please hold her for me for a bit, ladies. Just relax." He smirked, holding some kind of card. "Could you ladies look after this teddy bear for me for a moment?" With a deadly confident smile, Kidan declared, "I'll be right back, I promise," then vanished in a flash of light. Ah Young and her friend were completely shocked upon realizing Kidan's true identity, stammering, "Wait, isn't that Kidan?" Kidan charged straight at the boss with terrifying speed, a punch brimming with energy, ready to finish the monster in one hit. Kidan realized the Yeti monster was completely ignoring him, charging directly towards Hangru, an extremely unusual behavior. Being disregarded by a Yeti, Kidan's pride was severely wounded as he swung his bat to block the attack. The monster growled, its gaze still fixed on its original target. Kidan smirked provocatively. "Hey furball, look up here. I'm the one you need to pay attention to, not that little girl." Provoked, the Yeti let out a thunderous roar and lunged to attack Kidan. Kidan pulled out a compact weapon, radiating a deadly dark aura. The hot item appeared. A transforming weapon. The S-rank greatsword Viet's Desire. A soul-bound item that can change its form at will. With just one hand, Kidan effortlessly parried the earth-shattering punch of the Yeti, their skill levels vastly different. The small fry hunters watched from afar, growing bewildered. "Now, what's the plan? Shouldn't we all rush in and gang up on it?" The team leader started to get suspicious. "Are you guys idiots? That mercenary is incredibly suspicious. Did any of you see when he arrived?" The team leader's cronies broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the problem. If even B rankers like us can't sense him, then he must be at least A rank. So what do we do? The team leader gritted his teeth, deciding to play dirty. "We'll eliminate them. If they survive this dungeon, the Bureau of Management will investigate, and our lives will be over." Kidan fought and analyzed simultaneously. Ambushing a busy boss was as easy as pie. He took his stance, his sword radiating a brilliant purple energy, ready for the finishing blow. In a flash, Kidan closed in, the tip of his sword pointing directly at the gem on the Yeti's forehead. Kidan's eyes flashed sharply. He had locked onto his target. Found it. Its core is right here. Just then, the cowardly team leader swung his axe and charged from behind, intending to ambush Kidan. Kidan merely glanced back, The team leader's sneak attack utterly useless, like a mere joke. The team leader froze, stammering in horror as he realized the true identity of the person he had foolishly attacked. Kikidan? Kidan didn't even bother to turn around, simply extending his sword hilt backward, and the foolish team leader charged straight into it, taking a devastating blow to the stomach. The team leader screamed miserably as he was sent flying backward by an incredibly powerful surge of energy. The team leader's two cronies froze, the archer stammering incoherently as he realized who they had just provoked. Kidan. You said you were just… Kidan landed softly, his demeanor completely nonchalant, as if he had just swatted a mosquito. Kidan's eyes glowed red as he activated his lion's breath skill, a crimson aura of killing intent enveloping the space. Under the terrifying pressure, the two trash hunters immediately collapsed, their weapons clattering to the ground. The burly man realized in horror that his mana was being drained, his body stiff and unable to move, completely controlled by Kidan from a distance. A gigantic spectral lion emerged from Kidan's mana, letting out a roar that overwhelmed the spirits of the small fry. The two cronies could only clutch their heads and scream in fear, completely broken before the power of an S-rank hunter. Kidan glanced at the insects with ice-cold eyes, devoid of any emotion. The archer lay sprawled on the floor, convulsing in pain as Kidan's skill tormented his mind. The last sight the trash hunters saw was Kidan dominantly resting his foot on the corpse of the defeated Yeti monster. His greatsword plunged directly into its head. Ah Young's friends finally understood, their voices trembling as they realized the true identity of their companion. Is that Kidan? No way. An S-rank hunter? Kidan hoisted his sword onto his shoulder, ignoring everything around him, and decisively declared his next objective. Now, let's go find Gru. Suddenly, the great sword in Kidan's hand began to vibrate and emit a strange red light. Kidan looked at his sword in surprise as it vibrated intensely, the system announcing, Viet's thirst is resonating. Meanwhile, the pink teddy bear in Ah Young's arms suddenly spoke politely. Dear hunter, would you please put me down? Ah Young froze, staring at the talking teddy bear, unable to believe her ears. The teddy bear wiggled slightly, indicating it wanted to be free while Ah Young was still stunned, processing the information. Han Gru felt a burning sensation on the back of her neck, innocently wondering if there were mosquitoes in the dungeon too. Suddenly, a nearby ice crystal cracked open, emitting a dark pink energy. Whoosh! From within the crack, a hideous shadow with sharp claws began to emerge. A hooded demon, wearing a white mask with bloodshot red eyes, appeared to the horror of everyone. Ah Young and her friends turned pale, their voices trembling as they stammered, Monster! While the female hunters were trembling with fear, the teddy bear stood firm, and the system began scanning the target. Inside, Han Gru was completely unfazed, only feeling that something was wrong, not afraid at all. The system announced, Duke Mephisto's hairpin has nullified the fear effect. Simultaneously, the system identified the enemy as a minion and unlocked the hidden skill, Bloodline Subjugation, capable of bypassing the Ice Tribe's defenses. The teddy bear stared blankly at the demon, not understanding what a minion or Bloodline Subjugation was. The hooded demon bowed, respectfully addressing the teddy bear. My lord. Why are you in this form? The teddy bear froze, muttering in confusion. A lord? Han Gru, from within, was furious, silently cursing the monster for daring to use difficult words with her. Truly, a child's nightmare. The little girl yelled, Go, Snowduck, then threw the toy at the demon. The attack was easily blocked. The system reported an error due to the target's excessively high magic resistance, leaving Han Gru crestfallen by the failure. The hooded demon seemed amused, smirking. Oh, how interesting. A little girl can wield my lord's power. Suddenly, a figure rushed forward like a whirlwind, snatching up the teddy bear. Kidan appeared, holding the teddy bear tightly in his arms and flashing a proud smile. Dan Oppa. Han Gru, now out of the bear suit, was surprised to clearly feel Kidan's heart pounding. Kidan smirked with a challenging smile, clearly extremely excited. Without another word, he pushed off the ground forcefully, dashing away like lightning. In an instant, Kidan scooped up the Han Gru teddy bear, escaping the dangerous area. He landed gently on a nearby rooftop, completely safe. Kidan set the teddy bear down, giving a concise order. Stay here. Then, he turned his back, facing the enemy alone, a dark weapon clutched in his hand. The hooded demon hovered in midair, radiating a deadly aura of evil. Kidan smiled smugly. Finally, I've met you. He tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand, ready for the game. A torrent of purple mana violently erupted around Kidan, making him roar in a berserk frenzy. The demon seemed amused, sniffing. Oh, little one, you carry a scent of blood that is very familiar to me. It confirmed with delight. Indeed, a thick, pungent smell of blood. The system announced Kidan activated the S-rank skill, Purple Bloodstream, entering a state of continuous bleeding and berserk combat. Attack and speed were boosted by a straight 200%, while Han Gru in the back merely tilted her head skyward, acting all high and mighty. But the overwhelming pressure from the power surge blew the little girl away, sending her tumbling and screaming loudly due to the intense wind. The watch on Han Gru's wrist suddenly blared loudly, emitting an injury warning signal and sending her location to her guardian. Giving his opponent no time to breathe, Kidan charged in at terrifying speed, unleashing a devastating punch. The demon raised its claws to block the attack, creating an earth-shattering collision of energy. Kidan continued his flawless combo, his punches and slashes tearing through the air, pressuring the demon. The demon's black sword and Kidan's dagger clashed, sparking amidst a crimson energy surge. The hooded demon sneered, taunting, "That sword. Do you feel satisfied abandoning your father, then going mad with it?" Kidan roared, "I'll kill you," and lunged straight at his opponent with terrifying speed, blood splattering everywhere. The demon merely raised its sword lightly, blocking Kidan's thrust as if playing. "That easy," it uttered curtly, then swung its arm, severing Kidan's dagger-wielding arm. Kidan's arm flew through the air, an utterly overwhelming blow. Despite his severed arm, Kidan maintained a cool head, his sharp gaze unwavering. The demon suddenly froze, realizing its sword was gone. "Where's my sword?" Wham! Kidan seized the opportunity, unleashing a devastating punch directly onto the demon's mask. He grabbed his opponent's cloak, growling, "I wasn't just standing here taking it, understand?" The system announced Kidan reactivated the Purple Bloodstream and Lion's Breath combo to unleash massive damage. The demon's eyes narrowed, seemingly sensing the surging, deadly power. A colossal blue-white energy explosion engulfed everything, obliterating the entire area. Kidan landed, panting after unleashing his ultimate move. He stared intently into the dust cloud, wondering, did it hit? From within the smoke, the demonic hand once again clutched the black sword, a chilling voice echoing, "Oh, human child." The hooded demon reappeared without a scratch, raising its sword and sneering, "Let me show you once more your helplessness and weakness." Kidan coughed up blood, his body pushed to its limit, looking utterly exhausted against such an overwhelmingly powerful opponent. He gripped his remaining dagger, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. "I can't run away anymore," Kidan mumbled. "Must not run." As he struggled to rise from a pool of blood, his body battered. He gritted his teeth, roaring cube, to activate his final trump card. Thwack! A strange object flew from nowhere, striking Kidan directly on the head. Game over. The S-rank youth collapsed unconscious after just one hit. Onjurim appeared, his cold, CEO-like aura speaking. "Who gave you teenagers permission to wander around freely like this?" The guildmaster scanned the area, then looked up, spotting a tiny figure on the rooftop of a tall building. Han Gru flinched, her heart pounding as she realized she'd been spotted. "Oh no, we made eye contact." The little girl was in utter panic, her mind racing. How did the guildmaster manage to find his way all the way here? She glanced down at her wrist, where her smartwatch was blinking an emergency signal. "Ah, so it was you." Back at the scene, Onjurim stood coldly over Kidan's body as the enemy's spatial gate began to crack. Crack. The gate shattered, and the boss had already fled. Onjurim wondered, did Malikian escape? The guildmaster clicked his tongue, his face full of annoyance. "That guy is as fast as ever." Kidan thrashed wildly, trying to stand up, but Onjurim held him back. "Calm down, Kidan. You can't do anything by yourself." "I'll kill you!" "Malikian!" Kidan screamed in helplessness, his hatred boundless. Onjurim could only sigh wearily at his subordinate's stubbornness. He gently helped Kidan sit up, his sternness temporarily replaced by concern. Kidan's eyes still trembled, but the flame of vengeance within them had not extinguished. Losing patience, Onjurim firmly pressed Kidan flat onto the ground, locking down any foolish actions. In Han Gru's mind, a power pyramid appeared. Yeti monster is less than S rank. Monster is less than guildmaster. Onjurim, the strongest. Han Gru lay flat on the floor, her mind racing. Time to bolt. As she was scrambling away, a pair of dress shoes blocked her path, making the little girl jump. Guildmaster Onjurim crossed his arms, looking down from above with the gaze of a deity, calling out her name. Han Gru. Caught red-handed, Han Gru immediately switched to flattery mode, grinning widely. "Guildmaster, thank you, sir." Onjurim furrowed his brow, questioning her directly. "Didn't you say you were going home with Manager Yoon? Is this your home?" Knowing she was in trouble, Han Gru whimpered, tears welling up, fearing a scolding. The guildmaster sternly lectured, "Han Gru, you must not act on your own without telling anyone." The little girl meekly assented. But then, the little girl looked up, her eyes full of hidden meaning, seemingly wanting to turn the tables. Han-gru crept closer to Onjurim's leg, mumbling, "Gru is very good at healing these injuries." Onjurim watched the little girl trying to heal him, his voice softening. "You weren't hiding because you were afraid of being scolded, were you?" The little girl shook her head vigorously, trying to act tough. "It doesn't hurt at all." Suddenly, Han-gru raised both her hands, leaving Onjurim bewildered, not understanding what was happening. With teary eyes, the little girl unleashed her ultimate move. "Please hug me." Onjurim could only sigh, then softened, bending down to pick her up. Having achieved her goal, Han-gru hugged the guild leader's neck tightly, laughing gleefully to herself. "He hugged me. He. Comfortably settled in her adoptive father's arms, the little girl suddenly remembered, asking worriedly, "What about Daniappa? Is he hurt?" Hearing Kidan's name, Onjurim's expression immediately darkened, filled with worry. He carried the little girl, gazing into the distance, and simply called his subordinate's name, Dani. The image of Kidan collapsed and a pool of blood appeared, and Onjurim finished his sentence, "He's in pain from the inside." Han-gru pulled out an old book, muttering that Daniappa had started acting strangely ever since he met Malikian. The little girl struggled to pull the book, guessing that Malikian must have used some shady skill. Lying sprawled on the chair, the little girl frantically flipped through the notebook, searching for the name Malikian. Suddenly, a photograph of a building appeared amidst the densely written pages. The little girl read an old newspaper clipping in the notebook, reporting a fire that killed a man named Kimo. The article also stated that the victim's middle school-aged son fortunately survived, and Hunter Onjurim reported that the monster causing the tragedy came from an S-rank dungeon. Han-gru finally understood. Daniappa wanted to confront Malikian because he was the one who killed his entire family. In the little girl's mind, the image of the hooded demon stood tall, completely unfazed by attacks, proving his defense stats were incredibly high. The little girl had an idea, pulling out a dazzling yellow duck-shaped clip, calculating that if Malikian's armor could be broken, Daniappa's attacks would be effective. The system announced, "The enhancement function has been unlocked. Filial piety points can be used to upgrade items, and this clip requires 500 points." The little girl's eyes lit up. She immediately thought of using this duck clip to debuff Malikian. Clasping her hands in prayer, Han-gru decided to go all in. Enhance, go. The duck clip emitted a dazzling blue light. The system reported successful enhancement, and it was now infused with Mephisto and ready for use. The little girl puffed out her cheeks in confusion, not understanding why the system said it could be used instead of upgraded. The system continued to reveal, "A hidden function has been unlocked. The user's attacks have a low chance to ignore the target's effect resistance." Han-gru went wild with joy, raising the clip to the sky and shouting that with this, she could debuff Malikian. The little girl smirked, stroking her hair smugly. "Heh, how long do you think you can dodge my debuffs? I want to see your panicked face." In her imagination, Han-gru, dressed stylishly with black glasses, led the hooded demon, who was trembling like a puppy. Back in reality, the little girl held the clip, humming about a strong, cool body, while glancing at the smartwatch on the table. The smartwatch on the table suddenly rang loudly, and Han-gru quickly snatched it. The little girl happily answered the call, grinning as she reported, "Yes, I'm fine." On the other end of the line, Onjurim announced that the housekeeper would be late and told the little girl to call if she needed anything. Han-gru immediately got to the main point, directly asking about Daniappa's condition. The little girl wondered blankly. "Hez? Fine. Isn't he? Why are you asking?" Onjurim uttered a cryptic remark in a lowered voice. "Because he's like Onjurim." An image of Kidan during his school days, covered in blood with sharp, cold eyes, appeared as an explanation. Han-gru's face went blank, her mind unable to process the deeper meaning in the guild leader's words. The little girl flinched, her face paling as she realized the problem. Could Daniappa be in such grave danger? The scene shifted to Hunak Guild's training room, cluttered with various machines and weights. Kidan, in tattered uniform, was tied tightly to a chair, covered in blood, looking utterly miserable. A muscular man appeared, introducing himself as Kim Jong-won, leader of Combat Team 1, and questioned Kidan about daring to solo Malikian. Kidan raised his defiant eyes, while the team leader analyzed that confronting Malikian alone was no different from committing suicide. Kim Jong-won sighed, showing sympathy for Kidan's intention but making it clear it was unacceptable. The team leader walked around, grumbling, "If our team's representative looks this pathetic, what face do we have left?" He bent down, directly asking Kidan why he didn't trust his teammates more, sarcastically adding that he knew Kidan admired the guild leader for soloing Malikian. An image of Onjurim standing tall on the rooftop appeared, But Kim Jong-un's words poured cold water on the idea. But you're not the guild leader. Even the guild leader needs teammates to climb the tower. Kim Jong-un firmly asserted that Hunak is a guild of top-tier hunters, and Team 1 is the elite of the elites. He squatted down to Kidan's eye level, offering his final advice. If we stand shoulder to shoulder, we can handle an S-rank monster. Kidan, despite being bound and covered in blood, still retorted stubbornly to the team leader. Sure, as long as you're willing to join. Kim Jong-un fell silent, his eyes filled with helplessness at the kid's stubbornness. The team leader let out a long sigh, gently patting Kidan's head as a final reminder. Suddenly, a ghostly voice echoed in Kidan's mind, questioning him about the strong scent of blood. Kid, is that Malikian's blood you reek of? Kidan froze, realizing only he could hear the voice. While Kim Jong-un was still rambling, the voice continued. The familiar scent of the land that once brought me glory. Where is it? The ghostly voice roared in his mind, repeating the question. Where are you hiding, Malikian? Kidan's eyes widened, a horrifying thought flashing through his mind. He looked down at his hand, a glowing red mark smoldering on the back of his palm. Kidan recalled the battle with the Yeti monster. That boss completely ignored him and only focused on Han Gru, as if the little girl was the real threat. The logic clicked. Malikian was parasitizing Han Gru to open his dimension. A demonic phantom with a sinister grin appeared behind the little girl. Back in reality, Kidan stared at the glowing red mark on his hand. Now everything was clear. The illusion of the hooded demon appeared before Kidan, declaring, I am the last descendant of Viat. I must reclaim my saber from you. Kidan didn't flinch, his eyes blazing. The demon whispered, You and I still have unresolved debts, don't we? Kidan suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, startling Kim Jong-un. Kidan, are you crazy? Do you need to go to the hospital? The S-rank kid smirked, revealing a sharp fang, and said nonchalantly, Hyung, I'm sorry. Kidan inquired. The guildmaster isn't at the company, right? Kim Jong-un confirmed, stating that the bureau director had called, and the guildmaster would arrive soon. Kidan told himself that he couldn't forgive himself. He knew Malikian hadn't shown himself out of fear of guildmaster Onjurim, yet was openly disrespecting him. Kidan's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. He strained against his restraints, roaring a challenge. Malikian, open your domain. A spectral dagger appeared in his mind, along with the demon's promise. If you wish to reclaim your sword, the blade of Viat's craving. Kidan erupted with dark mana, snapping his restraints, ready to enter a life-or-death battle. Kim Jong-un could only scream in helplessness as he watched his comrade rush to his death. Kidan's body was dragged into an alternate dimension by an invisible force, despite Kim Jong-un's attempts to hold him back. A beam of light tore through the sky, bringing Kidan to an eerie harbor under a crimson sunset. Malikian, the hooded demon, stood waiting, offering a greeting. Welcome, human child. Kidan landed in his opponent's domain, his face unwavering, ready to fight to the death. Malikian summoned the blade of Viat's craving, a weapon that looked extremely dangerous. He swung his sword, radiating immense killing intent, preparing to strike. The demon sneered, declaring, It's time to reclaim the sword from the unworthy one. A barrage of sharp shadow blades surged towards Kidan from all directions, leaving no escape. The S-rank youth moved like a ghost, deftly dodging each deadly attack. He glided through the storm of weapons effortlessly, without a scratch. Suddenly, the scene changed, and Kidan found himself standing beside a puddle on the floor. It turned out this was an illusion. Kidan was cleaning a swimming pool, and someone asked, How's it going, Dan? A strange man appeared, asking Kidan about the pool management, which seemed to be progressing well. The man, Kidan's father, revealed that this was his mother's dream, a simple and beautiful dream. He explained that a house with a swimming pool was his deceased wife's wish. So, he poured all of his retirement savings and his wife's life insurance money into buying this house in a secluded place. But in Kidan's eyes, that ugly swimming pool was just an eyesore, a painful reminder of his deceased mother. But looking at his father's face, who was talking about his mother's dream, Kidan couldn't refuse. Kidan's father invited him to play catch after they finished cleaning, but Kidan wearily replied that he was out of breath. His father chuckled, teasing his son for wanting to play baseball, despite having such weak stamina. He threw the ball, shouting, Donnie, this is the decisive throw. Center fielder Kidan, if you don't catch it, we lose. Kidan grumbled, thinking this losing condition was too unfair, but still ran after the ball. His father's hearty laughter echoed, a sound Kidan used to love. For them, this swimming pool held his mother's dream, his father's regrets, and their shared memories. But then the beautiful memories shattered, and the baseball fell into a spreading pool of blood. A demonic shadow rose from the ground, seizing Kidan's father while the boy could only stand and watch. Choked by the monster, his father still managed to gasp, urging his son, Dan, run, quickly. Keaton froze on the spot, watching in horror as his father was being devoured, still clutching his baseball glove tightly. The hooded demon Malikian materialized. It was he who was tormenting Keaton with illusions of the past. His father's voice echoed like a baseball commentator, urgently. 9th inning, 2 outs. Runner on third base, Keaton. His urging words jolted Keaton out of his shock. With tear-filled eyes and a face full of determination, he roared his final command. Steal home. Keaton was startled, his whole body trembling at his father's life-or-death command. He turned around, poured all his strength into his legs, and began to run headlong. The horrifying memory flooded back. That day, he had been too scared, not daring to look back for fear the monster would chase him. The son, who only had the physique and stamina from baseball, left his father behind to escape a bitter but successful steal home. Han Gru sat nestled on the sofa, holding several papers with a pensive expression. An article appeared, introducing Keaton, the 5th S-rank awakened, who was once a prominent baseball player in middle school. A flashback showed Keaton and his teammates celebrating their youth baseball championship, looking quite impressive. Han Gru looked up with her big, round eyes, softly calling Keaton by his affectionate nickname, Donnie. Inside a car, Anjurim was on the phone, his face cold as he stated, "It's because Hez acting exactly like me." The guildmaster continued to analyze that Keaton was too stubborn, always wanting to carry the team alone in matters requiring teammates, and asserted that Keaton was not like him. Han Gru clutched the paper, realizing a worrying truth. He is alone. The little girl extended her hand, and a vibrant pink system panel lit up from thin air. The interface displayed a list of guardians, confirming that both Anjurim and Keaton were her primary guardians. Suddenly, Keaton's information frame flashed bright red with an urgent warning. Danger detected for Guardian. Han Gru flinched, her pupils contracting as the giant word danger appeared before her eyes. The system continuously spammed warnings, Keaton's image surrounded by numerous highest-level danger signals. The scene shifted to a colossal ship under a blood-red sky, signaling a battle to the death. Keaton, his hair gleaming red, roared as the sword in his hand erupted with a surge of deep purple magical power. He lunged to attack the hooded demon, swinging his sword in dazzling purple arcs, but the opponent easily dodged. The masked demon Malikian sneered hideously, uttering a blunt insult. "You're too weak." A blazing red slash tore through Keaton's chest, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Keaton staggered and fell, his sword flying from his hand, utterly helpless against the demon's power. He looked up, his eyes revealing pain and despair, his body drenched in blood. Malikian stood above, looking down with a sarcastic tone. "As expected, this is too much for you." Amidst the raging red and black magical power, Keaton stood unsteadily, his body crumbling as if about to vanish. Even on the verge of death, he clutched his sword, telling himself, "I did it anyway. Didn't I?" Memories of fleeing in the past resurfaced, but this time he felt proud. At least I didn't run like a coward. He closed his eyes, accepting his fate. Yes, I did well enough to face this end. Amidst the illusory cherry blossoms, Keaton's blood-soaked body began to disintegrate. He suddenly froze, a bewildered expression on his face as he realized something was wrong. A familiar voice called his name, making the dying Keaton look up. A pink teddy bear radiated a dazzling aura, shouting Keaton's name before rushing straight towards him like a deity. The teddy bear flew through the curtain of flowers, extending its hand towards the collapsing Keaton. Keaton reached out his blood-covered hands, catching the approaching teddy bear. He tumbled onto the floor, clutching the teddy bear tightly in his arms. While coughing violently, Keaton noticed the teddy bear pressing a small potion bottle against his wound. A stream of golden liquid from the potion bottle flowed directly into his bleeding chest. Keaton gasped, realizing he had to escape Malikian's sight immediately. He picked up the teddy bear, extended one hand, and activated his lion's breath skill. A blinding flash erupted, creating a thick cloud of smoke and dust that obscured vision. The hooded demon Malikian merely scoffed contemptuously. What a cheap trick. Keaton crouched down, panting heavily after successfully escaping by a hair's breadth. He looked down at the teddy bear, lying still in his arms, his blood soaking into it. Keaton's eyes widened, his face filled with astonishment as he realized something about the teddy bear. A hand gently stroked Han Gru's head, a worried voice asking, "Look at me. Are you hurt?" Keaton snapped, covered in blood. "Why are you here? Are you stupid?" Han Gru, with teary eyes, retorted, "I'm not stupid," which made Keaton even more furious as he demanded to know why. The little girl clenched her hands, hesitantly explaining, "Because you and I." Han Gru shouted loudly at Keaton, declaring firmly, We are a team. Kidan froze, his brain temporarily shutting down at the little girl's declaration. Hangru asserted she would help, but Kidan dismissed it as nonsense. What can a child like you do? The little girl retorted sharply. You can't do it alone. Danny Appa is not the guildmaster. Kidan was stunned as Hangru repeated the guildmaster's words, that reckless actions equated to foolishness. He gritted his teeth, telling himself that even if he was considered foolish, he still managed to do it in the end. In his mind, Kidan saw himself fighting alone, proud that he hadn't run away like in the past, yet still feeling something was amiss. Hangru looked straight at him, her voice full of reproach. You know that too, so why? Kidan completely collapsed, falling to the floor and admitting defeat, while Hangru quietly sat beside him. The little girl touched his leg, reiterating Kidan's own philosophy about valuing teammates in baseball. Hangru lifted Kidan's chin, her eyes resolute. So, cherish me. I'm on your team. A bright vision appeared. Kidan, happily embracing Hangru, with the guildmaster and Shin Nayun in the background, as the little girl expressed her wish to play with him every day. With sparkling, tear-filled eyes, Hangru delivered her final blow. Don't you want that? A tear rolled down Kidan's cheek, his last defensive wall broken. He quickly wiped away his tears, his voice hoarse but resolute. Yes. For the first time, Kidan truly smiled, agreeing. Let's play together. Kidan gripped Hangru's sleeve, promising to stay by her side every day, from today until forever. Hangru grinned widely, tears still clinging to her cheeks, joyfully responding to the promise. Slap. Hangru unexpectedly swung her hand, slapping Kidan's cheeks to pull the dazed hunter back to reality. Kidan blushed, chastising himself that his previous actions were nothing short of disguised suicide in the name of revenge. Now, he realized this moment, protecting Hangru, was truly worth risking his life for. Kidan began calculating, worried if he could hold out and protect Hangru until Guildmaster Onjurim arrived. Seeing this, Hangru immediately clattered, emptying all the items from her bag onto the floor, declaring she had support items. Kidan looked at the pile of children's toys, a fake phone, lollipops, a bear-shaped baby bottle, and was speechless, wondering what the little girl intended to do with them. Hangru grandly pulled out a gaudy golden duckbill-shaped staff, an item that looked utterly ridiculous yet emanated a powerful aura. The system panel displayed information for Mephisto-stinging duckbill. Reduces target's defense by 50%, increases owner's attack by 100%, and has a defense-piercing effect. Kidan's jaw dropped when he read the line for the Blood Art of Conquest. Ignores the Frost Clan's defense, an absurdly overpowered effect. Hangru puffed out her chest proudly, showing off that she was very useful. Kidan shook his head, pouring cold water on her enthusiasm. It's a good item, but unusable. It's a bound item. Kidan explained that Hangru's stats were too pathetic to break Malikian's magic resistance and apply debuffs to him, not to mention needing to get close enough to land a hit. He continued his analysis, stating that the activation rate for the absolute command skill was also extremely low, probably around 8% at best. Hangru blankly asked what 8% meant, and Kidan bluntly explained, out of 100 throws, 92 will miss, 8 will hit, and it could even be lower. The little girl mumbled 8 out of 100 with a thoughtful expression, beginning to realize the difficulty of the gamble. Suddenly, a strong tremor occurred, startling Hangru, and making her fall backward. Kidan gritted his teeth, realizing that the bastard Malikian was searching for them, and that the spatial isolation item was about to expire. Kidan's gaze sharpened. He knew he had to make a life-or-death decision immediately. Crash. The hidden space shattered, revealing the ruined battlefield before them. Malikian materialized with a savage smile, taunting, "Little one, now you know what it's like to fear death, don't you?" He continued to mock Kidan, who once sought death to atone for his sins, but was now trembling and hiding. At the pathetic taunts, Kidan merely sneered, letting out a scoffing, "Ha!" Stepping decisively out of cover, Kidan, covered in blood, directly confronted the enemy. Malikian crossed his arms, his expression showing amusement as his prey finally revealed itself. "Have you come out to beg for your life?" the hooded demon asked, with a condescending tone. Kidan ignored him, his eyes cold as he activated the Lion's Breath skill, the last gift from his father. Immediately after, the Purple Blood Flow skill also activated, vibrant purple energy enveloping his arm and dagger. Without a wasted word, Kidan shot straight towards Malikian like an arrow. He gripped his weapon tightly, his eyes filled with determination. The goal is a home run. Kidan's sharp gaze directly clashed with Malikian's 3 bloodshot eyes. Whoosh! A multitude of grotesque hands with sharp claws emerged from the ground, poised to tear Kidan apart, but Kidan was too fast. He dodged the attacks and swiftly sliced through several obstructing arms. Clang! Malikian summoned a blazing red sword, easily blocking Kidan's dangerous dagger strike. Kidan slid across the floor, quickly regaining his balance after the devastating impact. Malikian feigned surprise, remarking, "Your movements are better than before." He continued to comment like a superior, acknowledging Kidan's reflexes were indeed terrifyingly genius level. "But your technique is still very green and immature," Malikian declared, then swung his sword, disparaging Kidan as a fool. He pressed the sword close to Kidan's face, growling, "Everything is useless before the great Viet." Kidan was torn open by Malikian's sword, bleeding profusely, but still enduring with all his might. Malikian's demonic eyes gleamed, filled with disdain and delight as he tormented his prey. A multitude of cursed hands lunged at Kidan, determined to tear him to shreds. Malikian sneered, boasting loudly, "With Viet's destructive speed and power, you stand no chance." Kidan gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down, clearly pushed to his absolute limit. But no, Kidan narrowly dodged the attack, his dagger plunging straight into Malikian's leg. The hooded demon was stunned, his mouth agape in disbelief. "No?" Kidan smirked defiantly, his eyes seeming to say, "Surprised, clown?" The scene shifted to a press conference. Cameras pointed directly at the speaker. Kim Jong-won, captain of Team 1, analyzed Kidan's weaknesses. The kid only has 2 main skills, and with less than a year of experience he's still very green. He continued before the flashing cameras of the reporters. But he climbed into the top 5 inches just a few months, surpassing even Korea's most seasoned hunters, which is thanks to his terrifying status, stats, and his innate combat instincts. Plus, his berserk skill amplifies all of that to a new level. Kim Jong-won stated confidently with a proud smile, "Kidan is our trump card." Back in reality, Kidan poured all his strength, the dagger in his hand emitting a dazzling burst of light. Clang! Malikian raised his sword to block but was still thrown back by the destructive force, roaring, "Damn it! How dare you!" A strange white liquid shot from somewhere, hitting Malikian's mask directly. System notification, Bloodcraft skill activated, but the hooded demon remained standing. The system reported, "Resisted debuff effect successfully." From a distant tower, Han Gru, in her pink bear costume, waved, as if everything was part of her plan. Malikian taunted from afar, sneering that the Lord's power in a child's hands was merely a joke, asking Han Gru what she would do now that her only trump card had failed. He roared, brandishing his glowing sword, and declaring he would reclaim Viet's desire. From the rooftop, Han Gru frowned, concentrating her power on something. She swung her hand, and a flurry of white powder balls flew rapidly towards Malikian, who was clashing with Kidan. Thump! Thump! The powder balls stuck to Malikian, but the system continuously reported effect resistance, leaving him slightly puzzled. The hooded demon's 3-pupiled eye narrowed, unable to believe the chaotic stream of effect resistance notifications. Han Gru spread her tiny hands, continuing her relentless spamming while Malikian began to panic. "All of them?" She frowned again, seemingly concentrating intensely on her skill barrage. The scene repeated, as white powder projectiles continued to rain down from Han Gru's position. Malikian was still bracing himself, the effect resistance notifications still appearing, but he seemed to be growing weary. The hooded demon realized something was wrong. His initial confidence had completely vanished. Han Gru flashed a cunning smile, thinking to herself, "If the hit rate is low, then just spam until it hits." Her secret weapon was revealed, a whole batch of bear-shaped honey jars. Malikian was covered in the sticky white liquid, letting out an annoyed growl as he continued to resist. The hooded demon broke into a sweat, realizing he couldn't tank any more hits and decided he had to dodge. Just as Malikian was about to retreat, Kidan had already closed in, grabbing his arm tightly and smirking. "Where are you rushing off to?" Han Gru seized the opportunity. A powder ball in her hand suddenly glowed strangely. Whoosh! The special powder ball flew straight and landed precisely on Malikian's mask. System red alert. Skill activated. Blood constraint. Purple energy chains erupted, binding the hooded demon tightly. Malikian trembled, stammering, "My lord," while the system coldly announced, "The lord assimilates the subordinate's power. Subordinate's defense nullified." Malikian clutched his head, screaming in pain, as the dark energy around him became extremely chaotic. The hooded demon's body began to disintegrate, and he frantically cried out, "No, this cannot be happening. Don't, look at me." Kidan, covered in blood but with sharp, cold eyes, stood tall before his dying opponent. Without a moment's hesitation, Kidan swung his dagger, a decisive slash flying straight towards Malikian. Thwack! The blade plunged directly into the hooded demon's mask, and a crisp shattering sound echoed. The mask shattered, and Malikian stammered in despair. Impossible. This. Kidan looked down at the defeated foe with contempt. Well, Malikian, can you still smell blood now? The hooded demon cried out bitterly. No! To be defeated by a mere human, before his body exploded into a fireball. The system's achievement notification rang out. Achievement unlocked. The sword that defeated Viet's last descendant. Kidan stood there, his aura completely transformed as the system confirmed. The 12 forms of Viet's sword art have been inherited. The dagger in Kidan's hand began to disintegrate into purple energy particles, then vanished. He staggered, clutching his head and admitting, that fight was truly insane. A notification panel appeared, confirming that Viet's desire had been destroyed due to loss of durability. And Kidan stumbled forward. He saw Han Gru sound asleep on the floor, surrounded by empty honey jars, and realized she had run out of mana. Kidan knelt down and gently picked up the sleeping child. He held Han Gru tightly, his eyes resolute. I have to take Gru home. Kidan's eyes suddenly flashed, and an image of guild leader Anjurim appeared in his mind. Anjurim, with his familiar stern expression, appeared, looking as if he was already waiting at home. Kidan held Han Gru, giving a wry smile and thinking to himself, oh no, I'm definitely doomed this time. No sooner had he finished speaking than Kidan collapsed onto the floor from exhaustion, still holding Han Gru tightly, just as Anjurim arrived. The system continuously displayed notifications. Achievement unlocked. Overcoming danger beyond your level. And Kidan officially received the title, Game-Changing Strike. The leaderboard updated instantly. Kidan shot straight to the top 3. While Han Gru's teddy bear also snagged a spot at position 1000. Scene change. The two culprits, Kidan and Han Gru, were kneeling with their hands raised in punishment, looking dejected and profusely apologizing. Guild leader Anjurim stood with his arms crossed, his gaze as sharp as a blade, looking down at the two offenders awaiting judgment. The guild leader's expression was clearly one of extreme displeasure. Even Han Gru was trembling beside him. Anjurim delivered a chilling verdict. Kidan, you will temporarily transfer to the PR team. Kidan's face went pale upon hearing this. The S-rank hunter was horrified, thinking of the PR team as a living hell, where people were drained of their energy to the bone. Kidan began to whine, sniffling and calling out, brother, but Anjurim's face was stone cold, merely uttering, if you have something to say it directly. The big guy started to act cute, blinking his eyes. Come on, brother, don't be so cruel. Dan has been suffering so much lately. Seeing this, Han Gru immediately imitated him, holding her cheeks, puffing out her mouth, and widening her eyes, as if to say, brother Dan must be in great distress. Anjurim smirked, looking amused. Keep going. If you're cute enough, I might reconsider. Kidan felt like throwing up upon hearing this, yelling, brother, I'd rather you punch me. Don't make me go to the PR team. Han Gru tried to intercede, her voice hesitant. Guild leader, please hit Gru, but Kidan quickly covered her mouth. A cold aura emanated from Anjurim as he warned, watch your words in front of children. Kidan could only meekly assent. Anjurim turned to deal with the other one. As for Gru, no TV for a week. Han Gru heard this like a bolt from the blue. She began her signature aegyo, whining and throwing a tantrum to try and sway the guild leader's decision. But Anjurim maintained his stern expression, delivering a concise verdict. Still no. Anjurim turned back to Kidan, his eyes signaling, you understand, right? Kidan understood, immediately flopping onto the floor in a tantrum, startling Han Gru. Han Gru frantically explained, her voice trembling, brother Dan gave it to me. He doesn't want to go to the PR team. Anjurim nonchalantly made up a story, telling Han Gru that Kidan was merely exhausted and drugged, having fallen asleep, and not actually assigned to the PR team. The charade was perfectly staged as an ambulance arrived and paramedics carried Kidan away. Anjurim picked Han Gru up, and the innocent girl imitated the siren sound, saying, brother Dan is going woo-woo. The guildmaster was utterly speechless at the child's innocence. Immediately after, Anjurim received a call, and his tone became serious. Normally, I wouldn't bring up this record, but it turned out Han Gru's past was far from simple. She had once been rejected for adoption. A couple had adopted Han Gru for 3 months, but then returned her to the orphanage. On the other end of the line, Yoon Seo-jun explained that they usually kept this matter quiet, fearing others would think the child had issues. Anjurim pressed the issue, asking, what happened? Yoon Seo-jun recounted that, initially, everything was fine. Han Gru was very well behaved and attached to her adoptive mother, making everyone believe she had found a true home. But just 3 months later, the poor child quietly returned to the orphanage, clutching her teddy bear tightly. In a flashback, the couple sat opposite the orphanage director, their faces filled with fake remorse. The wife tearfully gave the excuse that she was about to have her own child and feared Han-gru would have difficulty adjusting, wanting to find her a family that would love her more. The director was stunned into silence, speechless at their pathetic excuse. Back in the present, Han-gru looked up at Onjurim as he was still on the phone, seemingly sensing something. Yoon So-jun continued to plead, hoping the guildmaster would stay by Han-gru's side even if she might not accept him right away, because the child only needed reassurance. He listed a series of Han-gru's good qualities, begging Onjurim to give her more time. Onjurim interrupted decisively. "I understand, director." His gaze turned sharp and resolute as he firmly asserted, "Don't worry about the child. I will do my best." With that said, Onjurim gently stroked Han-gru's head, a simple action yet full of commitment and protection. Han-gru's eyes crinkled in a smile as Onjurim's steady hand stroked her head, a powerful gesture of protection. Mire University Hospital, where the S-rank patient was recuperating after his charade. Onjurim carried Han-gru, now in a new outfit, straight to the hospital. The girl called out brightly, "Brother Dan, come out and play with us." Ki-dan, sitting on the hospital bed, was startled to see the guildmaster and the guild's ultimate weapon visiting. Onjurim coldly declared, "I'm here to make sure you don't cause any more trouble." Ki-dan could only force a laugh, pretending to be out of breath. Ki-dan picked Han-gru up into his lap, asked if she missed him, and received a blunt answer, "Just a little." Ki-dan tickled Han-gru, making her burst into laughter, then feigned annoyance. "Just a little? You're making me sad." Han-gru curiously looked at Ki-dan's online class on his tablet, noticing that the other students' uniforms were identical to his. Onjurim explained concisely, "Justitia International School, a place that trains mana-wielding prodigies." Onjurim inquired about the situation, and Ki-dan reported that they were the first visitors, with Nayun and Team 1 arriving later. Han-gru innocently asked about the class, and Ki-dan explained that if he didn't attend enough sessions, he would be held back, just like a model student. Ki-dan unexpectedly adjusted Han-gru's overalls, acting like a true older brother. He carefully tied her overall straps, creating a strangely familial moment. Han-gru's appearance on screen immediately caused a stir in the classroom, with his friends exclaiming, "Wow, what's that? So cute." A female student asked directly, "Ki-dan, do you have a little sister?" Ki-dan only forced a smile while Han-gru blushed deeply. The teacher had to intervene to calm the commotion. "Kids, I know it's great to see Dan after a long time, but let's get back to studying." Onjurim picked Han-gru up, announcing curtly, "I'm leaving. Go to class." The guildmaster turned and walked away, and Ki-dan waved goodbye to his two bros. As soon as Onjurim left, Ki-dan immediately reported to the teacher, "Teacher, I need to go out to handle guild matters," then dropped a shocking statement. "And that child is not my sister, nor is she the guildmaster's daughter." The entire online class fell silent, the teacher and students gaping, their brains unable to process the information about the guildmaster's daughter fast enough. After the daughter shock, Han-gru buried her head into Onjurim's shoulder, with only one word repeating in her head, "Daughter." She looked up with a worried expression, afraid the guildmaster would get angry about this disastrous misunderstanding. Ki-dan glanced over, wondering why the atmosphere had become tense. Seeing Onjurim had no reaction, Han-gru sighed in relief, rubbing her face against his shoulder. Just as he was about to leave, Ki-dan suddenly called out, "Brother, wait, I have a favor to ask." The S-ranker made a puppy dog face, blinking rapidly. "Can I have Viet's void? I accidentally broke Viet's desire." Chuckles. Onjurim sighed exasperatedly, agreeing quickly. "Fine, take it. But it's currently at the Bureau of Management." Ki-dan gaped in disbelief. "What? Why is it there? Didn't our guild acquire it?" Onjurim, holding Han-gru, turned to warn Ki-dan in a chilling tone. "Watch your mouth. Gru's involvement in defeating Malikian is an absolute secret." Onjurim probed, "By the way, Ki-dan, did you notice anything strange about Malikian?" Ki-dan nonchalantly replied, "Strange? Its nature is already bizarre, isn't it?" Onjurim revealed a shocking piece of information. "From what I've heard, there's a rat in the Bureau of Management. That very rat released Malikian into the dungeon." Ki-dan was utterly shocked, unable to believe his ears. How could that be? Is moving an S-rank monster that easy? Onjurim narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp. There is one place that can do that. Both Onjurim and Ki-dan fell silent, and the atmosphere in the hospital room grew heavy. Suddenly, Han-gru looked up, seemingly hearing a strange sound from the door. Knock knock. There was a knock at the door, and a silhouette flickered through the small glass pane. The door opened, and a polite man with ash-blonde hair and glasses spoke up. "Excuse me, I'm here to see Hunter Ki-dan." Han-gru recognized the familiar face. Her eyes lit up as she exclaimed, Uncle, the man smiled kindly and waved at the girl. Hello, little princess. We meet again. Kidan stared blankly at the scene before him, asking Anjurim, are they acquainted? Jin Siwon could only force a smile, explaining that they had met at the registration center, but sweat poured down due to the pressure from the guildmaster. Jin Siwon offered his business card, introducing himself as the special investigation team leader of the management bureau to alleviate Kidan's suspicions. Kidan flinched, muttering the name Jin Siwon as if he had just heard of a living legend. Jin Siwon merely gave a wry smile, scratching his head as he admitted, it's probably the Jin Siwon you're thinking of. Anjurim, still holding Han Gru, interrupted the conversation with a stone-cold expression. So, what are you doing here? Jin Siwon explained that he had come to ask Kidan a few questions regarding the investigation into Malikian. Jin Siwon's gaze turned serious as he got straight to the point. Do you know about Gnosis? Kidan fell silent, his expression hardening. Clearly, this name was far from ordinary. Han Gru and Anjurim also looked bewildered, hearing the name Gnosis for the first time. Jin Siwon repeated the question, his gaze piercing Kidan, not allowing him to evade. Kidan smirked, his voice full of sarcasm. Of course I know. What hunter doesn't know about Gnosis? Jin Siwon forced a smile, and just as he was about to speak further, he clumsily dropped his phone. With a whoosh, the phone slipped from the team leader's hand. Anjurim reacted incredibly fast, snatching the phone mid-air and handing it back to Jin Siwon. Kidan was stunned, a thought flashing through his mind. Could this really be that Jin Siwon? This Jin Siwon was a legend, one who had taken the hunter world by storm, soaring straight to the top 2 upon arriving in Korea, with a past as a national intelligence agent. The system explained, hunter ranking points are usually earned by hunting monsters in dungeons. Although points can be gained sporadically by using skills, the amount is too meager, so dungeon farming remains the true path. However, there is still a secret method to rapidly ascend the ranks. That is the bloody path, killing another hunter and absorbing all of the victim's ranking points. After the Great Cataclysm, Korea became a superpower, and surviving among the top-ranked hunters was not easy, no matter how formidable you were. A scene of war flashed through Kidan's mind, and he wondered if a defector could climb to Korea's top 2 rank just by dungeon farming, or by hunting other players to steal points. Amidst these dark thoughts, Jin Siwon offered candy to Han Gru with an unsettling friendliness. Kidan thought to himself, this Jin Siwon had now ceased public activities, so his rank must have plummeted uncontrollably. Jin Siwon got straight to the point, questioning Kidan. We suspect Malikian was corrupted and mutated by Gnosis. Did you notice anything unusual? Kidan scratched his head, trying to recall, but helplessly admitted he knew nothing specific enough to recognize any peculiarities. Anjurim suddenly spoke up, his sharp gaze directly addressing the agent by his title, Team Leader Jin. The Hunok Guildmaster's voice was stern, questioning why Jin Siwon was repeating old questions to a patient when he had already reported everything thoroughly. Jin Siwon was speechless when Anjurim flatly declared that Kidan was a minor, and he was his legal guardian. Cornered, the agent could only stammer excuses that he was merely following his superior's procedures. Anjurim cut him off without mercy, annoying. Jin Siwon was crushed by the guildmaster's aura, only able to bow his head and mumble an apology. Han Gru innocently looked up and asked, Uncle, what is Gnosis? Are they bad people? Jin Siwon was dumbfounded, unsure how to answer a child's question about such a dark concept. Memories flooded back. An enigmatic blonde woman with an eerie smile appeared. Gnosis is Genya. I will give you a chance. The city was engulfed in flames, and the woman ordered Jin Siwon to protect this place, even if it meant killing her. She commanded, then pick up that gun, Genya. The young Jin Siwon trembled, drenched in sweat, facing a choice more brutal than any other. The blonde woman smirked, a smile full of satisfaction and power. Amidst the scene of destruction, she declared, with this, everything that happens hereafter is your choice. The flashback ended with a child collapsing, desperately pleading, Uncle, please spare me. The brutal flashback continued, the severely wounded child crawling through a pool of blood, calling out with a trembling voice, Uncle. The young Jin Siwon's hand dropped, helpless. The blonde woman whispered into Jin Siwon's ear, her voice full of enchantment. This is not the end. The entire city was engulfed in flames, a scene of complete annihilation. Back in the present, Jin Siwon startled awake from his flashback upon hearing Han Gru call out, Uncle? Han Gru looked up with wide, innocent eyes, bewildered as to why the adult was so frozen. Jin Siwon forced a smile, explaining to Han Gru that Gnosis was an extremely wicked villain, and warned her to be careful. Han Gru's eyes crinkled in a smile, happily replying with a cheerful, yes. Jin Siwon melted at the girl's cuteness, reaching out to affectionately pat her head. Kidan, still in his patient gown, stared intently at the trio with sharp eyes. Jin Siwon flinched, sensing the killing intent emanating from Kidan. Onjurim suddenly spoke, cutting straight to the chase. Speaking of which, team leader Jin, you're from Kirus, aren't you? The nation that vanished after the large-scale dungeon break caused by Gnosis. Kidan was shocked upon hearing this. Jin Siwon smiled and admitted, that's right, that's why I defected. Onjurim immediately cut off the conversation, declaring that Kidan was a patient and needed rest, demanding that all further questions be submitted in writing for the guild to handle. Jin Siwon politely bowed to Kidan, instructing him to make contact if he remembered anything. Jin Siwon turned to bid farewell to Guildmaster Onjurim and prepared to leave. The moment Jin Siwon turned his back, a series of system notifications appeared in his mind, revealing Onjurim's true thoughts. Onjurim is calculating how to hide your corpse. The ruler of the frozen lands is enjoying your torment. Jin Siwon froze, realizing he had accidentally read the guildmaster's thoughts. Onjurim narrowed his eyes suspiciously, while Han Gru still smiled innocently. Jin Siwon mused that a hunter's skills were top secret, but he had to reveal some information when defecting to Korea, and perhaps the news had reached Onjurim. As Jin Siwon left, he reassured himself that there were two more important messages to handle, temporarily setting aside the danger from Onjurim. Jin Siwon feigned a polite goodbye, and innocent Han Gru waved bye-bye while Onjurim stood behind her, his gaze already marking the man for death. The system notified Jin Siwon, Han Gru feels sad that you are leaving, and more importantly, the Lord's fragment is watching you with interest. The moment he turned his back, Jin Siwon realized Han Gru's information was concealed by an item, confirming the child was no ordinary individual. Jin Siwon summoned his trump card, a white serpent named Barrett. Barrett's skill was revealed. Barrett's Whisper, SSS rank, a mind-hacking ability specialized in reading the target's thoughts and emotions. Truly formidable. Jin Siwon began connecting the dots, recalling the widespread monosuppression incident at the Awakened Center when he first met Han Gru. He wondered if the Hunak Guild had gone to great lengths, shutting down the entire center just to conceal a child's true rank. Jin Siwon felt a chill run down his spine, muttering that if the duo Onjurim and Han Gru turned hostile, it would truly be a disaster. As he walked and pondered, he speculated about the girl's rank. Could she be B rank? Jin Siwon analyzed that early awakeners usually had very low ranks. Most couldn't even reach D rank. But Han Gru was a special case, possessing the mysterious entity, the Lord's fragment. If revealed, it would not only bring fame but also great misfortune. He was determined not to let that happen to such an adorable child, stroking his beloved serpent. Jin Siwon clenched his fist, only hoping they wouldn't get involved with those scoundrels from Gnosis. Because Gnosis was an organization that specialized in hunting down gifted children to use as test subjects. Scene change. Outside a kindergarten, several mothers were whispering and gossiping as they saw a luxurious car pull up. Another little girl with a giant red bow was led into the school. It seemed like a special day. Onjurim, looking like a national father figure, held Han Gru's hand as she wore a brand new princess dress. Han Gru, looking bewildered, tugged Onjurim's shirt and asked softly, Onjurim, why are we at kindergarten? Onjurim remained silent, offering no reply, while Han Gru puffed out her cheeks in confusion, not understanding what was happening. It turned out that last night, the little princess had declared emphatically, Gru doesn't want to go to school anymore. Gru wants to be a hunter. Flashing back to the previous evening, Onjurim was struggling with a headache while dealing with a pile of guild paperwork. He picked Han Gru up and questioned her directly. Why suddenly don't you want to go to school anymore? You liked it just a few days ago. The little girl whimpered, her voice mournful. Kindergarten is fun, but my friends don't like Gru. Onjurim's expression hardened, realizing this problem was more serious than he had imagined. He continued to ask while she was still nestled in his arms. When playing princess, they didn't let Gru be the princess? Did they make you a maid? Han Gru's eyes welled up with tears, her voice full of grievance. I was the horse handler. The leader of Korea's #1 guild turned his face away, trying to suppress a burst of laughter that threatened to erupt. He awkwardly consoled her. Well, you just have to say directly that you want to be the princess too, right? Han Gru shook her head vigorously. It's not that simple, leaving Onjurim speechless. The little girl continued to complain. Gru even made a super cool dinosaur battleship, but they broke it. Onjurim started to get annoyed. Did you tell the teacher? In a flashback, the teacher was arranging for Han Gru and a girl named Harry to shake hands and make up, but Han Gru's face still showed much resentment. Onjurim wondered, why don't you play with other friends? But Han Gru insisted, I want to be close friends with Harry. The little girl explained the reason. Harry is as pretty as a princess. Everyone likes her. She wears beautiful dresses, and her dad picks her up too. Onjurim couldn't believe it. Absurd. How could anyone be prettier than Gru? She should be the one trying to play with Gru. A series of images of Han Gru's designer wardrobe appeared, but the little girl shook her head. Not that kind, but something truly pretty. Onjurim was completely stumped, muttering, "This is truly a difficult case." After confiding her feelings, Han Gru began to worry in turn. Am I bothering the guild leader? The little girl thought to herself about the pile of paperwork and Onjurim working late. If he doesn't get enough sleep, he won't recover his mana. She puffed out her cheeks, psyching herself up. An ultimate hunter cannot act like a child. Resolutely sliding off Onjurim's lap, Han Gru declared firmly, "Gru is fine now. Gru is going to sleep." True to her word, Han Gru, wrapped in her blanket, waddled back to her room, acting like a true grown-up. Onjurim could only watch her, speechless, not understanding what the little girl was up to. The next morning, the sleepy little girl opened her door and invited, "Guild leader, let's go brush our teeth." But after calling repeatedly and finding no one, the little girl peeked into his bedroom and found it empty. "He's gone?" The little girl started to panic. She rushed to the living room, but couldn't find any trace of the guild leader there either. Her spirit seemed to float away, and she began to think negatively. Did he abandon Gru because I bothered him yesterday? She started to whimper, running around the house, desperately calling out, "Guild leader!" On the verge of tears, her eyes already brimming, the little girl looked utterly pitiful. Finally, she found her target in the study. Onjurim had collapsed on his desk, surrounded by mountains of paperwork. The little girl froze when she saw the pile of empty coffee cups. Immediately realizing he had worked tirelessly all night, she tiptoed closer, accidentally stepping on some papers, and curiously picked them up to look. The little girl held up a piece of paper and began to read its contents. What caught her eye was a series of research documents. How to handle kindergarten friendships, types of bullying in preschool, and coping strategies, all entirely about her problems. The little girl froze, realizing the guild leader had stayed up all night to find a solution for her trivial troubles. Just then, Onjurim stirred slightly, appearing to be about to wake up. Han Gru flinched, panicked at the thought that she had woken him, while he merely lifted his head and asked, "Han Gru, are you awake?" To cover her tracks, the little girl immediately clapped her hands loudly and sang a lullaby. Hushaby, our dear guild leader, go to sleep now." Onjurim chuckled, fully awake. "I'm completely awake now." He scooped the little girl up and declared, "Let's go wash our faces. Today, I'll personally take you to kindergarten." The scene of Kakumnamu Kindergarten appeared, the main battlefield of the day. Onjurim, the guild master of the Hashon Guild, personally led Han Gru to school, with an aura like a boss monster wandering into a beginner zone. A teacher stood at the door, her face blank upon seeing the formidable duo, stammering a greeting. Onjurim smirked, introducing himself as Han Gru's guardian, his aura radiating like a deity. The two teachers were stunned by this wave of charisma damage, their minds screaming, "Gru's dad is incredibly cool." Onjurim sat down at her eye level, promising to pick her up, which made Han Gru worriedly ask about his work. He replied concisely with a serious expression, "This is more important." Han Gru was visibly moved, obediently nodding repeatedly. Onjurim whispered into her ear, boosting her morale. "To me, Gru is the most beautiful princess." He gave the green light for all her actions. "If you're annoyed, just get angry. Even fighting is fine." The little girl hesitated, still haunted by the past. "But I can't cause trouble." Onjurim issued an SSS-grade assurance, patting her head. "Just do whatever you want, because I will take care of everything for you." Receiving the ultimate protective charm, Han Gru's eyes crinkled in a smile, and all her worries vanished. The little girl happily agreed, enjoying the guildmaster's powerful head pat. Filled with courage, Han Gru hugged Onjurim, declaring, "I feel like I can do anything." The little girl delivered a critical blow. "Guildmaster, I love you." Onjurim's eyes flickered slightly, clearly overwhelmed by this emotional attack. He gently replied, all right, and held his little princess tightly. The scene shifted to the Hunak Guild headquarters, where an employee named Park Gusung from Management Team M was introducing himself. Employee Park Gusung stood on the podium, a bit awkward, announcing the start of the presentation. Employee Park Gusung began his presentation on the situation regarding the procurement of dungeon byproducts, visibly trembling. Sitting in his seat, Guildmaster Onjurim paid no attention, merely coldly checking his watch and tapping his fingers rhythmically, showing impatience. The Guildmaster's expression was visibly annoyed, etched with boredom. Two other employees sitting next to each other began whispering, recognizing their boss's deadly aura. Is the guildmaster unhappy about something today? Anjurim's mind was filled with worry. It's already past school dismissal time. Why hasn't she called yet? He recalled Hangru telling him this morning that someone would pick her up after school, but he was still uneasy. Anjurim continued to be lost in thought, worrying if the little girl had been bullied today or if she had made any friends yet. On the podium, Park Gusung was sweating profusely, clearly feeling the terrifying pressure from the guildmaster, and thought to himself, the guildmaster is so scary. Suddenly, Anjurim's phone rang, and the screen displayed Gru's name. Without a moment's hesitation, he shot up and declared, "Let's take a short break," leaving a stunned Park Gusung behind. Anjurim muttered as he walked, thinking that if the little girl cried, he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. The entire meeting room was bewildered, not understanding why they had to go comfort Park Gusung. On the other end of the line, Hangru exclaimed excitedly, "Guildmaster, this new phone is truly amazing," Anjurim inquired, and Hangru happily reported that she had just returned from playing with Harry. It turned out that Harry had apologized for being jealous when Hangru became a hunter, and the two had made up, sharing a warm hug. Hearing the good news, Anjurim smiled faintly in relief. That's good then. Hangru showed off her new achievement. Today in class, I drew the guildmaster. Let me show you. The little girl held up a drawing of a four-legged human figure, looking like a pet, with hearts flying chaotically around it. Anjurim froze, his brain unable to process this masterpiece of art, his inner self screaming, "Wait a minute. Is this even a person? 4 legs?" Meanwhile, Hangru innocently held up the drawing, her face full of pride, and asked, "Is it pretty?" Even though his brain was lagging because of the drawing, Anjurim still tried to maintain a cool expression, declaring, "It's unique and creative, just leave it in the office." The guildmaster involuntarily smiled, thinking to himself that before, he used to see Secretary Yoon showing off pictures of his child and smiling like an idiot, never understanding what was so great about it. Now, he himself wanted to hear all of Hangru's silly stories, as the little girl was chattering non-stop on the other end of the line. Hangru chatted that her classmates got to go to an amusement park, making her a little jealous, which made Anjurim pause and ask, "You've never been?" The little girl innocently replied, "Yes. What about you, guildmaster? Are you very busy?" Anjurim recalled his own experience, commenting with a cold expression that amusement parks were just a noisy, chaotic mess, full of children and brats. But then he suddenly did a complete 180-degree turn, sealing the deal, "Shall we go?" which made Hangru on the other end of the line completely freeze. Anjurim smiled powerfully, bluntly declaring, "Let's go to the amusement park." Immediately, the scene shifted to the park. Hangru extremely excited, her arms spread wide, shouting with joy. The majestic scene of fairy mechanic Saurus Land appeared, with dinosaur mascots and magnificent castles. Hangru ran around cheerfully everywhere, her mouth continuously cheering, while Anjurim quietly followed behind, wearing a baseball cap to hide his identity. Although he disliked crowded places, Anjurim faintly smiled, admitting, "It's not bad." He thought to himself that he had to use several layers of sensation-dampening magic just to get in here, but seeing the little girl so happy, it was worth it. Hangru suddenly excitedly pointed at a pink dinosaur mascot wearing a dress. "Oh, it's the hunter dinosaur princess," leaving Anjurim speechless, wondering what kind of hybrid this was. The little girl, her eyes sparkling, insisted, "Let's take a picture. Please take a picture." Anjurim indulged his little princess, taking pictures of her with the mascot, and then they both rode the carousel together. Amidst the vibrant parade, Anjurim carried Hangru in his arms so she could see more clearly. After having a blast, Anjurim carried the tired little girl in his arms, asking, "Do you want anything to eat? How about dinosaur popcorn?" But the little girl shook her head, already full to the brim. The guildmaster opened the park map, asking, "So, where do you want to go next?" Hangru pointed towards the giant Ferris wheel in the distance, declaring firmly, "Gru has a place she wants to go." Hangru decisively pointed at the map, choosing the Labyrinth Palace as her next target. She explained that she had thoroughly researched this location on a legitimate amusement park review blog. It turned out to be a thoughtful review, suggesting the treasure hunt program so parents could relax while the kids had fun on their own. The article also emphasized that this was a limited-time event, only for 1 month, a real must-see that needed to be checked out right away. Hangru secretly thought this was an opportunity to repay his kindness, giving the guild leader a break after being exhausted from playing all day. A female staff member with a professional smile waved, calling for the little dinosaur participants of the treasure hunt to gather. The staff member explained the rules. Collect 5 stamps to receive the treasure, and the treasure is hidden everywhere. Anjurim grimaced, speechless at the park's habit of adding Sauruses to every sentence. Han-gru glanced at the rival kids lining up, and the competitive atmosphere began to heat up. But she didn't flinch, confidently declaring that Gru was S rank and fully equipped for today. The female staff member bent down to ask Han-gru's age as she held Onjurim's hand. A bolt from the blue! The staff member announced that the children's group was only for ages 5 to 10. Han-gru panicked, flailing her arms wildly because her 5th birthday was still a long way off. Onjurim watched the girl experiencing her first shock in life, deeply disappointed with the world after only 4 years of existence. Onjurim intervened, lying without batting an eye that she had just turned 5, merely born late in the year, making her smaller than her peers. The staff member completely believed him, and happily directed Han-gru to join the line with the other children. Han-gru was about to bow deeply in thanks, but Onjurim coldly brushed her off, signaling her to hurry up. Everything went smoothly, and Han-gru happily trotted into line, ready for the hunt. Meanwhile, Onjurim was directed to the parents' waiting room, his gaze stopping at 2 security guards. The guild leader couldn't help but be surprised. An activity center for children guarded by awakened individuals? This wasn't simple. Onjurim clicked his tongue, thinking that having awakened individuals on guard here wasn't a big deal. The guild leader was confident that if trouble arose, the staff would call him immediately, while Han-gru happily whistled in anticipation. The park staff member announced the rules. From now on, children have 15 minutes to find the treasure. She held up a capsule, explaining that inside could be a toy or a blank piece of paper, so they had to search carefully. Han-gru, full of vigor, raised her hand and resoundingly answered, "Yes." The rival kids started chattering, some demanding to go into the ball pit maze, others running around aimlessly. Han-gru smirked contemptuously, thinking, a bunch of foolish children. Not wanting to waste time, she immediately rummaged through her small handbag. Pop! The detective magnifying glass toy was pulled out, ready for action. She smiled confidently, knowing perfectly well that the high-quality toys were embedded with low-grade monostones, and with this item, finding them would be a trivial matter. Looking like a child detective with a fake mustache, Han-gru began to scan her surroundings. Suddenly, the magnifying glass reflected an unusual sparkling light, startling her. The signal came from a wall, and Han-gru crawled closer to check, unable to believe it. Crack! It turned out to be a secret wall, and the treasure capsule was nestled neatly inside. Han-gru was smug, her cheeks puffed up with pride. Gru is truly different. Just as she was about to grab the prize, another hand was faster, snatching the capsule right before her eyes. The taunting kid shamelessly declared, "But I got it first," despite Han-gru insisting she was the one who found it. Han-gru angrily snatched back. "Gru found it first, so it's Gru's. Give it back." But the kid was taller, so she only reached empty air. The kid smirked mischievously, holding up the prize to taunt her. "Helpless, aren't you? You tiny little bean." With that, he turned and ran straight to show the teacher. "Teacher, I found the treasure," leaving Han-gru frozen on the spot. Han-gru trembled with anger, unable to believe she had been called a tiny bean. Annoyed, she muttered, "Gru just needs to find another one, that's all." Determined to redeem herself, Han-gru pulled out a fancy set of tools from her bag, declaring, "I wasn't planning on using this." But, inside, the pink toy wagon was a complete set of extremely professional-looking digging tools. Han-gru dragged her heavy gear to search thoroughly, while the taunting kid and his friend walked past. The taunting kid swaggered proudly again. "Follow me. I'll show you something really impressive." Using her magnifying glass, Han-gru detected an extremely strong light emanating from the women's restroom. The taunting kid pouted. "Pfft, she's going into the women's restroom," while Han-gru silently cursed. "Idiots." Han-gru sneaked into the restroom, peeking around to check if anyone was there. She carefully peered through a crack into a closed toilet stall. Through the magnifying glass, the target was revealed. The treasure was hidden right inside the toilet tank, truly a tricky spot. To act more easily, Han-gru decided to take off her wristwatch first. But when she looked down at her hand, she was startled. "Huh? Where's my watch?" Han-gru was extremely panicked, frantically searching. "Where did I drop it?" Just then, a pink dinosaur mascot unexpectedly poked its head out from a toilet stall. Han-gru was startled, bewildered by what was happening. The mascot silently left, leaving Han-gru still frozen in place. Suddenly, an unfamiliar boy appeared, scooped Han-gru up, and neatly placed her on the toilet lid. The boy placed a finger to his lips, gesturing for Han-gru to be absolutely silent. Han-gru was stunned, thinking to herself that this was the most beautiful child she had ever met. Yet at the same time, she felt the face was a little familiar. Inside a restroom stall, a woman in a mascot costume was on the phone, asking about an old man's situation. Looking around, the woman reassured the person on the other end that no one was there, while Han Gru and the mysterious boy stayed silent in the next stall. Han Gru overheard her plan. "Don't worry, I'll neatly snatch the USB containing Chairman Nam Ji-won's will." Han Gru suddenly remembered the park's public address system had warned about pickpocketing. In a flashback, Han Gru had happily held hands with the Princess Saurus mascot. Now, shocked, she wondered, could that dinosaur have also stolen my watch? The woman in the mascot costume hung up the phone, saying she would go out first. Once she was gone, Han Gru and the strange boy both sighed in relief. Seeing the boy about to leave, Han Gru quickly tugged at his sleeve. Han Gru, trembling, warned, "Don't go out yet. They might be waiting outside." The boy understood, let out a sigh, and slumped down into the corner of the room. Han Gru, confused, asked what was happening, and the boy bluntly replied, "That dinosaur is a pickpocket. It stole my necklace." The boy lowered his head, his voice full of bitterness. "What's the point of telling adults? Anyway, no one cares about me." The boy said he was abandoned by his father and that woman at the park, and Han Gru immediately noticed how he referred to the woman. The boy clenched his fists, declaring with determination, "Tomorrow, I'll handle it myself. I'll find my necklace myself." Han Gru curiously asked, "Is it very expensive?" And the boy replied hesitantly, "Not exactly expensive." The boy sadly said that it was his mother's gift. Han Gru felt helpless, thinking to herself that if she had a kid's phone, she would have called the guild leader for help, but all she had was the smartwatch she had just lost. Suddenly, a bold idea struck Han Gru. "Wait a minute. If the stolen items are in the next stall, I just need to retrieve them, right?" Han Gru stood up abruptly, spread her arms, and declared grandly, "Beautiful boy, don't be sad anymore. Gru will help you." The boy blushed at being called beautiful, hastily correcting her. "Beautiful? What are you talking about? My name is Wu Ju. Sao Wu Ju." Sao Wu Ju thought to himself, "This girl is also as pretty as a doll, no better than anyone else." The boy asked directly, "Are you also in the industry?" Han Gru looked bewildered, hearing the word industry for the first time, not understanding anything at all. So Wu Ju explained that, in the industry, meant doing similar work to him. Han Gru was startled, realizing she could sense mana from this boy. Could he also be a hunter? She asked again to confirm, and So Wu Ju looked surprised. "You don't even know this?" Han Gru quickly covered up, saying she was just a rookie, making So Wu Ju nod. "I knew it." Being considered a newbie, Han Gru puffed out her cheeks in indignation, thinking to herself, "Do I look that clueless?" Unable to tolerate being underestimated, her eyes sharp, she declared, "Just watch. I'll show you what an S-rank skill looks like." And the S-rank weapon pulled out was a toy grabber with a bamboo propeller. Seo Wuju froze, stammering, "What the heck is that?" While Han Gru nonchalantly demonstrated its grabbing function. Han Gru pointed at the toilet, confidently declaring she would use this toy to retrieve items from the toilet tank. Seo Wuju crossed his arms and sighed, openly disdainful. Truly a child, planning to solve things with a toy? Despite being scorned, Han Gru only smirked mysteriously, as if to say, "Just you wait." She climbed onto the toilet, raised the toy, and ordered beautiful Wuju to watch closely. Whoosh! The propeller spun rapidly, and the toy actually flew up, making So Wuju gape in astonishment. Both children held their breath, watching the homemade drone hover right above the toilet tank lid, preparing to execute the grab of the century. Suddenly, a hand from above snatched the flying toy. The female thief poked her head over the partition, smirking maliciously. "Hiding here. Aren't you just adorable kids?" Discovered, both Han Gru and Seo Wuju screamed loudly, clinging to each other in extreme fear. The thief smirked maliciously, poking her head over the partition to scare the two kids. "Come here, sweeties," making Han Gru turn pale because the voice was identical to the princess mascot's. Cornered, Han Gru frantically rummaged through her bag, looking for something useful to turn the tables. Losing patience, the thief growled, "Forget it, get out," then lunged forward, making Han Gru fall backward. Smack! A yellow toy chicken unexpectedly flew straight into the thief's face, making her freeze. The secret weapon was deployed, the D-rank creepy laughing chick toy, which automatically activates a ghostly laugh mode, causing the target to panic for 10 seconds. The thief was immediately hit. Affected by the skill, the thief screamed and tumbled headfirst into the toilet. Han Gru seized the opportunity, pulled Seo Wuju, and ran for their lives. The two kids ran frantically out of the restroom, rushing into an empty corridor with a decorative statue. Both quickly hid behind the statue, stealthily peeking out to assess the situation. The corridor was empty. It seemed they had temporarily shaken off their pursuer. Han Gru sighed in relief, suggesting they find an adult to report the thief. Seo Wooju flatly refused, reasoning like a wise old man. Report to whom? Without proof, adults will believe that wretched woman, never two kids like us. Han Gru pouted, saying she wouldn't say anything bad, but Seo Wooju still disagreed. The boy snapped irritably. Idiot, what's wrong with using it on bad guys? Making Han Gru ask bewilderedly. Really? Seo Wooju awkwardly admitted he only picked up these tricks while filming and didn't often use them. Han Gru still tried to persuade him, thinking that if they told adults, maybe they would believe them. Seo Wooju replied with a bitter gaze, firmly asserting, "No, all adults are the same." The boy clenched his hands, explaining that the thief would just lie to his father, saying that he himself had lost the necklace. Seo Wooju sadly said that if he couldn't get back his mother's keepsake necklace, his father would be very sad. This made Han Gru also think about how disappointed the guild leader would be if she lost her watch. The two children looked at each other, Han Gru's eyes blazing with fighting spirit, determined to reclaim what was lost. Ah, an idea light bulb flashed above the head of the crafting genius Han Gru. Han Gru whispered into Seo Wooju's ear, outlining their strategy. Wooju, look. The boy looked doubtful. Can you really do that? But Han Gru confidently asserted, you saw it, didn't you? Gru doesn't lie. Seo Wooju crossed his arms, pondering deeply, seemingly convinced by her confidence. Finally, the boy sighed, agreeing to team up. There's no other way. Let's go. The two held hands, officially forming a junior alliance to retrieve their lost items. Han Gru pointed the way. The teacher said to gather over there, bringing along my new teammate. As soon as they arrived, they were blocked by the teasing kid and his friend. The blonde kid arrogantly asked, "Why are you so late? Found anything yet?" Clearly looking for trouble. Seo Wooju turned to Han Gru, pointed at the kid, and casually asked, "Is that the villain?" Startling her because his guess was spot on. The boy explained, "He just looks the part." While the teasing kid began to fume at being underestimated, Han Gru covered her mouth and giggled, teasing back, "Wooju really judges by appearances." Provoked, the teasing kid furiously lunged forward, intending to grab Seo Wooju's collar. But Han Gru was quicker, pulling her teammate back and shouting loudly, "Let's go!" The two darted away, leaving the teasing kid helplessly screaming behind them. Han Gru pointed ahead, to where the park staff member was gathering the children. But as soon as they looked closely, both froze. The pickpocket had taken off the mascot costume and was standing right next to the staff member. The park staff member cheerfully waved and called out, "Little ones, it's time to gather. Quickly line up." Both Han Gru and Seo Wooju broke out in a cold sweat. This situation was more intense than expected. The teacher is with Princess Saurus. This isn't good. Han Gru scanned around for help, wondering if there were any other adults around, and spotted a mysterious old woman with a cane passing by. The park staff member approached, smiled, and asked, "Are they your friends? Who is this new friend standing next to you?" Completely unaware that the enemy was right behind her, the pickpocket turned around, baring her teeth in a murderous grin, making Han Gru gasp in fear. Han Gru quickly pulled Seo Wooju's hand, her voice trembling. "We have to get out of here first." But Seo Wooju quickly changed his tune, took off his hat, and ran smiling towards the staff member. "Miss, we just found an amazing treasure in the restroom." The park staff member and a boy standing nearby looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, that boy pointed at Seo Wooju and shouted, "Oh, it's Seo Wooju." The entire crowd, including the staff member, all recognized the boy as the famous child actor from the movie The King and the Shooting Star. Seo Wooju flashed a professional smile, confidently confirming, "That's right, it's me." Han Gru stood behind, her jaw dropped upon seeing Seo Wooju surrounded by a crowd asking for autographs. Han Gru's brain couldn't process it fast enough. She froze in place. "Wooju, you're not a hunter but an actor?" Meanwhile, elsewhere, Onjurim was relaxing in a fancy cafe. He was scrolling on his phone, seemingly focused on something. It turned out that the leader of Korea's #1 guild was trying to create an account on a parent community forum, but the username Onjurim was already taken. He frowned in annoyance, wondering which crazy guy would use the name Onjurim to join a forum for parents. Trying other names like Jurim, Hyunak, Kidan, Yoon, Sojun, all were already taken, leaving him speechless. Onjurim annoyedly wondered if there were any names he hadn't tried yet. An image of Shin Na-yoon briefly flashed in his mind, but he immediately dismissed it. Using a woman's name on a mother's forum felt a bit wrong. Just then, his phone received a new message. Onjurim glanced at the screen, his eyes sharpened, and his mouth curved into a contemptuous ha. The message was from someone claiming to be the chairman's secretary, inviting him and his adopted granddaughter to dine on Memorial Day. Onjurim typed a reply at lightning speed, his tone icy. Say that again. Whose granddaughter is whose? Then typed decisively. Tell the chairman that this number has been outright blocked by Onjurim. Without a second's hesitation, he pressed the block button, cutting off all contact. Onjurim let out a sigh, crossed his arms, and waited in his fully concealed attire. Suddenly, a faint pink magical aura swept through the area. Onjurim immediately recognized it, his eyes sharpening. I've sensed magic twice. An image of Han Gru appeared in his mind. He mused. The first time was Gru's magic. But what about the second time? He touched the sensation-blocking patch on the back of his neck, muttering that there was no danger signal, but he couldn't be sure from a distance. A nearby man suddenly shouted into his phone, catching Onjurim's attention. My Gyu-han is suddenly immobile. Onjurim frowned, not understanding what that guy was rambling about, a blonde girl. The man was so panicked that he dropped a roll of medical tape onto the floor. Sensing trouble, Onjurim stood up, deciding he had to go check the situation. In the crowd, a boy cheered upon recognizing child actor Seo Woo-ju from the movie The King and the Shooting Star. Seo Woo-ju smiled brightly, confidently confirming his identity. Immediately, a crowd gathered, demanding autographs, including Han Gru, who was standing and observing. The woman in the orange hat accompanying him feigned shouting for everyone to line up. Han Gru thought to herself that the plan had succeeded. If they just attracted everyone's attention, then the culprits wouldn't dare to act rashly. She was waiting for the claw machine toy and the pull cart to lure the culprit out after retrieving the stolen items from the restroom. Taking advantage of the chaos, the woman in the orange hat leaned close to Seo Woo-ju's ear, inviting the boy to go somewhere else to talk privately with the teacher. Seo Woo-ju asked back, bewildered, Go where? The woman forced a smile, gripped the boy's hand and pulled him away, insisting that he had something to tell the teacher. Just then, Han Gru discovered the suspicious behavior and shouted pointing directly at them. She raised her thumb, boldly declaring, Woo-ju's treasure is right there. Gotcha. The woman in the orange hat and Seo Woo-ju froze, not understanding what kind of stunt little Han Gru was pulling. A pink toy wagon filled with stolen goods like game consoles and smartwatches rolled across the floor. The pile of treasure Han Gru pointed out was actually the pickpocketed items, neatly tucked away in the wagon. A green-haired girl among the rival kids shouted greedily, pointing directly at the pile of items. Those. Hearing it was treasure, the green-haired girl, the bully kid, and his friend immediately rushed forward like moths to a flame. The green-haired girl led the charge, yelling at the others not to touch it, while the bully kid chuckled gleefully, following close behind. The green-haired girl reached out her hand, determined to seize the treasure in front of everyone. Her hand and the bully kid's hand simultaneously grabbed the items in the wagon. A pink magical light suddenly erupted from the touched items. The system announced that the blooming hibiscus skill had activated, causing a 30-minute paralysis effect on anyone who touched the items without permission. Han Gru looked smug, seeing the trap work perfectly, while Seo Woo-ju gaped in admiration. Is this how an S-rank crafting hunter catches thieves? Her work done, Han Gru held out her hand, inviting Seo Woo-ju to escape the scene with her. Seo Woo-ju suddenly cried out in alarm, her voice trembling. Look out behind you. With a whoosh, a large hand from behind had snatched Han Gru. Amidst the chaotic crowd, Onjurim appeared imposingly like a god. It was he who had caught Han Gru. Onjurim glanced around, his face cold beneath the brim of his cap, assessing the situation. The security guards were struggling with the paralyzed kids, and one reported that Han Gru and the park staff member had both disappeared. Onjurim's gaze stopped at the wagon. He immediately recognized Han Gru's familiar watch. Onjurim bent down to pick up the watch, ignoring the guard who was yelling, demanding he not take the evidence without permission. Without much talk, Onjurim snatched the walkie-talkie from the stunned guard's hand. While the guard was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening, Onjurim pulled his cap lower to obscure his face, exuding an overwhelming aura. Onjurim coldly announced over the walkie-talkie, I am Onjurim from the Hunak Guild. A 4-year-old girl has just gone missing. His gaze sharp as a knife, he ordered the entire area sealed off. Evacuate visitors from the exhibition area, and restrict entry and exit from the park. His powerful declaration echoed throughout the amusement park. From now on, no one is allowed to leave until the child is found. Onjurim's eyes flashed with brilliant golden magic, a warning that couldn't be clearer. He growled, threatening directly, if anyone fails to comply, I will personally initiate a forced lockdown. The guard's face turned pale. He stammered, asking Onjurim's identity again, but was crushed by his overwhelming aura. A dignified old woman with a cane stepped forward, asserting firmly to the guard, just do as he says. Onjurim means what he says. The old woman smiled kindly at Anjurim, remarking, "You haven't changed at all, Jurim." Anjurim merely nodded slightly, his tone serious. "My apologies, Chairwoman Nam. Now is not the time for pleasantries." Chairwoman Nam understood, gesturing for Anjurim to act freely and to talk later. The park's loudspeakers began announcing temporary restrictions on entry and exit due to safety inspection issues. Anjurim had climbed to the top of the giant Ferris wheel, surveying the entire area, beginning a large-scale search. Everyone below looked up, confused, not understanding which powerful hunter was so audacious as to stand on top of a cabin like that. Anjurim reported over the walkie-talkie, his voice betraying his impatience. "All visitors in the Labyrinth Palace have been evacuated, but I still can't sense any trace of Gru." He looked down at the vast amusement park, his heart heavy with the question, "Where did you go, Han Gru?" In some dark corner, Han Gru was trembling, clinging tightly to So Woo-ju. The little girl cowered, her voice a timid whisper filled with fear. "Guildmaster." On top of the Ferris wheel, Ongurim looked like a true boss, making the people below wonder which hunter was so audacious. Anjurim reported through the comms, his voice filled with tension. "The Labyrinth Palace has been cleared, but there's no trace of Gru." He analyzed the situation extremely quickly, concluding that this was a teleportation skill, but its range was limited to this amusement park. Anjurim closed his eyes, focusing all his power to sense. Whoosh! His perception encompassed the entire park, sweeping through every nook and cranny. Every sound, every conversation from the trivial crowd below reached his ears. From discussions about blocked gates to invitations for cake, he even heard whispers in a hidden corner, where a man was fuming. "What do we do with that kid now?" A cleaning in progress sign was put up, concealing the conspiracy within, where someone was complaining, "The plan is ruined because of her." A trickle of blood flowed from Anjurim's ear, a sign of his power being overloaded, but he still heard a faint call of Guildmaster. Anjurim's eyes snapped open, a dominant smirk gracing his lips. "Found her." In a dark room, the male accomplice announced through a loudspeaker, "Once again, we are looking for a child named Han Gru." The woman in the orange hat angrily asked her gray-haired accomplice, "Why are all the exits blocked? Is that girl a VVIP or something that she can't be teleported out?" The gray-haired man irritably replied, "The park is too vast, my mana isn't enough, and I still haven't stolen the USB containing Chairman Nam Ji-won's will." The man turned to the woman and asked, "So what do we do with those two kids?" While Han Gru and So Woo-ju were trembling in the corner, the woman coldly ordered, "Take care of them, kill them, or whatever." Hearing this, the two children's faces turned ashen. Seo Woo-ju turned to Han Gru, his voice full of hope. "Do you have any items left, like the one from before?" Han Gru realized in a panic, "No, my bag must have fallen off when I was kidnapped." This left So Woo-ju stunned as well. Han Gru's inventory appeared in her mind, containing only a pink tricycle and a teddy bear. She secretly wished she had more mana. Seo Woo-ju desperately asked, "So, there's no other way?" Han Gru could only lower her head helplessly. "I don't know either." Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from outside, accompanied by someone's curse. "Damn it, shut up!" This made the two children jump. Amidst the tension, Han Gru and So Woo-ju were scared out of their wits, clinging tightly to each other in the dark corner. Han Gru resentfully wondered. She didn't even tremble when facing an S-rank monster, so why was she shaking uncontrollably before these trivial thugs? She suddenly recalled the words of the hooded demon Malikian from years ago, who had once called her a lord in another form. Seeing So Woo-ju even more frightened than herself, Han Gru resolved to toughen up to protect her friend. She gently nudged Seo Woo-ju, trying to reassure him. "Are you okay, handsome Woo-ju?" Han Gru confidently declared. "It's a secret, but Gru is super good at escaping. She even ran away from the orphanage without anyone knowing." She squeezed the boy's hand, her eyes resolute. "Just trust me." Seo Woo-ju hesitated, seemingly not yet fully trusting the plan of a 4-year-old. Suddenly, Han Gru sensed a familiar surge of power and froze in astonishment. A powerful shockwave suddenly hit, making the two kidnappers stumble, and the man yelled, "What the hell was that?" Bang! The door burst open, and a tall figure stood imposingly amidst the dust and smoke, exuding an overwhelming aura. Tears welled up in Han Gru's eyes as she recognized her rescuer, her voice trembling as she called out, "Guild, Master." Anjurim appeared, his demeanor cold, but his gaze was locked onto the little girl. Anjurim sighed in relief upon seeing Han Gru safe, while she rushed forward to embrace him. He patted her head, muttering that what he just did was too exhausting, and he definitely couldn't do it a second time. Anjurim scooped Han Gru up, admonishing her, "So don't make me do it again, understood?" Han Gru snuggled her head into his chest, obediently replying, "Yes, sir." feeling completely safe. The scene shifted to a bright room, likely the amusement park's waiting lounge. Two kindergarten teachers were scrolling on their phones, their eyes wide and mouths agape as they saw the breaking news. It turned out that Onjurum, Han-gru, and So Woo-ju were all sitting in the lobby, becoming the center of attention. Oh my god, it's Onjurum, and child actor So Woo-ju. The blonde girl in the middle is so cute too. Sitting in Onjurum's lap, Han-gru finally understood. Now I get why the mission required finding a guardian. The feeling of having an adult ready to protect her, for the little girl, was one of absolute safety. Han-gru and So Woo-ju sat next to each other, looking like best friends despite having just met. The boy So Woo-ju was visibly surprised to learn that Han-gru was adopted after being in an orphanage, and her guardian was none other than the hunter Onjurum. Han-gru innocently asked when Woo-ju's family would arrive, while the boy curtly replied that they would probably come. A woman suddenly appeared, rushing straight to the boy and loudly calling out, "So Woo-ju." As soon as she arrived, the mother scolded him relentlessly. "Because you keep causing trouble, I can't even face your father anymore." This left the boy stunned. Seo Woo-ju ignored the scolding, extended his hand, and coldly demanded his phone back. The boy handed the phone directly to Han-gru, ordering, "Enter your number." Han-gru obediently took it, while Seo Woo-ju grandly declared that he owed her one and would repay the favor. The child actor showed a tsundere attitude, emphasizing that he did it because he felt comfortable around Han-gru, not because he liked her, so she shouldn't get the wrong idea. Han-gru smiled brightly, delivering a fatal compliment straight to her new friend. "Woo-ju, you're both handsome and kind." Surprised by the compliment, So Woo-ju's face flushed crimson, and he stammered, unable to form words, only able to bury his face in his phone. When it was time to leave, Onjurim and Woo-ju's mother stood up, preparing to take the two children away. Seo Woo-ju looked back, saying a meaningful goodbye to Han-gru. "I'm leaving now. See you again. Beautiful." Onjurim froze, completely shocked by the nickname Beautiful the boy had just used, while Han-gru simply waved back happily. The guild master of Korea's. No one guild couldn't process the information. They just met for the first time? Beautiful? Do kids talk like that these days? Onjurim secretly thought that the boy Woo-ju was cute, but his mother exuded a very unsettling aura, reminding him of some family drama. Thinking of those family feuds, Onjurim broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale, making Han-gru innocently ask if he needed to use the restroom. Woo-ju's mother's heels clicked on the floor as she decisively turned her back and walked away. A powerful old woman with a friendly smile, flanked by two burly bodyguards in black suits, called out, "Jurim." Onjurim was startled, his face visibly paling, while Han-gru bewilderedly tugged at his shirt. Han-gru immediately recognized her. "Ah, it's the old woman from earlier." The decisive click of heels echoed as the powerful old woman and her bodyguards headed straight for Onjurim. Onjurim broke out in a cold sweat, while Han-gru pointed and exclaimed, "That's the old woman I saw earlier." The old woman smiled kindly at Han-gru and introduced herself. "Hello, my dear. You're Gru, aren't you? I am Madame Namji-won." Han-gru gaped in astonishment as the old woman declared, "I am the owner of this amusement park." The little girl immediately bowed deeply and politely. "Oh, greetings, madam." Madame Namji-won turned to Onjurim, thanking him for catching the pickpocket, but Han-gru quickly waved her hand. "It wasn't me, madam. It was the guild master, and he helped me get here." The old woman chuckled, teasing Onjurim. "That person is just a strong thug. You are the one who truly helped me." Onjurim's face visibly stiffened upon hearing this. Madame Namji-won laughed heartily, revealing, "The one who chased me after stealing the watch was also one of my people." She explained that to catch those perpetrators, she had deliberately spread rumors of carrying a will or a USB drive as bait. "Enough of these difficult matters," Madame Namji-won said, then gestured, and a bodyguard immediately brought out a gift box. "To show my gratitude, I want to give you a gift." She leaned close to Onjurim's ear and whispered instructions. "Open it when you're alone at home. Gru might get jealous, so what's inside is a secret, all right?" Han-gru happily hugged the gift box, her eyes sparkling brightly. "A secret? Yes, madam. Thank you very much." With that done, Madame Namji-won returned to a serious expression, looking straight at Onjurim. "Now, can we talk, Jurim?" She pinched Han-gru's cheek while speaking to Onjurim. "I heard you adopted a child. I didn't expect her to be so smart and beautiful. You're quite lucky." Onjurim replied indifferently, clearly wanting to leave immediately. "Yes, I suppose I am a little lucky. I'll take my leave now." Madame Namji-won chuckled at his attitude. How audacious. Han-gru, meanwhile, was engrossed in admiring the gift box. She delivered a line that froze Onjurim in place, Your father is still well. I also heard about the adoption from your father. He's very eager to meet his granddaughter. Onjurim closed his eyes, resigned to his fate, reluctantly accepting the lecture, while Madame Namji-won secretly thought, this boy is still as stubborn as ever. Onjurim recalled Madame Nam's father's words that his face was destined for good fortune, and now he saw that the old man was right. Han Gru, meanwhile, could only admire. The guildmaster is so cool. Madame Namji-won sighed, a thoughtful expression on her face as she recalled old memories. A flashback showed Onjurim's father holding the boy's hand after his mother died in an accident, having done everything to protect his son from gossip. Madame Nam looked straight at Onjurim, concluding with a powerful statement. Jurim, whether you like it or not, family is still family. Don't discard the resources you currently possess. Onjurim remained silent, glancing at Han Gru, who was bewildered beside him, clearly bearing a new responsibility on his shoulders. Madame Nam continued her psychological attack. This might be a good time to have a proper talk with your father, Chairman. Onjurim immediately picked up Han Gru, trying to make a quick escape. If we're done talking, we'll be leaving now. The little one needs to rest. Onjurim's face hardened. He thought to himself that if he stayed any longer, he would surely say something unpleasant to the chairwoman. Madame Namji-won crossed her arms, her voice full of sarcasm. When you were in school, you called me auntie so sweetly, and now you call me chairwoman. Truly a cold person. She waved her hand dismissively, then gently pinched Han Gru's grinning cheek. All right then, see you again when there's an opportunity. Han Gru happily replied, Yes, madam. Gru will help you again next time. While Onjurim could only hug the little girl tightly, secretly marveling at how beautiful she was. Onjurim looked at the little girl in his arms, his gaze softened, and he affirmed, I know. Onjurim carried Han Gru and turned to walk away, leaving Madame Namji-won standing and watching from behind. Madame Nam muttered to herself, realizing that the boy who was once indifferent to his family had now changed, at least in how he cherished his daughter. She speculated, perhaps that's why Chairman On is so worried and curious. Onjurim carried Han Gru through the grounds, Madame Nam's words about his father still echoing in his mind. Han Gru looked up at Onjurim, her big, sparkling eyes beginning to wonder about the guildmaster's father. Han Gru fell into thought. The guildmaster's father. Now that I think about it, I've never heard of or seen him. I wonder what kind of person he is. She began to imagine. Would he be like the guildmaster? Or, since he's a grandfather, would he have a really cool mustache? Han Gru hugged the gift box tightly, only one simple thought in her head. How envious. As Onjurim carried her away, she began to ponder about a true family and wondered if she could find her biological parents someday. The little girl clenched her fists, resolving, if I just earn enough money, become rich enough, maybe my parents will want to come back and live with me. In Han Gru's imagination, her parents clearly couldn't live in the guild's dormitory. The goal was clear, earn enough money to buy a house for Gru's whole family to reunite. She remembered that Onion Market also had a people-finding service, and she decided that once she had enough capital, she would seriously begin her search. No need to rely on anyone. Gru would rely on herself to find her parents. True to her word, Han Gru immediately set about the task of earning money, humming as she arranged a collection of bear-shaped bottles in her room. She began the crafting process, pouring ingredients into the bottle. The skill was activated, proficient sculpting, rank E. And a pink aura enveloped Han Gru. Done. A batch of sparkling recovery potions was complete. Han Gru crossed her arms smugly. No longer the little girl struggling to activate each skill one by one. Now she was a true professional. The sculpting skill had leaped 2 ranks, from rank F to rank E, unlocking the ability for mass production. But that wasn't all. She held up a potion bottle. Now she could even craft rank B recovery potions. With rank B potions being a premium item for top hunters, Han Gru could already foresee raking in money. As for the potions that only reached rank C, she decided to sell them on the hunter's market. She examined a potion bottle, wondering about its somewhat peculiar name. But then she clicked her tongue and dismissed it. As long as the product was high quality, the name was secondary. Suddenly, the phone on the table vibrated, signaling an incoming call. Han Gru checks her phone, seemingly having just received a notification. Ding dong. Over 10 million won just flowed into her account after the batch of premium syrup sold out completely, along with a notification about the deadline for item registration at the Kurt auction house. The girl was overjoyed, jumping up and down because this was real, hard cash, not some virtual onion coins. It's truly satisfying to earn your own pocket money, and luckily, the guildmaster helped her open a mobile account. Okay, it's time to upgrade myself. The girl clenched her fists with determination. The girl was brimming with enthusiasm, declaring she would craft a completely new item. Gear up! Hangru put on an apron and a headscarf, looking like a true artisan. The girl smiled confidently before the crafting table, whispering, "I've been waiting for this day for a long time." It turned out the girl had discovered a game bug. She could extract star candy from a duckbill clip, an item that was originally unextractable. The ultimate goal: to extract the dungeon core from this clip, to duplicate it into two. Before, her skill was too low, so she always failed. But today was different. The system announced, skill upgraded using filial piety points. Level up. Without hesitation, the girl immediately activated the effortlessly easy F-rank extraction skill. A stream of emerald energy enveloped the clip, slowly separating an egg-shaped object. A successful extraction notification appeared, and Hangru held the finished product in her hand. Wait, an egg? The girl was dumbfounded. She crawled closer, poked the egg, her face full of confusion. This isn't star candy? The item information also displayed strangely, making the girl suspect she had gotten a faulty item again. Not giving up, Hangru decided to try again, her eyes filled with determination. But the system immediately reported an error, along with a glaring red warning. Retrying may destroy the item. The girl froze, her face pale. Hangru puffed out her cheeks, looking at the egg, thinking, "Is this all I can extract? It's a bit useless." The girl picked up the egg, deciding to apply her kindergarten knowledge. "I learned this in school." In a flashback, the kindergarten teacher held up a picture of a chick and explained that as long as the mother hen kept it warm, the chick would be healthy. Hangru immediately imitated her, blowing warm air onto the egg with utmost seriousness. The girl hugged the egg tightly to her chest, determined to hatch it. With a radiant smile, Hangru told herself she would care for the egg like a true mother. The girl began to daydream. Even though she couldn't see its information, she hoped a cute chick would hatch. Imagining a chick waddling after her, Hangru thought this idea wasn't bad at all. Suddenly, the girl noticed a gift box with a pink bow on the table. Hangru suddenly remembered, "Oh right, a gift from Madame Namjiwan," then quickly pulled off the bow. The girl curiously peered inside the gift box. Inside was a giant magic stone, sparkling with multicolored magical light. Hangru read the accompanying letter from Madame Namjiwan. "This magic stone is a rare item, dropped from the first S-rank monster 10 years ago, and will fetch a very good price if put up for auction." Madame Namjiwan also suggested the girl invite Onjurim along for a fun trip. Hangru was stunned. An auction? Just then, her phone ding-donged with a notification about the deadline for item registration at the Kurt auction house, and a message confirming she had received over 10 million won from syrup sales. Hangru's eyes lit up, and the girl began calculating how much she would rake in from this venture. The girl daydreamed about sitting on a pile of money, holding a glass of grape juice, wondering if she could earn 20 million won. With that amount of money, Hangru hoped she could find her parents again, her eyes gleaming with determination. Without hesitation, the girl declared, "First, I need to contact the auction house." Hangru walked while tapping on her phone, humming a cheerful tune, ready for her next money-making venture. Hangru found Onjurim relaxing on the sofa in the living room. The #1 guild master leisurely scrolled through his tablet, exuding the aura of a superior being. The girl stealthily approached from behind the sofa, preparing to execute her grand plan. Hangru thought to herself, pondering whether to invite the guild master to the auction house with her. As she thought, the girl crept closer and tugged at Onjurim's pants, but then encountered a problem. Madame Nam said to keep it a secret. "How can I bring it up?" Onjurim immediately sensed her, and gently lifted the girl with one hand. He placed Hangru comfortably on his lap, smiling meaningfully. Onjurim smirked teasingly, comparing the girl's chubby cheeks to soft rice cakes, and threatening that if they were bitten, it would be a big deal. He raised his gloved hand and gently pinched Hangru's cheek, showing amusement. The girl quickly protested. "No, if you bite, Gru will be hurt." But Onjurim calmly retorted, "Have you tried it?" The guildmaster continued to tease, saying one had to try to know if it hurt or not, leaving Hangru completely frozen. Hangru's jaw dropped, utterly shocked by this man's outrageous logic. Annoyed, the girl slid off Onjurim's lap, lay on the floor throwing a tantrum and shouted, "Protest! Down with tyranny!" Onjurim was speechless, wondering where the girl learned such bizarre words when she didn't even understand their meaning. While throwing a tantrum, the girl began to repeatedly kick Onjurim. Suddenly, Hangru let out a piercing scream, as if she had just remembered something shocking. The girl yelled, "No! Gru's child!" leaving Onjurim dumbfounded, his face full of question marks. Hangru sat up abruptly, cradling the useless egg in both hands, her face teary as if about to cry. Onjurim looked at the egg, his heart pounding with confusion, stammering, What is this? Did you take it from the fridge?" Hangru ignored the bewildered guildmaster, hugged her child tightly to her chest, and smiled contentedly. Anjurim scratched his head in frustration, torn between teaching Hangru a harsh lesson or letting her imagination run wild with the egg. Deciding on the spot, the guildmaster chose to test the item, his eyes full of scrutiny. Anjurim slowly extended his gloved hand towards the egg that Hangru was cherishing. A chilling aura suddenly emanated from his hand, enveloping the egg. Wham! Hangru slapped Anjurim's trick-playing hand directly, her face clearly showing annoyance. Anjurim was startled, feeling a shiver run down his spine, his face paling in shock. The little girl looked at him blankly, not understanding why her father had such an exaggerated reaction. Anjurim stared at his gloved hand, unable to believe that the stinging pain could penetrate his S-rank glove. He clenched his fist, only one thought in his mind. Impossible. This is too absurd. Anjurim composed himself, deciding he had to check again to be sure. Gru, wait a moment. Before he could finish his sentence, Hangru's phone rang, and she immediately switched to serious mode, ignoring the guildmaster who was frozen in place. Hangru mimicked Anjurim's demeanor exactly, putting the phone to her ear and answering professionally. Hello, Gru speaking. On the other end of the line, So Woo-ju hesitated, seemingly a little surprised by her tone. The famous child actor spoke up, in a voice that was both sulky and trying to sound cool. It's Woo-ju. Didn't you save my number? Seo Woo-ju added another sentence, pretending not to care but clearly sulking. Never mind, as long as it's saved, it's fine. The boy got straight to the point, asking, Hey, do you have any schedules lately? Hangru, on the phone, grinned widely, and innocently boasted to Anjurim. Gru has 7 sketchbooks, leaving the guildmaster beside her speechless. Seo Woo-ju on the other end of the line shouted in exasperation, Not sketchbooks, I mean a work schedule. While Hangru was still clueless about what work meant, Hangru pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized, he must mean Hunter's work, right? She answered nonchalantly into the phone. No, I don't, sounding a little disappointed. Seo Woo-ju, acting like a senior, invited Hangru to his film set and lectured her. As a newcomer, you have to go around greeting everyone to build connections. Hangru froze, her bangs covering her face, her mind blank, not understanding what that kid was babbling about. The manager announced they had arrived at the film set, forcing Seo Woo-ju to pause his show of authority. As soon as he stepped out of the car, Seo Woo-ju quickly sealed the deal. I'll send the location via message. You have to come, got it? While Hangru could only mumble her agreement. A message from handsome Woo-ju popped up. Hangru read the studio address and wondered to herself, why a studio? Isn't it supposed to be a dungeon or a training ground? She turned to look at Anjurim, the guildmaster who was resting his chin on his hand, looking thoughtful. Anjurim narrowed his eyes and asked, Did that kid at the amusement park call you beautiful? And Hangru confirmed happily. Anjurim's memory distorted into a scene of a 5 or 6-year-old boy, smooth-talking and flirting with his daughter, making him curse inwardly. What a sly little rascal. The guildmaster turned and asked directly, his gaze full of scrutiny like a future father-in-law. Do you like him that much? Hangru's eyes crinkled in a smile as she innocently boasted. Hess funny, and even smarter than my friends at kindergarten. Anjurim mused, muttering to himself about the boy's troubled family background. While Hangru was still clueless about what was happening, the guildmaster's expression became extremely serious. Clearly, Seo Woo-ju's background was no ordinary matter. Anjurim unexpectedly reached out his hand, lightly touching Hangru's arm. Immediately, a stream of blue energy transferred, and the ghastly pain from the curse pierced straight through his glove, tormenting Anjurim. He gritted his teeth, realizing this pain was no illusion. It was completely real. An illusion appeared. The Floor 99 boss, a terrifying icy entity, and a warning that his soul would be crushed if the gloves lost their effect. In the past, these gloves were merely a temporary solution to postpone the inevitable end. Anjurim bitterly admitted, looking back, that none of his past decisions were truly his own. Memories rewound to a scene of the entire raid team looking up at the Dark Tower, a fated journey with no turning back. And then, the fated moment arrived. Anjurim collapsed, sealing all the power of the Floor 99 boss into his left hand amidst a sky-rending pain. In his memory, Anjurim panted, his face bruised and battered, his entire body covered in blood after a life-or-death battle. He looked back in horror at a battlefield strewn with the corpses of his comrades. All had been wiped out. Anjurim fell silent, his eyes etched with utter despair and resentment. A surviving comrade grabbed him, shouting, We have to retreat immediately. Just the two of us can't possibly handle Floor 100. Anjurim gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down, but his gaze remained unwavering, clearly intending to fight to the bitter end. His comrade called his name urgently, trying to pull the future guildmaster's reason back. The purple-haired man clenched his fist tightly, determined not to let Anjurim commit suicide meaninglessly. He placed his hand on Anjurim's head, in a tone that was both persuasive and commanding, trying to convince his stubborn junior. Anjurim's eyes remained icy, with no intention of backing down even an inch. His comrade's hand gently stroked Anjurim's hair, a final gesture full of brotherly affection. Anjurim recalled that it was his comrade's sacrifice that pushed him forward. To face floor 100 alone, the purple-haired man collapsed to his knees, having perhaps used up his last ounce of strength. And then, only Anjurim remained, silently advancing towards the fated gate of the final floor. Back in reality, Anjurim clutched his head, pain surging as he tried to recall his comrade's dying words from years ago. The guildmaster's eyes suddenly flashed. A vague fragment of memory had just flashed past. Suddenly, Hangru ran over, hugging Anjurim's arm tightly, pulling him out of his dark thoughts. She rubbed her cheek against her adoptive father's arm, acting as spoiled as possible. Anjurim was startled, turning to ask her what she was doing. Hangru looked up, grinned widely, and declared loudly, "Gru is being the guildmaster's good child." Anjurim could only force a wry smile, thinking to himself, "Good child, my foot. If you just don't go out causing trouble, it'd be thanking the heavens." Anjurim asked the child again about the skill she just mentioned, and Hangru nonchalantly confirmed. "That's right, the good child skill." The guildmaster gently pinched the child's cheek, his eyes full of doting affection. Anjurim scooped Hangru up, sighing as he admitted, "All right, just be a good child. I'm so tired today." Hangru leaned her head on her adoptive father's shoulder, softly asking, "Pat your back?" And Anjurim simply replied with a grunt. Both lay stretched out on the sofa, Hangru gently patting the back of the guildmaster, who was resting with his eyes closed. Anjurim thought to himself, strangely, that he felt very comfortable, though he didn't understand why. He realized, when he was with this child, all his fatigue and mana depletion vanished, while Hangru continued to soothe him. Anjurim's face relaxed, a rare contented smile appearing as he sank into a feeling of tranquility. Lying with the mini charger in his arms, the most powerful guildmaster in Korea concluded, "Not bad at all." 2 days later, a luxurious car sped along the highway. Inside the car, Hangru was engrossed in chugging from her pink, bear-shaped water bottle. The child seemed extremely excited about the trip, while Shin Nayun sat beside her, smiling. Shin Nayun turned and asked, "Is it good, Guru?" And the child happily replied, "It's delicious." A famous child actor, So Woo-ju, appeared and thanked Hangru for coming, while Shin Nayun explained that this was the child's business, so she had to help. It turned out that the other two guardians, Anjurim and Kidan, were both extremely busy. One had to go to school, and the other had an interview. Hangru's eyes crinkled in a smile, thinking to herself, "I really like Sister Nayun, and she likes me a lot too." A system window appeared, showing Anjurim and Kidan as the main and sub-guardians, while Hangru wished she could register Shin Nayun as well. The child suddenly realized a problem. This skill bound even those not related by blood, indicating an extremely strong connection. But the rules were too harsh. Only S-rank hunters were qualified to be guardians, making Hangru's face fall in thought. Hangru turned and asked Shin Nayun directly, "Sister, even if you're A-rank, you can still become S-rank, right?" Which left the woman dumbfounded. Shin Nayun explained that promotion from A to S-rank was extremely rare, mostly happening in the first generation or in other countries. Hangru's eyes shone brightly as she directly asked, "You too, can't you become S-rank?" Shin Nayun pondered for a moment under the child's expectant gaze. She gave a wry smile, answering dismissively, "If there's a way, I'll do it, but I'm not too sure." Shin Nayun casually admitted she had never had ambitions to become great, making Hangru freeze and exclaim, "What?" Hangru burst out, unable to believe her ears, because in her mind, an obsession with rank and power was a hunter's basic instinct. Shin Nayun just smiled faintly, saying that everyone who heard her say that was as surprised as the child. She continued to explain that she had never yearned to surpass her limits, to the point where her parents used to worry because their daughter was too content with her lot. After awakening, they also accepted that it was just my fate, Shin Nayun said. Considering A rank, though not the absolute peak, was still a high rank. The car sped away after the traffic light turned green. The two words fate made Shin Nayun suddenly pause, a memory from the past unexpectedly rushing back. In a flashback, an old friend once told her, "You just need to pull the doorknob to open the door easily." That friend continued with a bitter comparison, clenching her fist. while I have to keep banging on the door, not even sure if it will open. Student Era Shin Na-yoon stood facing her blonde-haired friend, seemingly completely unaware of what was happening. She asked back blankly, confused. What do you mean? The blonde-haired friend merely smirked and let out a, "Ha, it means I'm jealous of you," the friend said directly. Then both turned their backs and walked away, drifting apart in silence. Back in reality, Shin Na-yoon thought about the friend she had lost touch with, and wondered if she was living well now. They had arrived at the film set, where the crew members were busily giving each other orders to clean up and prepare. Han-gru obediently walked beside Shin Na-yoon, both entering together, ready for work. A film crew member carrying equipment was stopped by another man, who looked puzzled. The group of staff began to whisper and look towards Han-gru, making the child wonder, "Why are they looking at me like that?" Suddenly, a figure shot forward like an arrow. Child actor So Woo-ju ran over, joyfully called Han-gru's name, and then hugged the child tightly. Han-gru explained that she couldn't go alone, so she asked Shin Na-yoon to come along. Seo Woo-ju was a little shy, but still politely bowed to Shin Na-yoon. Shin Na-yoon smiled brightly, praised So Woo-ju for being cute, and said she didn't expect Han-gru to have such an adorable friend. Seo Woo-ju whispered to Han-gru, discreetly asking if this older sister was in the industry. The boy suggested that Shin Na-yoon should go greet the director, but the A-rank hunter just asked back blankly. Huh? Me? Why? Seo Woo-ju became annoyed, unable to believe Shin Na-yoon was so clueless. If you're in the industry, greeting people is the most basic thing. The boy irritably thought to himself. No wonder Han-gru didn't get any jobs. With someone like this accompanying her, it was bound to fail. So Woo-ju tried to explain that director Hwang Woon-chol was a very influential figure, and just making a good impression would be beneficial later. Just then, an assistant director approached and asked directly, "Excuse me, are you Hunter Shin Na-yoon?" The assistant was overjoyed, as if he had struck gold, not expecting to meet an idol here, and immediately invited her to meet the director. Seo Woo-ju froze, stammering in disbelief. Is that really Hunter Shin Na-yoon? Wow, her face is so small. An older man stepped forward, introduced himself as director Hwang Woon-chol, and inquired about Guildmaster Onjurim's situation. Shin Na-yoon shook his hand, answering nonchalantly, "Of course, he's as handsome and lazy as ever." Director Hwang laughed heartily, wondering why such exceptional individuals like Guildmaster On and Hunter Na-yoon chose to be hunters instead of joining show business. Seo Woo-ju was completely lost, trembling as he turned to ask Han-gru, "Hey, what's a hunter?" Han-gru puffed out her chest, her face full of pride, and declared boldly, "Woo-ju, Sister Na-yoon is a rank 9 hunter." The child actor So Woo-ju looked bewildered, having no idea what rank 9 meant. Meanwhile, the film crew recognized Shin Na-yoon and swarmed around her for autographs like crazy fans. In the waiting room, a blonde actress getting her makeup done wondered about the noise, and the makeup artist informed her that a famous hunter had just arrived. Hearing that it was Shin Na-yoon, the blonde actress froze, her eyes revealing a complex expression. She suddenly stood up, her face darkening, startling the makeup artist, who blurted out an awkward compliment. "So cute." Ignoring the makeup artist's calls, the actress named Romy rushed straight out of the room. "Romy, you're not done yet." Romy ran like the wind down the hallway, her inner thoughts screaming, "No way, why here of all places?" She burst through the door and rushed outside, still unable to believe this damned coincidence. Shin Na-yoon was happily chatting with director Hwang Woon-chol. Suddenly, she sensed something. Her smile faded, and she turned to look. Shin Na-yoon froze, deeply shocked as she recognized the newcomer. Romy had rushed over, grabbing Shin Na-yoon's hand with a joyful expression, as if she'd found gold. Romy exclaimed, "Wow, it's been so long." Shin Na-yoon was equally moved, her eyes glistening. "I've missed you so much." A flashback appeared, showing that the two used to be close friends back when they wore school uniforms. Romy hugged Shin Na-yoon tightly, but contrary to her cheerful exterior, her inner thoughts were raging violently. Though her mouth still said, "I've missed you so much," Romy's expression, unseen by Shin Na-yoon, was filled with bitterness and panic. Memories of their friendship flooded back, a friendship that seemed far from simple on the surface. Romy recalled, recounting that she and Shin Na-yoon had been friends since middle school. The day Romy went to audition as an idol trainee, Shin Na-yoon just tagged along for fun, but who would have thought both of them would pass the audition with surprising ease? Romy began to reminisce, rambling about their close past, from their school days to their time as trainees. According to her, she always had to take care of a thoughtless, clumsy Shin Na-yoon, who even lost her gym pants. Shin Na-yoon nonchalantly replied, intending to wear her school uniform pants for gym class. forcing Romy to run and borrow clothes for her. Shin Na-yoon grinned and thanked her, while Romy deluded herself into believing that her friend cherished her true self. All the trainees toiled away in the practice room of a small company, longing for their debut day. At times, both of them were severely scolded by their manager for secretly snacking behind his back. Back at the dorm, they would glue their eyes to the screen, watching idols perform, and then bickering with each other. During times of an uncertain future, Shin Na-yoon would be there to comfort and soothe a tearful Romy. Both lay on the bed, dreaming about the future after their debut. Romy excitedly made plans. "When we debut, let's wear heart-shaped sunglasses and hang out in Garosu-gil." They both took a super cool selfie with their heart-shaped sunglasses, looking like future stars. Shin Na-yoon even asked what they should do if someone recognized them. Romy giggled, saying they could just deny everything, and then they continued to pose. Back to the scene on the bed, Shin Na-yoon agreed to all of Romy's plans. Romy wondered why Shin Na-yoon nodded so eagerly no matter what she suggested. Shin Na-yoon smiled brightly and innocently replied, "Because anything you suggest for me is good," then asked in return how Romy could live without her, swearing they would be together forever. The flashback was cut short. Romy was on the phone, her face blank as she asked, "What did you say?" On the other end of the line, Shin Na-yoon delivered shocking news. "You awakened?" "Yeah," they said. "I'm rank A." A barrage of questions exploded in Romy's mind. A rank A hunter? What about the idol dream? What about our debut? What about our promise? Her mouth tried to force out a twisted smile, muttering, "Wow." But Romy's face was drenched in tears, filled with extreme bitterness. Romy gritted her teeth, her trembling hand clenched tightly as she forced out a congratulation full of resentment. News exploded. Rank A awakener, Shin Na-yoon appeared. A rare genius who was both beautiful and young. TV channels continuously ran sensational headlines. A rank A hunter is a high school student and an idol trainee, along with rumors that she received an invitation from the US. On the news, experts fiercely debated the necessity of national policies to retain talents like Shin Na-yoon and prevent brain drain. Netizens were also abuzz. A classmate of Shin Na-yoon posted, recounting that she came from a prestigious family, was excellent in academics and sports, and now had awakened as rank A. A perfect life that made others envious. In an interview, Shin Na-yoon smiled brightly and answered about how it felt to become rank A. "Oh, it's just like something that was bound to happen anyway?" Romy watched bitterly through her phone screen, seeing Shin Na-yoon answer the interview nonchalantly, because for a genius like her, everything was a given. But for Romy, an ordinary person working part-time at a convenience store, things were completely different. The bitter flashback ended. Romy burst into tears, feeling that her life was a complete failure. Back in the present, the film set was deserted. Cameras and equipment were set up, ready for filming. Director Hwang Woon-chol rushed over, patted Romy's shoulder and pressed her. "Romy, you know Hunter Shin Na-yoon? Why did you keep it such a secret?" The director continued to ramble on, thinking it was a waste not to show off such an amazing connection. He excitedly suggested, "If you have time, you two could appear on a show together. It would be mutually beneficial," completely oblivious to Romy's stiff expression. Romy remained silent, her face darkening, while Director Hwang was still happily patting Shin Na-yoon's shoulder. Romy clenched her teeth, her resentment and jealousy reaching their peak. Suddenly, Romy turned and walked away, leaving Director Hwang and Shin Na-yoon stunned as they called out, "Wait, Romy, where are you going?" Romy didn't turn back, coldly replying, "I'm not feeling well. Anyway, filming hasn't started yet. I'm going to lie down for a bit." Shin Na-yoon anxiously called after her, "Romy, are you really not feeling well?" But only received silence in return. Hidden behind the door, Romy clutched her chest, letting out a groan filled with pain and resentment. Han Gru and So Woo-ju were sitting and watching TV. The little girl's eyes sparkled. "Wow, actress Lee Romy even knows Sister Na-yoon." While the little boy was so shocked his mouth hung open. Onjarim was watching TV with Han Gru. Seeing the child glued to the screen, he reminded her, "Stay away from the TV." On the TV was the rising actress Lee Romy. Suddenly, Han Gru's bag vibrated intensely in a strange manner. Han Gru wondered, realizing the mysterious orb in her bag began to react the moment she saw actress Lee Romy on screen. Seo Woo-ju, still in deep shock, clutched Han Gru's bag. The boy stammered, his mind reeling. "Is Sister Na-yoon a hunter?" Han Gru casually replied to So Woo-ju's astonishment. "That's right, didn't they just say so? She's top-ranked. She's a hunter, not just an actress." Seo Woo-ju asked suspiciously, "So you're a hunter too?" Han Gru grinned widely, holding out her Awakener's card. "Exactly." So Woo-ju froze, His mind went blank as if struck by lightning, his entire body stiffening. The boy clutched his head and collapsed, finally realizing, no wonder. All those odd conversations, and casually using items clearly belonging to awakeners. Seo Wooju blushed crimson with embarrassment, burying his face into Han Gru. How could I not have realized? This is so humiliating. The boy covered his face, mumbling, I think I'm going to throw up. Hearing this, Han Gru panicked. Han Gru quickly grabbed Seo Wooju and dragged him along. Restroom. Let's go to the restroom. While the boy tried to deny he was fine. Han Gru called out to Shin Nayun. Sister Nayun, we're going to the restroom for a bit. Shin Nayun simply nodded in agreement. Han Gru asked for directions, and Seo Wooju, his face still flushed, pointed towards the end of the hallway. The two children walked hand in hand towards waiting room A, looking exactly like an older sister taking care of her sick younger brother. The two children trudged along the deserted hallway. In the waiting room, Romy slammed her hands down on the dressing table, scattering items everywhere. She clutched her head and screamed in a frenzy. Shin Nayun, why do you have to appear at this very moment? The image of Shin Nayun's bright, radiant smile flashed through Roma's mind, and she thought bitterly, I've waited for this day, this opportunity, for too long. Romy collapsed, her eyes welling up with tears, her mind plunged into despair. She's definitely here to ruin me once again. Always taking away everything I try to achieve. Amidst her breakdown, Romy froze when she looked at the phone on the dressing table. She hastily snatched the phone, her eyes filled with tears, muttering, That's right. Of course. Romy typed frantically on the screen, sending a series of panicked messages. Shay's here. Shay's at the film set. Teacher, what should I do? Help me. Tears streaming down her face, she bit her nails in utter despair and extreme fear. An immediate reply message appeared from the person named Teacher. How unfortunate. A cruel coincidence has occurred. Do you need help? Romy trembled, screaming in confirmation while her hands still typed frantically. Yes, she sent desperate pleas, looking like a drowning person grasping at a straw. A mysterious brown-haired woman smiled meaningfully upon receiving the message, then sent back a cold question. What do you want me to do? Romy froze, tremblingly asking, How? The mysterious person casually replied, As I said, I have my ways. You're not ready yet, but I can lend you some power. A surge of dark energy enveloped Romy as she read the demonic offer. For example, ensuring that person never appears before you again. Blinded by jealousy, Romy screamed into the phone. I want it. Please do it. Lend me your power, teacher. Immediately, a blazing red contract panel with ancient runes appeared in midair before her. Romy was completely stunned, stammering, What is this? The voice from the contract echoed, as if whispering in her ear, That cruel person has hurt you too much. Now it's your turn to hurt them. The voice continued sarcastically. Though I wonder if a kind person like you can do it. Romy gritted her teeth, her eyes turning sharp and cold, declaring resolutely, I can do it, no matter the cost. She raised her finger towards the confirm button on the contract panel, her heart resolute. I trust you, teacher. A sinister and triumphant smile spread across Romy's lips. She pressed the confirm button, and a surge of dark power erupted, enveloping her entire body. The contract was sealed. The absorbed dark power made Romy dizzy, her vision distorted like a broken TV signal. The phone screen in her hand also distorted, blurring into a chaotic mess of red and black. Romy staggered, clutching her head, enduring the overwhelming energy invading her. She panted, trying to regain her composure after the shock of power. What the hell was that just now? Suddenly, a knock echoed, interrupting Romy's chaotic thoughts. A female staff member peered in, asking with a smile, Miss Romy, do you have a moment? Right behind the staff member, Hunter Shin Nayun appeared and announced, Hunter Shin Nayun says she wants to speak with you. The air in the room thickened as Shin Nayun and Romy stood facing each other. Romy gritted her teeth, clenching her fists as she heard the other person call her name so familiarly. Shin Nayun maintained a calm expression, completely unaware of the simmering hostility. Shin Nayun began the conversation politely. Romy, I didn't think we'd actually meet. I came to your company several times, but they always said you were busy. Shin Nayun's concerned words. You should conserve your strength. Your physique isn't good to begin with. Added fuel to the fire, making Romy even more furious. The dark voice in Romy's head whispered, inciting, Now it's your turn to hurt them. Do whatever you want. Shin Nayun innocently explained why she was there. Oh, I came with my precious little sister, she recounted with a happy smile. She met Wu Ju at the amusement park and they became close. People can just become friends like that, isn't that crazy? Romy glared, her mind filled with contempt. You're still as naive as ever. Or rather, you've never had to care about anyone. The actress curled her lips into a sneer, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Really? You also have someone you call a precious little sister? Romy pointed directly at Shin Na-yoon. In a provocative tone, someone who's only good at discarding others dares to say they have someone precious? Shin Na-yoon was completely bewildered, hastily explaining, "What are you talking about, Romy? I have many things I cherish. Like you, for example." Romy leaned in close, growling with resentment. "You're still as clueless as ever, aren't you? If you cherished me that much, why did you abandon our dream?" Shin Na-yoon froze as Romy retorted, "What other reason would I have to quit singing and become an actress?" Memories flooded back, and Romy recalled the day their debut group disbanded because Shin Na-yoon left to become a hunter. Her voice full of bitterness. "Do you think I wanted to see you again?" Romy laughed maniacally, mocking the busy excuse Shin Na-yoon had offered. Translator Group's promotional image. While Shin Na-yoon soared to success, Romy had to toil at part-time jobs in convenience stores just to make ends meet. Romy brushed off Shin Na-yoon's hand, saying directly to her face, "It's not that I was busy. It's that I absolutely didn't want to see you. You should know that yourself, shouldn't you?" Shin Na-yoon was struck by a painful psychological blow, stunned speechless. She took a step back, futilely stammering a denial. Shin Na-yoon still couldn't believe what she had just heard. She had never even considered such a possibility. Romy smirked, continuing her taunts. "You're so successful, yet you still don't realize it? Truly ignorant." Cornered, Shin Na-yoon could only bow her head and mumble a meaningless apology. Romy scoffed at such a weak reaction. Romy began to dredge up the past, reminding Shin Na-yoon of her middle school nickname, Captain Na-yoon. Romy sarcastically commented on Shin Na-yoon's rosy life, a life free from worries, academic pressure, family burdens, or concerns about the future. The actress growled, her eyes blazing. "Now, shouldn't you experience a little suffering too? Right?" Shin Na-yoon froze upon hearing her old nickname again, a name she had no idea carried such a sarcastic meaning. Romy dropped the final bombshell, revealing that Shin Na-yoon had actually been ostracized, and she had kept Shin Na-yoon by her side only because of that innocence. A flashback showed the scene of the two sitting together, Shin Na-yoon resting her head on Romy's lap, completely unaware of the harsh truth. The phone played a song that Shin Na-yoon had innocently wished for their group. Romy at that time could only sigh helplessly at Shin Na-yoon's naivety, knowing that unknown rookies like them would never get a song like that. In the past flashback, Shin Na-yoon innocently grinned widely when called Captain Na-yoon, thinking the nickname was cool. She innocently explained that only Romy called her that, which made them seem even closer. The past Romy was simply speechless, forcing a wry smile at her best friend's naivety. Shin Na-yoon continued to joke around carelessly, completely unaware of the falsity hidden behind those intimate calls. Back in the present, Shin Na-yoon trembled, unable to believe the harsh truth. "You called me Captain Na-yoon with that meaning?" Romy gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing as she confirmed. "Yes." Romy officially laid out her cards, declaring bluntly, "I've always hated you too, Captain Na-yoon," and activated the skill, Black Leaf in the Mouth. A surge of dark energy erupted, and the system panel announced that Shin Na-yoon was afflicted with a deadly debuff, rendering her unable to move. Eerie shadows emerged from the ground, wrapping tightly around Shin Na-yoon and draining her mana in an instant. At the same time, Romy's phone glowed intensely, and a mysterious voice echoed from the other end of the line. Romy was startled in panic, stammering as she asked who the stranger was. The mysterious voice, calling itself Teacher, echoed cunningly, "Your friend has quite an impressive body, doesn't she?" Romy broke out in a cold sweat, her voice trembling as she called out to Teacher, clearly being manipulated by this individual. Romy's eyes became lifeless, and her body stiffened like a puppet. She staggered to her feet, her entire body enveloped by an abnormal black and red aura. Romy flashed a sinister smile, completely unlike her former self. The entity possessing Romy's body approached, lifted Shin Na-yoon's chin, and said, "You must be Na-yoon. I've heard much about you." Romy's smile became even more demonic, full of delight and malice. Shin Na-yoon, despite being paralyzed, immediately realized, this isn't Romy. Despite Shin Na-yoon's horror, the stranger in Romy's body only laughed eerily. Shin Na-yoon felt a chill down her spine, realizing the being before her was using a human control skill, a top-tier power she had never heard of. Romy's possessor smirked, sarcastically remarking that the world still held many mysteries, and discovering them was always a pleasure. It continued to taunt, telling Shin Na-yoon directly that infiltrating a weak heart like Romy's was as easy as pie. After some deliberation, the demon in Romy's guise decided to drag Shin Na-yoon along. It flashed a sinister smile. It's decided. Let's go together. As soon as it finished speaking, it gripped Shin Na-yoon's wrist tightly, clearly to give a gift to its disciple and, incidentally, implant something else into her. Shin Na-yoon was in extreme panic as her body no longer obeyed her control, feeling as if it no longer belonged to her. She gritted her teeth in endurance, realizing that if things continued like this, both she and Romy would perish. At the same time, elsewhere, Han-gru was suddenly startled by a familiar ding sound from the system. A pink emergency quest panel appeared. Emergency Guardian Quest. Black leaf in the mouth. Requiring the rescue of potential guardian Shin Na-yoon. Han-gru was bewildered by the quest that appeared out of nowhere, the reward being 1,000 filial piety points. She mumbled in confusion, not understanding what the heck black leaf in the mouth was. But then, Han-gru quickly realized the gravity of the situation, when she carefully read the line about saving Shin Na-yoon from danger. The little girl was deeply shocked, screaming in her mind, "Sister Na-yoon is in danger?" She suddenly remembered that this red alert quest was exactly like the time Kiden Appa was in trouble. If it weren't for her, he would have perished. Without a second's hesitation, Han-gru decided to set off immediately, poking her head out to call for Wu-ju, who was in the room. Seo Wu-ju, still shyly hiding in the bathroom, jumped in surprise when he heard Han-gru ask where she was going. Ignoring the bewildered boy, Han-gru ran off headlong while Wu-ju could only stammer her name. Han-gru dashed off like a whirlwind, muttering to herself, searching for Sister Na-yoon's location. Suddenly, her bag made a sound, making Han-gru wonder if another one of her equipment babies had just been born. Dashing at top speed, suddenly, a dazzling golden egg shone brightly in Han-gru's hand. The light from the egg, without a word, shot a long streak directly towards the ventilation grate at the base of the wall. Han-gru immediately understood, muttering, "A ventilation duct? Could it be?" Her eyes lit up as she realized at once that her genius child was leading the way. She proudly patted the egg, praising it profusely. "Mommy's good child, not even hatched yet, and already carrying the team." Once decided, Han-gru didn't hesitate, immediately prying open the ventilation cover. She slipped into the pitch-dark duct, her small body easily maneuvering through. Crawling along the faint guiding light, Han-gru followed the cold metal duct. The light stopped, and Han-gru carefully poked her head out from the gap to scout the situation. Below was an unbelievable sight. The blonde Romy was completely controlling Shin Na-yoon, muttering about a world full of unknowns. Shin Na-yoon looked utterly helpless, her body trembling but unable to move, while Han-gru screamed in her mind, "Sister Na-yoon." The egg on Han-gru's head suddenly displayed a system notification. Mephisto's contamination level displayed. Immediately, a viscous, pitch-black liquid materialized, clinging tightly to Shin Na-yoon, explaining why she couldn't move. Han-gru strained her eyes, searching for the source of this vile, dark magic. There it is. It's that phone with the distorted screen in Roma's hand. She immediately realized, if I just disable it, Sister Na-yoon will be free. Han-gru calculated in a flash. She's an A-rank hunter. If I just ruin that woman's game, she can handle the rest herself. With a plan in mind, Han-gru clung with all her might to the ventilation grate, preparing to act. She summoned a dazzling golden staff, mustering all her strength, ready for a decisive blow. Whoosh! The staff flew straight into Romy's hand, smashing the phone to her astonishment. "Ah, my phone!" As soon as the phone shattered, the dark magic clinging to Shin Na-yoon vanished, and she regained control of her body, exclaiming, "Well done, Gru." Shin Na-yoon looked at Han-gru with gratitude, while the little girl was fantasizing about being a savior angel, and the actress Romy was still utterly shocked on the floor. But Han-gru's retreat plan was halted, right at the edge of the ventilation duct. She looked down from above. The distance to the ground was much farther than she had imagined. Han-gru broke out in a cold sweat, realizing this jump wasn't as simple as she thought. Will this be okay? It's so high. And as expected, she slipped and fell face first from the ventilation duct, free-falling with a desperate cry. Mid-air, Han-gru suddenly changed her demeanor, her eyes becoming resolute. It's decided. Let's hit the floor together. But the situation changed again. Romy was dragging Shin Na-yoon away, and the moving target made Han-gru panic. No time to hesitate. Han-gru recalled the fire drill at kindergarten. Confident she could handle it, she summoned the golden staff, imitating some awesome action movie scene from YouTube. Her eyes flashed with determination. Serious mode was activated. The child protection, leap of faith skill was activated, and Han-gru plunged down like a true hidden hero. She used the staff like a giant slingshot, launching herself straight at Romy's hand, who was trying to pick up the phone fragments. The actress flinched, unable to believe her eyes, seeing a child falling from the sky. The cursed phone lay abandoned on the floor, its screen glitching before going completely dark. Shin Na-yoon was fully conscious, turned around, and cried out in surprise, seeing Han-gru. Han-gru sighed in relief, beads of sweat on her brow. She landed safely, raised her staff, and proudly declared the mission a success. The awesome display ended with a super cool pose, affirming the genius crafter's class. Han-gru's face showed smug satisfaction, truly S-rank quality. The accuracy was no joke, even if her other stats were all 1. She startled awake from her daydream, turning to see Shin Na-yoon still covered in the pitch-black liquid, and the actress Romy standing right beside her. Shin Na-yoon strained to break free, but the demonic sludge clung tightly, refusing to let go, making Han-gru panic as well. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from Han-gru's pocket. She immediately realized that light had appeared again, pointing directly at Romy's phone. It turned out the source of the curse was the phone lying abandoned on the ground. Romy also realized the problem, rushing to grab the phone. Han-gru wouldn't allow it. She yelled, determined to destroy it, while the actress let out a desperate scream. Both accelerated, a race for survival to claim the cursed item. Han-gru, with the speed of a child mustering all her strength, was determined to seize it, but the actress was quicker, reaching out and grabbing Han-gru from behind. She let out a yelp as she was firmly caught. Lifted into the air, Han-gru could only stammer, utterly helpless. Romy's face was filled with murderous intent, gritting her teeth and glaring at the meddling child. "You little brat." Shin Na-yoon, having just escaped the curse, turned and witnessed the scene. Growling, she screamed, "No, Guru!" Shin Na-yoon's fist clenched, her eyes sparking with fire. "How dare you touch my Guru?" Shin Na-yoon was lost in a flashback, recalling Roma's venomous words. "I've always hated you too, Captain Na-yoon." She realized she had never truly understood her old friend's feelings when she congratulated her on awakening. The dreams they once shared had been discarded far too easily. Shin Na-yoon recalled her old life philosophy, to pour all her effort into what she could do, and immediately discard what was beyond her reach. She used to be a simple, straightforward person who didn't overthink things, because that was Shin Na-yoon's true nature. Returning to reality, she gritted her teeth, blaming herself. Romy's complete change is my fault. But she was determined not to let Han-gru bear the consequences of her mistake, while the child was still being held by the actress. Absolutely no harm to Guru. Shin Na-yoon's will was firmer than ever. Her face darkened, determined not to let tragedy strike at any cost. Her fist clenched, Shin Na-yoon growled, "I won't let that happen." Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Shin Na-yoon, leaving Romy stunned. In her mind, she recalled her old way of life. Life was like turning a doorknob without knocking. If the door opened, she entered. If not, she left a way of thinking that was too simple and cold. But now, she realized there were doors that were blocked, and she couldn't just turn her back and walk away. For the first time in her life, Shin Na-yoon felt an intense emotion. Her fist clenched tightly, channeling all her power into a single point. Crash! The devastating punch shattered the mental barrier within her. She had found it. The desire to break down the door, even if she had to smash it to pieces. Breaking through her limits, Shin Na-yoon roared her old friend's name. Romy. The system announced a spectacular turnaround. Challenge overcome successfully. Your level has reached a major turning point. Brilliant golden light enveloped Shin Na-yoon as she unlocked a new achievement, receiving the title Heaven's Door Knocker. The new title provided an immense buff, increased resistance to all damage, and an additional 30% stat effect bonus when possessing intense desire. This game is easy. Shin Na-yoon's power exploded. Brilliant golden light sweeping away all debuffs thanks to her immensely buffed mana resistance. The actress Romy was repelled by Shin Na-yoon's surge of energy, clutching her head in agony. Quick as lightning, Shin Na-yoon lunged forward and seized the actress's arm that was holding Han-gru. Shin Na-yoon pulled Han-gru back, hugging the child tightly, her sharp gaze fixed on the enemy. The S-rank skill, Warm Vines, was activated. Luminous vines tightly bound Romy, completely locking down her mana flow. Romy gasped, unable to believe her eyes. "Your mana should have been blocked. How do you still have it?" Han-gru, safe in her arms, pointed towards the phone and warned, "Sister, the phone. Something black is oozing out of it." The actress looked astonished, realizing the child could see her dark source of power. Shin Na-yoon growled, her entire body radiating a dense killing intent. "Stay away from Guru." Romy smirked, feigning regret. "It's a shame we have to part ways. There's still so much I wanted to know about you." With a mysterious smile, she uttered a provocative remark. "I hope we meet again." Romy's phone on the table was tightly constricted by the luminous vines, its screen cracking and then shattering completely. With her source of power severed, Romy hadn't even fully recovered her senses when Shin Na-yoon was already right in front of her. Romy staggered, her face bewildered as if waking from a trance, stammering Shin Na-yoon's name. Shin Na-yoon breathed a sigh of relief, seeing Romy bewilderedly ask, "Why? Why am I with you?" Shin Na-yoon hugged her old friend tightly, while Han-gru, squeezed between them, looked rather uncomfortable. The dressing room returned to silence, the confrontation ending swiftly. Sitting on the sofa, Romy was still dazed, asking about the phone and not understanding what control meant. Shin Na-yoon, still holding Han-gru, asked directly, "Don't you remember anything? Not even the one who controlled you?" Romy looked bewildered, asserting she remembered nothing and asking what a debuff was, while Shin Na-yoon, holding Han-gru, explained. Romy only remembered getting angry when Shin Na-yoon arrived at the film set and uttered bitter words. Romy snapped, suspecting Shin Na-yoon was retaliating for her taunts. Shin Na-yoon flinched, quickly denying, "No, I." The entire room fell silent. Shin Na-yoon, still holding Han-gru, sat opposite Romy. Shin Na-yoon bowed her head, sincerely apologizing to Romy. Romy was stunned, unable to believe it. "You're apologizing now?" The actress snapped, arguing that Shin Na-yoon should have been angry with her instead. Romy recalled the past, when people whispered about why Shin Na-yoon kept clinging to an idol trainee with no future. Romy clutched her head in regret, blaming her friend for not getting angry to make things clear. Shin Na-yoon explained that after awakening, she was hounded by reporters to the point of suffocation. A flashback showed Shin Na-yoon as a student, surrounded by a forest of cameras and microphones, being questioned about which guild she would join. Two bystanders saw the scene and whispered that she was the A-rank awakened student, truly hitting the jackpot. Amidst the media frenzy, Shin Na-yoon froze when she received a call. The young girl's eyes were frantic, reflecting strange characters from that mysterious call. Back in the present, Shin Na-yoon sadly admitted, "I thought you would naturally become a hunter like me too." Romy rubbed her forehead, dismissing it. "That's fine now." Shin Na-yoon smiled in relief, finally resolving the long-standing misunderstanding. She took Romy's hand, asserting that even though she was forgetful, she would always remember this. Romy flinched, stammering to ask what on earth Shin Na-yoon had just remembered, while Han-gru simply stood still and observed. Shin Na-yoon nonchalantly replied, "Your social media ID," accompanied by a screenshot of Lee Romy's Zangrom account. Caught off guard, Romy blushed furiously as Shin Na-yoon teased, "If what you said was truly heartfelt, you wouldn't have set that ID." Shin Na-yoon smiled slyly, holding her friend's hand and concluding, "Those words just now weren't entirely sincere, were they?" A flashback showed Shin Na-yoon once apologizing to Romy for her thoughtlessness, admitting she hadn't been there for her friend during her most difficult times. Back in reality, Romy was utterly mortified, deflecting, "All right, go. I want to rest." Shin Na-yoon led Han-gru to the door, preparing to leave. Before leaving completely, Shin Na-yoon turned her head and told Romy, "My number is still the same." She firmly stated that Romy could contact her any time, with or without a reason. Shin Na-yoon flashed a radiant smile, concluding with an affectionate remark, "I'll be waiting." The door closed, and Romy sat alone, holding her phone, her face filled with contemplation. She sighed as she looked at her phone screen, which displayed her own profile page. Memories flooded back, the scene of vacant classroom, with the words from physical education class still written on the blackboard. Two female students chatted, one sighing, "Ugh, amazing Na-yoon is bothering us again today." Student Romy, hearing her friend being slandered, flared up, grinding her teeth. Without a moment's hesitation, she slammed the table, stood up, and charged straight towards the two gossiping friends. Romy snapped, explaining clearly, "Jang Na-yoon means best Na-yoon. Don't distort words like that. King Sejong would cry in his grave if he knew." The other two pouted, mocking Romy's naivety, suggesting that even idols needed to be a little smart. Romy ignored them, shouting loudly to assert her claim. "In short, best Na-yoon is Roma's closest friend. I'll call her that, and you two must call her that too, understood?" The petty classmates continued to taunt student Romy, criticizing her for being as naive as an elementary school student and telling her not to be fake. Back in the present, Romy's tears fell profusely onto her shattered phone screen, which displayed her own profile page. She sat alone on the sofa, thinking to herself that just as she understood her best friend, that friend also understood her. Romy cried in silence, finally realizing what was genuine and what was false. The scene shifted to a beautiful sunny day in the heart of a modern city. A mysterious blonde woman in black high heels walked with full confidence. The blonde woman stood under a black umbrella, holding a phone, her face exuding danger. She coldly deleted an application on her phone, lamenting, What a waste. She could have become an excellent disciple. A flashback flickered to a brown-haired woman holding Han Gru, and the little girl unexpectedly warned, "Sister, something black is coming out of your phone." The blonde woman smirked meaningfully. She showed amusement, wondering how that child could have detected it. She muttered that targeting the contaminated phone from the start was no coincidence, and wondered if the child truly saw the phone as the medium. Han Gru's image appeared, a child merely 3 or 4 years old, yet possessing such overwhelming power. The blonde woman smiled impressively, admitting that she had once thought only Genya could sense her. She spun cheerfully under her umbrella, declaring that Korea was truly enjoyable, and she had no regrets about destroying everything to come here. A colossal tower collapsed in her memory, and the blonde woman remarked that it was his country. She tilted her face skyward with a crazed look, delightedly saying, "Things perfectly assembled become even more beautiful when they collapse. Breaking them is always exhilarating." With a sinister smile, she secretly wished for something to happen so she could meet that child again. She walked away, wondering what Genya was doing, and hoping to meet him again soon. Shin Na-yoon rushed over with a cheerful expression, calling out Han Gru's name loudly. Embracing the little girl, Shin Na-yoon complained about being exhausted by the reporters and demanded a guru energy recharge. Kidan suddenly appeared, raising his phone to tease. "Oh, look who it is. The 6th S-rank hunter, Shin Na-yoon. Say hello, won't you?" Shin Na-yoon annoyedly asked what he was filming, and Kidan nonchalantly replied that he was shooting a vlog on the PR team's orders. He continued to clown around for the camera, improvising a story about Shin Na-yoon sweeping through all the S-ranks of the Hyunak Guild. "What a child," Shin Na-yoon glared, while Han Gru silently observed from her embrace. Suddenly, Han Gru noticed the phone Kidan was holding. She snatched the phone from Kidan's hand and smiled widely, looking utterly content. Shin Na-yoon panicked, stammering Han Gru's name and wondering if the child had become addicted to the internet. Onjurim suddenly appeared, snatched the phone from Han Gru's hand, and sternly ordered, "Han Gru, put the phone down." Her toy confiscated, Han Gru pouted in annoyance, while Onjurim walked away coolly. Han Gru immediately raised her hand and called out loudly, "Oh, that's right, Mr. Guild Leader. I have a question about Guru." Onjurim turned back, asking, "What is it?" With innocent, wide eyes, Han Gru dropped a bombshell. "How are babies made?" The same question was repeated, aimed directly at Kidan and Onjurim, who were standing nearby. Both Onjurim and Kidan froze completely, their faces visibly changing color, while Shin Na-yoon still didn't understand what was happening. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became eerily silent. Han Gru tilted her head, repeating the question once more. "Uncle, don't you know how babies are made?" Onjurim broke out in a cold sweat, his mind racing, secretly wondering if he should just say he didn't know. He worried that with Han Gru's knack for electronic devices, she might research it herself and learn all sorts of strange things online, so it was best to address it properly. Onjurim was sweating profusely, his mind spinning as he tried to find an explanation. Even considering asking for help on a parenting forum. Called out, Kidan flinched, his face flushing as he vehemently denied. "Me? I'm still a minor. How would I know that?" Han Gru didn't give up, turning to her next target. "What about Big Sister Na-yoon? Do you know how babies are made?" Shin Na-yoon flashed a confident, expert smile, declaring firmly, "Of course, I know everything," which made Han Gru's eyes sparkle with admiration. Kidan breathed a sigh of relief, secretly praising Big Sister Na-yoon as the best, but Onjurim narrowed his eyes suspiciously, unsure if he should entrust this matter to her. Onjurim reassured himself that Shin Na-yoon had 5 nieces and nephews, so she must have experience handling such matters. Shin Na-yoon began her lecture with an extremely serious expression. "Gru. Babies are made when a man and a woman are in bed, and causing Kidan behind her to panic completely. Unable to let things go any further, Kidan rushed forward to cover Shin Na-yoon's mouth, yelling at her to stop talking while she still looked bewildered. Witnessing the comedic scene before him, Onjurim could only cover his face in helplessness, his mind spinning as if about to explode. Both Onjurim and Kidan sat still as statues, immersed in the deadly silence after the storm. The chaotic scene showed Onjurim collapsing, Kidan still struggling to cover Shin Na-yoon's mouth, and her trying to mumble in protest. In the eye of the storm, Han Gru calmly drank her banana milk, innocently wondering, is making a baby really that complicated? Han Gru finally clarified that she simply wanted to know how her egg was made. A system window appeared, informing Han Gru that she could use filial piety points to speed up the egg incubation process, making her realize this was no ordinary egg. Recalling the pile of points earned from Shin Na-yoon's quest, Han Gru didn't hesitate to press the use button to accelerate the progress. The egg in her pink handbag glowed softly, and a notification appeared, stating it was only 30% away from hatching. A guild staff member entered, informing the guild leader that everyone was looking for Captain Shin and Captain Dan, Keaton everywhere. The staff member looked bewildered upon seeing all three gathered in the room, looking as if they had just survived a life-or-death battle, while Han-gru sat in a corner. Caught red-handed, Onjurim, Kidan, and Shin Nayun all jumped, their faces pale as if they had seen a ghost. Kidan quickly stood up, dragging the staff member outside, trying to cover up the situation before he could ask any more questions. Keaton swiftly pressed the secretary's shoulder down onto a chair, feigning friendliness to cover his tracks. Onjurim pointed directly at Yoon So-jun, passing the explanation task to the experienced expert. Han-gru, with sparkling eyes, called out to Uncle Yoon Seo-jun, preparing to unleash the question of the century. And here it was, the knockout question. How are babies made? Which made Yoon So-jun freeze, utterly shocked. After a moment of processing, Yoon Seo-jun, a father of two, composed himself, putting on an air of knowing everything. He began a fairy tale lecture for children. Babies, you see. They're brought by storks. A classic answer to fool the little ones. Han-gru's eyes widened, and her mouth formed an O, completely buying into the fairy tale about storks. Yoon Seo-jun added, boasting that he would show her pictures of storks, and Han-gru, extremely excited, demanded to see them immediately. Witnessing the comedic scene, Onjurim and Kidan could only cover their mouths to stifle their laughter, as Han-gru exclaimed, "Wow, it's really big." Just then, a female staff member appeared at the door, breaking the atmosphere. The staff member announced that a flower basket had been sent to the guild leader, appearing to be a congratulatory gift. Yoon So-jun flinched, his face changing color as if he had just seen a ghost. He yelled at the female staff member, questioning why she didn't remember the temporary order to refuse all gifts. Yoon So-jun sternly ordered, all gifts, cards, flower baskets, and packages sent to the guild leader's office until November must be destroyed. The female staff member, terrified, stammered apologies profusely before her superior's wrath. The girl, in a panic, dropped the flower basket, and it shattered on the floor. Amidst the mess, the staff member continued to profusely apologize, while Han-gru and Yoon So-jun stared at the scene. A blood-stained card fell from the flower basket, bearing a provocative and deadly message. Hungry beast, do you feel okay surviving alone? The killer who devoured the entire first generation. Haha. Han-gru felt an evil aura emanating from the card. She was stunned, realizing this was no ordinary gift. The blood-stained card clearly displayed a provocative message that pierced the mind. Onjurim, are you happy being the sole survivor? The killer wiped out the entire first generation, Kekeki. Han-gru froze, clearly sensing the evil dark aura emanating from this deadly gift. Onjurim coldly stepped onto the scene, his overwhelming presence making the space feel as if it had frozen. He casually bent down and picked up the card as if it were merely a scrap of paper. With just a glance, Onjurim made the dark, demonic energy on the card vanish, his expression unchanged. Onjurim turned and ordered Yoon So-jun in a tone that brooked no refusal. Take Gru home immediately. Han-gru obediently complied, but her eyes still couldn't hide her worry for her guardian. The scene shifts to New Spring Kindergarten, where Han-gru is currently studying. Her friend Harry happily waved goodbye to Han-gru after class ended. Han-gru sat alone, sighing deeply, clearly burdened by heavy thoughts. The kindergarten teacher approached and asked, "Gru, is it the nanny picking you up again today?" The little girl only replied listlessly. The little girl buried her face in the table, looking visibly exhausted, which made the teacher worried. The teacher noticed something unusual when Han-gru gave her friend her favorite yogurt cup and pressed her for answers, but the little girl only hesitated, saying nothing. In Han-gru's mind, the scene of Onjurim facing the curse replayed, and she thought to herself, the guild leader doesn't seem to care at all. The little girl clenched her fists, telling herself that Onjurim being the sole survivor wasn't his fault. It was a life-or-death battle. With reddened eyes, Han-gru puffed out her cheeks indignantly, saying he survived by devouring his comrades is an extremely, extremely terrible thing. The little girl buried her face on the table, resolving, I want to give strength to the guild leader, leaving the teacher to only observe in silence. The teacher gently changed the subject, asking if Han-gru had told the guild leader about the upcoming parent observation class. Han-gru hesitated, thinking of his busy schedule and assuming Onjurim must be very tired. The little girl fidgeted with her hands, replying uncertainly, I suppose so. The teacher smiled, concluding the matter. So you haven't told them about the observation class, have you? This is why Gru has been sad all day. The teacher hugged Han-gru, encouraging her. I think it would be wonderful if the guild leader could see Gru proudly present. Gru is smart and writes beautifully now, isn't that right? While stroking Han Gru's head, the teacher instructed, there are still 15 days left, so take your time telling the guild leader, then tell me about it, okay? Han Gru obediently replied, yes, ma'am. While the teacher smiled contentedly, the teacher suggested, while we wait for the babysitter to arrive, shall we go to the playground? And Han Gru immediately agreed. Just as they walked hand in hand out of the school gate, both stopped short upon seeing a luxurious car parked right in front of them. The teacher frowned, tapping on the car window. Excuse me, you cannot park here. It seems your car does not belong to a parent from our school. The window lowered, and a man in a stylish suit spoke. Excuse me, Teacher Jung-yoon. I'm just picking someone up for a moment and will leave right away. The teacher was startled, stammering. How do you know my name? Are you here to pick up a child? As the man stepped out of the car, the secretary professionally extended a business card. Pleased to meet you. This is my business card. The teacher took the business card, reading the text aloud. Doan Construction, Chairman Secretary, Kim Ino. The teacher muttered doubtfully, recalling the company's scandal. Isn't this the construction company that the media exposed for having shady connections with the government? What does such a place have to do with our kindergarten? Kim Ino smiled confidently, dropping a bombshell. I am Chairman On Soo-young's secretary, Miss Gru's grandfather. Han Gru, standing nearby, heard this and looked bewildered as the secretary announced, I am here to pick up Miss Gru. Her eyes widened, her mind unable to process the two words. Grandfather? Han Gru spun around to look inside the car, where an elderly man with sharp eyes was seated, and wondered, the guild leader's father? Chairman On's face became clear, exuding the aura of someone standing above thousands, powerful, and not to be trifled with. Han Gru noticed the resemblance. He has traits similar to the guild leader, while Chairman On looked directly at her. Chairman On coldly declared, I am Onjarim's father. I have already informed the babysitter, get in the car. The teacher, after making a confirmation call, had to accept. Ah, yes, Gru's babysitter said they were coming on your behalf. I understand. Secretary Kim Ino opened the car door, and Han Gru stood frozen before the luxurious vehicle. Han Gru struggled to climb into the back seat, looking a bit overwhelmed for a child. Secretary Kim gently lifted the little girl, placing her neatly inside the car. Chairman On Soo-young personally fastened Han Gru's seatbelt, the silence becoming frightening. To break the stifling atmosphere, Han Gru flashed a bright smile and offered her thanks. Chairman On merely grunted, his face as cold as stone, ignoring the little girl's attempts to be friendly. The car drove off, leaving the teacher standing behind, waving goodbye. Inside the car, the silence was so profound that one could hear their own heartbeat. Chairman On sat with his arms crossed, not uttering a word. Han Gru secretly glanced at her grandfather, her face beginning to pale from the invisible pressure. The little girl broke out in a cold sweat, clearly feeling the overwhelming aura from the powerful man beside her. Han Gru thought to herself, the guild leader's father looks exactly like the final boss in a gangster movie. Chairman On finally spoke, his voice deep and steady. No need to be nervous. Today, I will take you home. He continued, his gaze as sharp as a knife. I have looked into you and heard that you are quite intelligent. Based on the test results, you are at the level of a specially gifted child, and also an awakened one, aren't you? Han Gru froze, her mouth agape in astonishment at having her hand revealed incredibly quickly. The little girl hastily rummaged through her small bag to prove it. Han Gru pulled out her F-rank hunter card. Chairman On merely grunted, his expression unimpressed. The card clearly stated Han Gru, awakened rank, F, a perfect label to conceal her overwhelming true power. Chairman On nodded. Well done. Secretary Kim, seated in the front, turned back and politely replied, Thank you, sir. Chairman On commanded, Secretary Kim. The secretary immediately handed him a stack of documents and said, Here you go. Chairman On handed Han Gru a black brochure, and the little girl immediately focused on flipping through it. It turned out to be a document about overseas prodigy programs and study abroad preparation courses. It contained detailed information on specialized classes, summer camps, and management for gifted students of all ages. Her grandfather glanced over, his voice full of hidden meaning. You read well. The old man began his sales pitch. This is one of the best places in America, with an excellent curriculum and extensive connections. Han Gru froze, thinking, what the heck is a study program? Chairman On continued to persuade her. Or the UK is also a good option, making Han Gru mechanically repeat the words. The little girl suddenly realized this situation was eerily familiar. Studying abroad in America or England, memories of a similar scenario flooded her mind. A flashback appeared, showing Chairman On pressuring Onjarim's mother. Leave for the sake of our son, so he can get a proper education. He held out a stack of money and a plane ticket to America, coldly ordering, "Take the money and go." It turned out to be a scene from a famous TV drama, with the female lead wailing, "Chairman, I can't break up with Juram." Han-gru snapped awake, a light bulb flashing above her head, but then she realized this was no time for joy. Sweat poured down her like a shower as her grandfather leaned in. Another major crisis descended upon Han-gru. The pressure from this old man was no joke. Her grandfather asked directly, "Well?" making the little girl tremble with fear. She told herself that she had decided to become a pillar of support for Guildmaster Onjurim. Han-gru looked at her grandfather, secretly thinking, could Guildmaster's father really want to send me far away? Chairman On commanded, his eyes sharp. "Just say it directly. What do you want?" Han-gru took a breath, regained her composure, and prepared her counterattack. In that case, Han-gru puffed out her cheeks, swallowed with a gulp, preparing to unleash her game-changing move. Her eyes sparkling, she boldly concluded with a single word to steer the conversation. "Meat." Chairman On was dumbfounded by the blunt demand, asking again, "Meat for a meal?" And Han-gru firmly confirmed that she wanted both rice and meat. In her mind, Han-gru began her dramatic monologue, claiming that worrying about the guildmaster had made her lose her appetite, barely eating anything for lunch, and even giving her friends snacks. She deeply regretted accidentally giving away her favorite strawberry yogurt, a fatal mistake due to impulsive action. Han-gru slumped onto the chair, acting her heart out, complaining that she was so hungry her brain had stopped working. Completely hooked, Chairman On turned and ordered his driver to speed to the Olsen Hotel. The destination was an incredibly luxurious restaurant inside the hotel, truly befitting the elite. As a server brought out a steak plate, Han-gru gasped and cheered with excitement. The steak plate looked incredibly delicious, shimmering like a treasure. With knife and fork in hand, Han-gru stared at the meat, her cheeks puffed out, her eyes burning with determination to devour it all. Her grandfather smiled contentedly, telling his granddaughter to eat plenty, and she obediently complied. Suddenly, Han-gru speared a huge piece of beef and held it up, startling Chairman On. The little girl offered the meat to her grandfather, playing her ultimate filial piety card. "Grandpa, please try it first." Chairman On stiffened, clearly shocked and somewhat moved by his granddaughter's action, while Han-gru simply said thank you. After offering it to her grandfather, Han-gru began to enjoy her own portion, her face glowing with absolute contentment. Chairman On quietly watched his granddaughter, his usually sharp eyes visibly softened, a faint smile gracing his lips. As the old man began to cut his steak, Han-gru shrewdly noticed a fact. Guildmaster's father's meat hasn't diminished at all. She recalled the Guildmaster's words, that in such moments, it was because she ate too little, not enough for others to feel a good appetite. A warm memory resurfaced, of Guildmaster Onjurim patiently feeding Han-gru, a stark contrast to this grumpy old man. Han-gru speared a piece of steak, preparing for her next move. She offered the meat towards Chairman On, opening her mouth as if inviting him. The old man stiffened, clearly not expecting this direct assault. With sparkling eyes, Han-gru continued to invite him, playing her good granddaughter card. Chairman On finally gave in, bending down to accept the meat from his granddaughter's hand. The old man took the meat, his usual stern expression showing signs of melting. Han-gru persistently held up the meat, determined to tame this old tiger. She squinted her eyes in a smile, savoring her victory in this psychological game. Chairman On also let out a soft chuckle, completely defeated. The old man tried to maintain a stern face, remarking, "Little one, you really are distracting." The old man secretly thought, "We haven't met for long, and we're already at the point of feeding each other. Truly unexpected." After eating her fill, Han-gru patted her full belly, her face radiating extreme satisfaction. But the meal was just the beginning. Her eyes gleamed. It was time for the main event. Han-gru carefully pushed her water glass aside, muttering that it was dangerous, which puzzled Chairman On. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, her voice full of urgency. "Chairman," she delivered her decisive blow. "Don't you like Gru?" causing the old man, who was drinking water, to spit it all out. Secretary Kim Eno rushed over in a panic, seeing his boss clutching his face and coughing violently. After calming down, Chairman On turned and asked, his voice still slightly shaky, "Why would you think that?" Han-gru nonchalantly replied, "Gru doesn't want to go far away. I want to stay by Guildmaster's father's side." Chairman On was stunned, a bolt of lightning striking him as he realized the little girl's true intention. Chairman On looked directly at his granddaughter and confirmed, "Do you want to stay by Juram's side?" The old man smiled faintly, agreeing surprisingly quickly. "If that is your wish, then do so." Han-gru froze, her brain unable to process how this game had ended far too easily compared to her script. The little girl was deeply shocked, her eyes wide open, screaming "No way" in her mind. Immediately, she switched to suspicious mode, wondering if this old man was setting a trap to make her drop her guard. Hangru suddenly recalled those melodramatic scenes where people often threw water in each other's faces to resolve issues. In her imagination, Shin Na-yoon was playing a fierce role, preparing to splash a whole glass of water into the opponent's face. Back in reality, Hangru glared at her grandfather, her hand already clutching a glass of water, ready for a real-life drama. Chairman On could only stare back blankly, completely clueless as to what the little girl was up to. Suddenly, Hangru let out a big yawn, continuing her act as an innocent, sleepy child. She glanced at the wine glass on the table, secretly thinking that, if she were an adult, she would have chugged it down already. Hangru began to play her trump card, her voice becoming serious, because Guildmaster Dad received a very strange card. She emphasized that the card came from some terrible person, hinting at a serious threat. A chilling image of a pitch-black card with blood-red writing appeared. The card's content was a malicious curse. Survivor. Are you happy to be the only one left? The smile on Chairman On's face vanished, replaced by a stern expression. I see. So, that time has finally come. Hangru continued, saying that even though Onjurim pretended to be fine, she knew he was very sad. The old man nodded in acknowledgement, his eyes showing he was completely convinced by his granddaughter's performance. Clenching her small hands, Hangru concluded with a firm declaration. Therefore, I will stay by Guildmaster Dad's side to become his strength. Chairman On nodded decisively, agreeing without the slightest hesitation, which once again left Hangru dumbfounded because this deal was sealed even faster than she imagined. Chairman On revealed his hand, explaining that he only wanted to create the best environment for a talented child, and had no other intentions. The old man rubbed his forehead, admitting he was a bit hasty since it had been a long time since he cared for a child, and firmly stated, I never intended to separate you from Jurim. Hangru immediately unleashed her aegyo, her eyes sparkling innocently as she asked, So, I don't have to go far away? The old man smiled kindly, clearly completely smitten by his granddaughter. Chairman On patted her head, repeating his powerful promise. I said I would give you anything you want. Hangru was overjoyed, her eyes sparkling as if she had just looted an L-grade item. The old man burst into laughter, completely satisfied with this intelligent and theatrical granddaughter. Shifting to a flashback, Chairman On stood pensively by the window, admitting he had been extremely worried upon hearing that Onjurim adopted a child. He paced back and forth, his face clearly filled with restlessness and unease. He ruffled his hair, sadly thinking about the past tragedy, and how he had lost all hope for an heir, yet his son had suddenly brought a child home. He continued his worried monologue, saying that Onjurim couldn't even keep a potted plant alive, and utterly hated troublesome things, so how could he possibly care for a child? Fearing his son would just get excited and then neglect the little girl, he ordered Secretary Kim to investigate discreetly, without Onjurim finding out. The chairman's face still couldn't hide his concern for his granddaughter's future. Secretary Kim entered, presenting a thick notebook. Chairman, these are the investigation results. The old man frowned, puzzled to receive an album instead of a boring report. With a skeptical expression, he began to flip through the album to see how his son was doing at home. The first photo showed Onjurim dressed smartly, cheerfully holding Hangru's hand while strolling on the street. The next photo, taken on a plane, showed Onjurim dozing off while Hangru was curled up, sleeping soundly in his arms. Another moment at an amusement park showed Onjurim holding the little girl in his arms, both looking in the same direction. The final photo showed Onjurim smiling very gently, holding Hangru, who was happily surrounded by soap bubbles. The last photo in the album showed Onjurim smiling with crinkled eyes next to Hangru, looking like a true national dad. After Chairman On Soo-young finished viewing, his face went blank, muttering, This is... The old man turned to Secretary Kim Ino, questioning skeptically. This isn't a composite photo, is it? But received a firm reply. No, it's not. The chairman called someone, chuckling with delight, as he recalled the incident where his son Onjurim threatened to close an amusement park just because a child got lost. Puhaha. Jurim is still as hot-headed as ever. He proudly thought to himself. He truly is my son. He looked back at the album, his mind reeling with the question, just what kind of child could tame Jurim like this? His gaze stopped at Hangru's photo, a determination rising within him. I must meet this child at least once. The scene shifted back to the present. Chairman On finally met Hangru, and he nodded. Now that I've met her in person, I understand. The old man remarked that the little girl had the aura of the first person, and her cuteness was max level, impossible for anyone to hate. Hangru unexpectedly launched her move, asking directly, So, Chairman, will you become Guru's companion? Which left the old man dumbfounded. she began to act dramatically, complaining that lately the guildmaster had become soft, like a jellyfish washed ashore. Faced with such an overwhelmingly cute performance, the chairman couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Han-gru concluded her objective. Guru wants to make the guildmaster strong again, like a jellyfish returning to the sea. Chairman, please also be a companion to help the jellyfish revive. The old man completely melted, wondering how long it had been since he felt such cuteness and if he was worthy of participating. Han-gru gave the other party no time to think, firmly stating, "Of course you can." She took the old man's hand, delivering a psychological blow. "Because you are family, blood related to the guildmaster." Then she delivered a critical hit, her voice full of innocence. "Unlike me, an adopted child, you truly have a family." The two words family struck the chairman's heart like a hammer blow, causing him to completely collapse. After a moment of silence, the chairman sat down, his voice low. I don't think the boy will be happy about this." He explained the reason, his eyes filled with regret. "Because Joram is very angry with me. I did something that disappointed him greatly." Han-gru asked again innocently. "Something disappointing?" Chairman On admitted it was all his fault, making the little girl even more confused. The old man's gaze fell upon a memorial poster. The 5th anniversary of the tower raid, honoring the sacrifice of a person named On Ijo. The face of the hero On Ijo appeared, a young hunter with confident eyes. Han-gru froze, her mind unable to process the information that had just hit her. Chairman On dropped a bombshell. "Ijo is my eldest son. He is Urim's older brother." The old man mumbled, realizing that if Onjurim was drifting like a jellyfish, the cause wasn't that trivial card. The real problem was that On Ijo's death anniversary was approaching, reopening the family's emotional wounds. The day On Ijo perished was also the day the tower was conquered, a victory stained with tragedy. It was also the day Onjurim, the sole survivor, returned from the 99th floor. The flashback returned to the hellish scene in the tower. Onjurim, his face covered in wounds, yelled at his brother, "We have to go back now. Just the two of us can't challenge the 100th floor." Onjurim at that time looked ragged, exhausted, and utterly terrified. On Ijo, though also battered, calmly called his younger brother's name. He placed a hand on Onjurim's head, smiled, and made a firm promise. "I will return." Onjurim's eyes in the present narrowed, painful memories flooding back. But that was a promise that never came true. His older brother went to the 100th floor alone and never came back. Back in the present, Han-gru had returned home and began catching up on the drama, finding Onjurim's viral argument highlight clip with 2 million views. The little girl scrolled through the internet, seeing the community clearly divided into two factions. One side hailed Onjurim as a hero, while the other cursed him as trash. But one comment caught her attention. "But he's still a national war hero, isn't he?" Lying on her bed, Han-gru wondered blankly what a national war hero even was. She continued to scroll through YouTube, watching videos about On Ijo, and realizing that the guildmaster's deceased older brother was dubbed humanity's #1 hope, thinking to herself, "So cool." Lying stretched out on her bed, Han-gru thought that the guildmaster must have been in great pain, having to leave his only older brother behind to escape the tower alone. The little girl pouted, thinking that netizens were too harsh, cursing the guildmaster just because he lacked education from not attending kindergarten. Scrolling past an extremely toxic comment, "It should have been On Ijo who lived, not Onjurim." The little girl's blood boiled, and she furiously spammed the dislike button. She tossed and turned on the bed, annoyed by the venomous words of the keyboard warriors. Han-gru began to wonder about the relationship between the guildmaster, his deceased older brother, and their father. At the same time, Chairman On Soo-young, Han-gru's grandfather, admitted with a stone-cold face, "Joram is very angry with me, because I did something that disappointed him." The scene showed a tense confrontation, Onjurim turning his back on his father, proving their conflict was no small matter. Han-gru lay on her back, thinking, "But does the guildmaster only hate the chairman?" The little girl scratched her head, drawing a truth from her 4 years of life experience. Hating someone is also very tiring and energy-consuming. She sat up, realizing that having to hate her only remaining family member must be many times harder. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Due to the effect of an unknown title, a quest has emerged. The caregiver quest was officially activated, requiring her to uncover her guardian's true buried emotions, with a reward of 10,000 filial piety points. Han-gru's jaw dropped, her eyes shining brightly as she saw the reward amount. Filial piety points are maxed out. The little girl was overjoyed, clenching her fists in determination. "This reward is huge. With this many points, I can hatch the guru egg." But then she fell into deep thought. unsure where to begin to complete this tough quest. Just then, the phone on the table vibrated, and a message from the chairman appeared. "Is everything all right?" Opening the message, her grandfather praised her for helping Chairman Nam, and suggested that the gift she received would fetch a high price if auctioned. He also took the opportunity to announce that he would be attending the auction, and invited her to come along if she wanted to watch. A warm woman held Hangru in her imagination, as the little girl came up with a bold idea. Could it be that the chairman also knows about the guildmaster's father, which is why he invited me to the auction? The little girl's eyes flashed with a calculating glint, and she made her decision. To the auction house it is. This is the chance for the guildmaster and his father to meet, Hangru mumbled, deciding to apply the shipping strategy learned from movies. The first step was to get the father and son to meet. The little girl concluded with an inviting message, "Let's go together," and included a cool rich squirrel sticker. On the other end, Chairman On received the precious gift, and immediately raised his phone to photograph a skyscraper. A minute later, he sent back a photo of the building with its location, asking directly, "How about this place?" While Hangru was still bewildered, her grandfather messaged again, asking what she wanted to name it. The little girl's eyes shone brightly, her mind racing at lightning speed. "Of course, Hez telling me to name the building." Without much thought, she blurted out the name Gru, 123, and Chairman On instantly confirmed. "Understood. I will handle it." Chairman On turned to Secretary Kim and ordered, "Transfer ownership of the building to my granddaughter and engrave Guru 123 on the sign." Hangru hugged her phone, overjoyed to realize she had just done something big. "That's Guru's class for you." Riding on the momentum of victory, the little girl decided to go talk to the guildmaster right away. She scurried into the kitchen, calling out loudly to the guildmaster who was standing there. Onjaram rubbed his sleepy eyes, groggily asking, "Do you want to brush your teeth?" Hangru threw her hands up, waving it off. "Later, not that. There's a place Guru really wants to go." Onjaram frowned, a red warning immediately appearing in his mind. Is she going to drag me to a dungeon again? Suddenly, Hangru held out an auction house promotional flyer, exclaiming, "Ta-da!" The guildmaster asked in surprise, "What is this, an auction? Do you even know what kind of place that is?" The little girl pointed to the text on the flyer, which advertised it as a fun exhibition and performance space with plenty of activities for children. Onjarim crossed his arms, his face thoughtful. An auction house. He recalled previous attendances, a place where anonymous wanderers traded items, especially this time with rumors of a rare Hunok item about to be released. Furthermore, it was also nearing the 5th anniversary of the Tower Raid, a time when gifts, praise, and interview requests poured in from all over the world. The guild leader's flashback brought back the public's curses and criticisms after the tower incident. "Coward, you should have died too." Onjarim ran a hand through his hair, recalling how 5 years ago, he had tried to appear pitiful in an interview, and now he regretted that move. In the past, when facing the crowd of reporters, he hadn't even bothered to act or show any emotion. Submerged in painful memories, he once believed he had no right to grieve like others, until Hangru, with an auction house flyer in hand, appeared and became a light in his dark life. Onjarim smiled self-deprecatingly, admitting how pathetic he had become, losing sleep just worrying about what a child would think of him. He patted Hangru's head, finally softening. "If I'm not busy, we'll go." Hangru sealed the deal immediately, teasing, "So we're definitely going. You're never busy, uncle," leaving Onjarim speechless. Scene change. A gamer was furiously typing. A sarcastic commentary voice rang out, saying only rich student boys would play all day. The gamer was trying hard in a dark room, shouting directions to his teammates. Left, left. Finish off the one with 1 HP. He was furious, cursing directly at his teammate through the mic. "Damn it. What kind of game are you playing?" The chat window appeared, showing that gamer Guru Appa, who had just gotten a triple kill, was eliminated, and then taunted the opposing team. "This game is about reaction speed and daring spirit. Keep trying." A player named Bald Mage invited Guru Appa to a party to rank up, but he refused, citing busy guild matters. In the game, Guru Appa's avatar explained to Bald Mage that it was a real-life guild, and he had to go play with his Gru. The gamer sneered when Bald Mage chatted back, disbelieving the real-life guild story and thinking he was lying. Guru Appa replied nonchalantly, "Hunok is busy protecting the world." Bald Mage snapped, "Hunok? If you're from Hunok, then I'm from Gnosis, you idiot." But the gamer merely smirked and typed a farewell. The chat window announced that Guru Appa had logged out, leaving Bald Mage bewildered. The gamer took off his headphones, muttering, "Well, that's enough gaming for today." He leaned back in his chair, surrounded by faint ghosts, and sneered, "Hunok, what a joke." The gamer's eyes flashed with a deadly golden light, and he smirked dangerously. After all, I really am from Gnosis. The gamer leaned back in his chair, surrounded by ghosts, confirming arrogantly, yes, I am from Gnosis. He was startled when he heard a cursing shout echo from the game. Don't tell me Eve been exposed again. Damn it, the gamer muttered, a clearly annoyed expression on his face. Scene change. A silver-haired man was clutching his head and groaning on the sofa, looking extremely pathetic. A youth with heterochromia casually walked down, asking, him again? That Gnosis hunter? The silver-haired man snapped his head up, his face full of bulging veins, and growled, damn it, fine. How the hell does that bastard keep finding out? The silver-haired man angrily questioned, while the youth replied nonchalantly, he's probably just more skilled than you. The youth, blowing a bubblegum bubble, explained, Noah Hyung's ability is to implant eyes into others, sharing their vision and brainwashing them. The metaphorical image showed Noah's overwhelming brainwashing power, so potent that victims were controlled completely without realizing it. The silver-haired man flew into a rage. So, you're saying I'm the weakest link? The youth smirked, blowing a bubble. Didn't you already accept the rules of the game? In this world, power is everything. You should be grateful you haven't been eliminated yet. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp and cold. Since that monster came to Korea, how many people has he taken down? A bloody image appeared, showing that Hunter had climbed to second rank overnight, his power far from ordinary. The youth shrugged. I haven't been in Gnosis for long, so I don't know all the details. But one thing everyone knows. He hates Gnosis to his very bones, he said, with the organization's red snake emblem behind him. The silver-haired man roared, his eyes burning red with anger. I don't care. I've surpassed my limits. I've leveled up. A flashback began. The silver-haired man collapsed to his knees in a rainy alley, pathetic as a stray dog. The blonde woman appeared, holding an umbrella over him and making an enchanting offer. You have the potential to become special. Is that what you desire? The silver-haired man's eyes flashed with a brilliant red light, and he looked up at the woman, whispering in a delirium of power. Yes, master. Back in the present, the silver-haired man trembled, clutching his chest and savoring the aftertaste. The feeling of reawakening is truly exhilarating. The silver-haired man, deluded by power, begged his master for more buffs to surpass his enemies, while the heterochromia youth merely blew a bubble nonchalantly. Pop! The heterochromia youth shattered the other man's illusion, coldly reminding him, she doesn't have time to care about the likes of you. Focus on preparing for the auction. There isn't much time left. His gaze was sharp as he ordered, dream only after you've won the auction. Keep a clear head. The silver-haired man was furious to the point of seeing stars, being lectured by that disrespectful kid. The heterochromia youth smirked provocatively. He continued to taunt arrogantly. What, salty? The silver-haired man furiously pointed and shouted, I told you not to play those silly games. How dare you talk to an elder like that? While the other man quietly walked away, secretly thinking, what an old-fashioned geezer. He continued to yell from behind in vain. You brat. Are you cursing? Hey! The heterochromia youth paid no mind, his eyes glued to the auction announcement for the rank S mana stone on his phone. Scene changed to a super luxurious hotel, the Class, where the auction was about to take place. A senior male staff member answered his phone, informing his female colleague next to him, the VIP is arriving soon. A luxurious black car stopped before the red carpet, and two staff members stood formally waiting. An elderly man with a dignified demeanor stepped out of the car. The female staff member bowed respectfully. Welcome, Chairman On. Chairman On Soo-young elegantly extended his hand, saying to the person inside the car, come down carefully. Han Gru, in a stylish black dress and beret, took her grandfather's hand, replying playfully, yes, Grandpa. The hotel staff member froze, bewildered by the strange, yes, Grandpa? reply. The staff member realized with shock that this was the child Onjurim had adopted, while Han Gru happily walked hand in hand with her grandfather on the red carpet. Everyone knew Chairman On, and Onjurim were famously at odds, so everyone was shocked to see him bringing his son's adopted daughter. The female staff member offered to take the young lady to the children's playroom, but Han Gru cleverly asked back, can Guru come play too? President On instructed his staff, feigning concern but actually giving a subtle warning, call me immediately if anything happens. Han Gru was brimming with excitement, ready for the fun. Let's go. The little girl waved goodbye to her grandfather, while President On promised to return later. A female staff member led Han Gru along the luxurious hotel corridor. As soon as she entered the playroom, Han Gru's face fell, secretly annoyed that she couldn't drag the guild leader along. But the little girl quickly pulled herself together, telling herself that a brave child wouldn't give up so easily. Hangru looked at her smartwatch, calculating the perfect moment to call the guild leader without arousing suspicion. The female staff member smiled, handing Hangru a blue rabbit-shaped name tag. Miss Hanguru, your registration is complete. Please wear this tag for your safety. The female staff member waved goodbye as Hangru entered the playroom. Have a wonderful time. Hangru froze, her eyes wide and mouth agape at the sight inside. A massive playroom, grander than even the famous Cakesania amusement park, appeared before her eyes. Without another word, Hangru shot straight into the ball pit like a rocket. The little girl joyfully thrashed about in the sea of balls, exclaiming, "Is this truly a child's paradise?" Suddenly, Hangru sensed a surge of magical power emanating from the nearby sandpit area. The little girl curiously played with the magical sand, marveling that it didn't stick to her hands or clothes, guessing it must be a byproduct from a dungeon. Hangru pouted, secretly thinking she had to find a way to coax Dani Appa into a dungeon again. While she was engrossed in her schemes, an unpleasant voice rang out from behind her. "Hey, that's mine." A little girl named Gu Hoyon, with an arrogant expression, pointed at the shovel Hangru was holding. That shovel. This Gu Hoyon was going to use it first. Hangru nonchalantly pointed elsewhere, but Guru is already using it. "Gu Hoyon, there's an identical one over there. Use that instead." The little girl Hoyon arrogantly declared, "I don't want to. Clearly, you should be the one to give way to me. Hoyon wants that one." Hangru was speechless. Only one thought appeared in her mind. Just the kind of annoying brat you always find in kindergarten. The little girl Hoyon started her usual trick. "Do you know who my dad is?" But Hangru nonchalantly replied, "Do I need to know? It's our first time meeting." Gu Hoyon puffed out her chest, proudly showing off a picture of her father. "He's Gu Xinwu, the leader of the Nag Guild." Hangru was dumbfounded for a moment. The name Gu Xinwu sounded familiar. The little girl Hoyon repeated it once more with an extremely triumphant expression, certain that her opponent was now pale with fear. Hangru was still racking her brain, muttering the name Gu Xinwu. Gu Hoyon put her hands on her hips, confirming loudly, "That's right, Gu Xinwu." Hangru suddenly snapped back to reality, memories of that name flooding back. In a flashback, Keaton was screaming loudly because someone had directly smacked him on the head. Kim Jong-won grabbed Kidan's collar and cursed him out. "Why did you foolishly rush in like that?" While Kidan still dazedly asked, "Are you Gu Xinwu?" Hangru was sitting and drinking water at the time, also curiously wondering, "Who is Gu Xinwu?" Then she suddenly remembered. It turned out that in her memory, Kim Jong-won was teasing Gu Xinwu as a guy burning with unrequited love at the Hunak Guild, which made Kidan laugh heartily. Kim Jong-won later clarified that it was just a joke. In reality, Gu Xinwu was a loudmouth who declared he would be the new generation to surpass even the Hunak Guild leader. Back in reality, Hangru nodded. "Ah, so she's the daughter of that uncle with unrequited love." The little girl Hoyon still puffed out her chest. "Whatever, just remember it well from now on." Gu Hoyon continued to act superior. "My dad is someone even brats like you should know, got it?" Hangru grinned widely, raising her shovel excitedly. "Of course, guild leader Gu Xinwu, the one who ranked 4th this time, right?" Gu Hoyon was stunned, stammering and shouting, "Hey, how dare you say that?" While Hangru innocently asked back, "Why? Did Guru say something wrong?" Hangru pulled out the national rankings to prove her point. Onjurim is Hashon, Cheonguri is #2, Kidan is #3, and Gu Xinwu is definitely #4. The little girl, Hoyon, was speechless, unable to retort a single word. Hangru began to ponder. Why does she assume everyone knows her dad? Could she have the ability to recognize the father of a child she's never met? Hangru's eyes lit up with a bold idea. If she can recognize other people's fathers, maybe she can also find my own father? After thoroughly crushing her opponent, Hangru nonchalantly asked, "Hey friend, do you know who my dad is?" Which left Gu Hoyon dumbfounded. Gu Hoyon bristled, yelling, "Who's your friend? And how the heck would I know who your dad is?" Hangru pouted, muttering to herself. Turns out she's just a small fry, can't even recognize other people's fathers. The little girl Hoyon puffed out her chest, explaining that here, every child knows each other's parents, as if it were a jungle law. Hangru realized that this was just a common occurrence. Her plan to use this little girl to find her father was officially bankrupt. A female guide gathered the children to prepare for the exhibition tour. Hangru slowly followed the crowd, still calculating another plan in her head. The little girl told herself, "As long as I step out of the center, maybe I can bait a significant enough danger to make the guild leader show up." Hangru's hunter mode was officially activated. She put on sunglasses and wielded an overwhelmingly powerful pink sniper rifle in her imagination. The trip began with everyone admiring a rather artistic-looking stuffed rabbit painting. Next was the duck-watching segment. Han Gru showed immense delight, just like a real child. The whole group was led to watch a performance by two mascots, a bear and a rabbit, on the main stage. Han Gru sat in the audience seats, her eyes sparkling as she clapped in applause, fully embodying the role of an innocent child. But after a while, the trip became too peaceful, making the little girl start to feel bored, sitting in a corner to herself. There's no danger at all. Suddenly, the egg in Han Gru's handbag vibrated intensely, signaling that something was happening. Han Gru was startled to realize. This reaction is exactly like when I met actress Romy at the film set. The little girl immediately became vigilant, scanning her surroundings, asking herself, is it danger? Han Gru's gaze stopped at the female guide's back, realizing that the egg was reacting to her. Han Gru tried to analyze the situation. It's hard to explain, but it feels like they're not alive. At the same time, elsewhere, Yoon Seo-jun was snapping at Kim Jong-un. Brother, it's because you guys didn't check Kakao Talk. Han Gru stealthily peeked out from behind a wall, hearing a familiar voice. As soon as she poked her head out, she was utterly shocked to see Kidan and Hyunak's first raid team standing conspicuously there. The gray-haired hunter held out his phone to Yoon Seo-jun, grumbling. Then just send a gift icon, old man. The phone screen showed a group chat, where Kidan had just sent a gift icon, and someone threatened, Danny, do you want to die? Yoon Seo-jun crossed his arms and sneered, mocking the gray-haired man. Hey, why are adults trying to freeload off a minor? If you're not helping pay for dinner, at least don't fish for gift icons. Han Gru, hiding nearby, muttered that this group was truly annoying and wondered if she should just deal with all of them. Team leader Kim Jong-un immediately gave Yoon Seo-jun a devastating necklock, while the stylist standing nearby just laughed. Han Gru suddenly realized why they were there. Oh, right. Some byproducts from the Malikian boss are being auctioned off. Suddenly, Keaton spun around, his gaze sharp as if he had sensed someone watching. Han Gru flinched, quickly pulled her head back, her heart pounding. That was close. She imagined Yoon Seo-jun catching her and yelling, Gru, Gru, exposing her plan. At the same time, Anjurim was on the phone and received a report. Guildmaster, Han Gru is at the auction house. Anjurim froze when he heard that the girl was with his father, who was Han Gru's grandfather. A murderous aura erupted, and Anjurim roared through the phone. Bring her back immediately, making Han Gru on the other end feel an overwhelming deadly aura and extreme fear. Han Gru hid behind a pillar, telling herself that her goal was to lure the Guildmaster here, so she absolutely couldn't let the Hunak group discover her. She peeked out again, seeing the hunters gathered, their expressions seemingly more serious. Yoon Seo-jun suddenly pointed directly towards where Han Gru was hiding. Discovered. Han Gru and Gu Hoyeon panicked, turned, and ran for their lives. Han Gru glanced around for an escape route, immediately spotting a ventilation shaft on the wall. Without a second's hesitation, she dashed straight towards the ventilation shaft to find a hiding spot. Squeezing into the ventilation duct, Han Gru breathed a sigh of relief, having temporarily shaken off the hunters. She calculated that the staff would soon notice her disappearance, so she decided to hide and wait for the right moment. Hiding in the darkness, Han Gru began to plan how to lure the Guildmaster, even considering throwing a tantrum to attract attention. Suddenly, a voice echoed from below, startling Han Gru, who listened curiously. The conversation grew increasingly tense, with one voice ordering that the other group be scared enough to cancel the event. Han Gru crawled along the duct in shock, unable to believe her ears as she heard about a life-or-death business matter concerning the entire family. From the ceiling, she looked down and spotted a drunken man giving orders to his subordinate. The arrogant drunkard told his subordinate to call their awakened friends to do some explosive action like in movies. Han Gru was deeply shocked, realizing she had just accidentally overheard the plan of a genuine group of villains. The man continued to instigate, demanding his subordinate call people to put on a show that would open their eyes. The drunkard grew more agitated as he spoke, showing contempt for some eldest son and demanding to teach him a lesson. Han Gru's face paled, confirming firmly in her mind, this guy is definitely a bad person. The subordinate expressed concern, thinking his boss might be involved with some shady group. Han Gru closed her eyes, her mind racing, cross-referencing the two men's positions with the building's layout in her head. Her eyes lit up. She had found a course of action. Got it. Let's go down. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Gru sped through the duct, ready for a direct confrontation. Thud! Han Gru suddenly appeared before the two schemers, boldly declaring, I heard your entire plan. She waved confidently, as if calling for backup. Guildmaster, I'm here. The two men, one drunk and one sober, froze completely, not understanding where the little girl had come from. Just then, Anjurim appeared like a phantom, holding Han Gru in one arm, his icy gaze fixed on the two small-time ruffians. "Are you the ones who caused trouble for Guru?" As Anjurim was still growling, Chairman An suddenly appeared at the door, stunned. "Wait, Jurim. Why are you here?" Both Anjurim and Han Gru were dumbfounded, while Chairman An looked as if he was about to cry, calling his son's name emotionally. Forgetting the two small-time ruffians, the An father and son rushed to embrace each other warmly, to everyone's astonishment. Han Gru, in another scene, looked utterly satisfied with this family drama. Perfect. Rewinding time. Han Gru was crawling through the ventilation duct, muttering her battle plan. "Prepare to receive Juru's punishment, you bad guys." A female staff member frantically called out, "Young Lady Guru," while the girl was secretly hiding behind a corner. The female staff member continued her futile search, unaware that the young lady was sneaking away right behind her. Han Gru suddenly appeared, waving casually as if nothing had happened. "Guru is right here." The female staff member sighed in relief, asking if the girl wanted to return to the playroom, and Han Gru obediently nodded. The female staff member instructed that she would be at the banquet hall in 30 minutes, telling Han Gru to play nicely, and the girl assented dismissively. Back in the playroom, amidst the oblivious children, Han Gru had another plan in mind. She frowned, her mind racing. "If I wait too long, the bad guys will escape." Han Gru pulled out her pink handbag, her eyes resolute. "I have prepared for this moment." Rip! She pulled out a B-grade toy parrot, an item specifically used to fool adults. Taking advantage of no one paying attention, Han Gru slipped out of the playroom as quick as lightning. She placed the toy parrot in a hidden corner among a pile of wooden blocks, preparing to activate it. Poof! The parrot transformed into an identical replica of Han Gru, while the original sat beside it, nodding smugly. Han Gru confidently gave a military salute. Her body double plan had been a complete success. Leaving the replica in the playroom, Han Gru officially began her campaign to teach those small-time ruffians a lesson. Returning to the ventilation duct, she began to pinpoint her targets based on the map in her head. Han Gru poked her head out of the ventilation shaft, her sharp gaze locking onto her target. That's it. Below was an underground casino, where small fry gamblers were gathered, betting on red or black. The little girl was dwarfed by the casino, her eyes sparkling at this completely new world, muttering, "The map led me right." Suddenly, a chip rolled to Han Gru's feet, catching her attention. She picked up the chip, glancing at a gambler who was staring blankly at a slot machine with a bored expression. Han Gru approached, curiously looking at the machine, chip in hand, wondering, "Do I press this?" She stood before the machine, looking tiny, but her eyes were no joke. Ding ding ding, 3 sevens aligned, jackpot exploded. Money and chips poured out like a waterfall. Han Gru froze for 5 seconds at the unexpected sight. Some couple, seeing the jackpot hit, rushed over like moths to a flame, their eyes gleaming. They shoved Han Gru aside to snatch the winnings, shouting, "Get out of the way, jackpot!" Shoved to the ground, Han Gru grumbled with a displeased look. "I almost got into trouble for being careless." She brushed herself off and stood up, heading straight for a secret door at the end of the hallway. Han Gru stated firmly with a cool expression, "The bad guys are definitely in here." She glanced at her smartwatch. Everything was ready for the raid. Han Gru pushed the door open, declaring, "I'm here." Just as she stepped in, she bumped into the leg of someone blocking the way. Han Gru looked up, wondering, "A leg?" The gray-haired subordinate, annoyed at being disturbed, turned to stare down at her. Another young man with heterochromatic eyes also looked down, making Han Gru gasp. "Huh?" The heterochromatic-eyed young man looked down at Han Gru, thinking, "These eyes are truly beautiful." Han Gru looked up, her eyes wide with curiosity at the strange young man's presence. The gray-haired subordinate next to him roared, stomping his foot threateningly, "Who are you brats?" Han Gru ignored him, her mind focused only on eavesdropping. "What's going on inside?" The heterochromatic-eyed man suddenly leaned down close to her face, making Han Gru flinch back in surprise and curiosity. The young man looked directly at her, his heterochromatic eyes gleaming with scrutiny. "Is your name Guru?" Han Gru's jaw dropped, completely shocked. "Huh, how do you know?" The young man repeated the question firmly, asserting that he wasn't guessing. Still stunned, she stammered, asking how on earth he knew her name. The young man pointed to the rabbit-shaped name tag on Han Gru's bag, and she looked dumbfounded. "Oh, right, I forgot I was wearing it." The young man, blowing a bubblegum bubble, warned, "If you're Guru, don't go inside yet." Han Gru puffed out her cheeks in confusion, not understanding why her identity was relevant to catching the bad guys. The young man explained concisely, Because your name is the same as my friend's younger sibling. Han-gru froze for a second, then her eyes lit up like headlights. She jumped up and down, both hands raised excitedly. Amazing. Turns out I'm not the only guru. The heterochromatic-eyed man was now dumbfounded, not expecting her reaction to be so out of left field. Another guru? Are you kidding? Han-gru immediately took the initiative, pressing her face close to the young man and barraging him with questions. How old is the other guru? Is she blonde too? The young man awkwardly stepped back, admitting he didn't know much, only having heard it from a gaming friend. The young man briefly fell into thought, considering how his heterochromatic eyes always drew others' attention. He recalled the feeling of being scrutinized, but told himself it was just curiosity, not malice. The heterochromatic-eyed young man patted Han-gru's head, remarking, "The blonde guru is cooler, looking like a cute chick." He was momentarily flustered, wondering if his comment was a bit too cheesy. Han-gru, however, was visibly delighted, clutching her head and grinning widely at the compliment. The little girl quickly asked, "So, mister, when can guru go inside?" Making the young man dumbfounded by her form of address. The young man thought to himself that appa was just an affectionate term, but since he had no family, no one had ever called him that. He felt a slight stir when a child he had just met addressed him with such familiarity. Regaining his cool demeanor, he said it was fine inside and allowed her to enter. He turned and walked away, waving goodbye. "See you, blonde guru." Han-gru stared after him blankly, and a ding sound echoed from the system. A notification panel appeared. Potential guardian detected, and she was utterly shocked to see it was an S rank, determined to recruit him no matter what. Han-gru frantically turned back, but the young man had already vanished into the crowd. She mumbled, calculating that, besides herself, there were only 6 other S ranks in Korea. She speculated whether this mister was a foreign S rank like Jin Si-won, but it was hard to believe someone of that caliber could sneak into Korea. Han-gru scratched her head in frustration, unable to understand how such a formidable figure could infiltrate without anyone knowing. She shook her head, dismissing her tangled thoughts. No time to think. She charged forward with surging momentum, raising her hand and shouting, "Freeze, you bad guys." The scene showed 2 men, one sprawled on the floor, the other slumped in a chair, both unconscious. Han-gru froze, her mouth agape. The bad guys have all been taken down? She realized the mister had acted first, his image waving adios flashing in her mind. Her plan to become a hero ruined. Han-gru collapsed onto the floor in despair. Failing to make a killing, Han-gru trudged along the corridor, exuding an air of dejection. The girl puffed out her cheeks in frustration, silently cursing that her plan had been ruined all because some S-rank secretly infiltrated Korea. A female staff member called the kindergarten kids, announcing it was time to return to the main banquet hall. Han-gru hurriedly ran after her friends, fortunately joining the group just in time. The main banquet hall appeared luxurious and splendid, prepared for a grand event. Guests began to gather, elegantly dressed figures in suits walking around and chatting lively. A Hunak Guild staff member showed Han-gru her seat, right at a table with a Dan nameplate. Park Gu-sung sat down and asked Han-gru how she was doing, informing her that the chairman would arrive soon. He gently placed Han-gru in her seat while she obediently replied, "Yes, sir." Once settled, Han-gru scanned her surroundings, assessing the situation in the banquet hall. The nameplate on the table clearly read Hunak, confirming this was the table for the #1 guild. Seeing the empty seats, Han-gru dejectedly thought that her plan was already ruined, so it wouldn't matter if she was discovered. Suddenly, Gu Hoyeon, another rich girl, ran up and yelled at Han-gru. Gu Hoyeon arrogantly pointed, questioning why someone like Han-gru was allowed to sit in the front row. Han-gru calmly replied, "I don't know," despite Gu Hoyeon assuming she had just sat there randomly. Gu Hoyeon angrily grabbed Han-gru's hand, intending to drag her elsewhere, which startled Park Gu-sung. Park Gu-sung hurriedly asked if Han-gru was all right, and received a reluctant "I'm fine" in return. Finding it troublesome, Han-gru decided to ignore it, stood up, and followed Gu Hoyeon to get it over with. Gu Hoyeon gleefully pulled Han-gru's hand, saying, "Secret. Let's go to the back," while Han-gru only managed to say she'd be right back. The rich girl continued to eagerly drag Han-gru along, despite the victim's uncooperative expression. Gu Hoyeon led Han-gru in front of her 2 close friends, one of whom asked, "Hoyeon, why did you bring her here?" The rich girl tattled that Han-gru was sitting in the front row even though it wasn't her seat, but Han-gru calmly replied, "That's the seat they gave me." Another friend began her interrogation about Han-gru's background. "Where do you live? What do your parents do?" While Han-gru coldly replied, "I live in Udon village." Hearing about the rich neighborhood, one of them exclaimed in awe, while Han-gru maintained a nonchalant expression. Han-gru let out a big yawn, then boasted, My dad said only super rich people can live there, making Gu Hoyon visibly angry. Baxiora repeated the question imperiously. I asked, what do your parents do? Gu Hoyon pushed Han Gru's shoulder, answering for her. She wouldn't know about those things. The girl smirked arrogantly, declaring as if stating a fact. Obviously, it's probably because her parents don't do anything important. She continued to taunt, poking Han Gru's nameplate. Right? Han Gru still looked bewildered, not understanding anything. Huh. Gu Hoyon continued to act superior. What else? If parents don't achieve anything, it's only natural for their children to be clueless. She challenged. Tell me I'm wrong. Han Gru still only replied with a confused, huh. The two Bake sisters whispered to each other, seeming to have understood the situation and agreeing with Gu Hoyon. Gu Hoyon smiled triumphantly when she saw Han Gru couldn't refute her. The girl began boasting about an acquaintance's achievements. My dad said Malikian is just a small fry monster, so Uncle Kidden could solo it. Han Gru was utterly fed up with this ridiculous boasting and just wanted to escape quickly. But Gu Hoyon quickly grabbed Han Gru's wrist, not letting her escape. The rich girl began to whine. Do you know how devastated I was when my dad dropped to rank 4? And you're babbling about my dad when you don't even know what your own parents do. It turned out Gu Hoyon was plotting to humiliate Han Gru. This spot is near the Nag Guild's table. Dad will pass by later. When Gru's parents arrive, I'll make them stand before my dad. Little Gu Hoyon smirked maliciously, imagining Han Gru's parents bowing low before her father to satisfy her ego. Han Gru tried to slip away quickly, but Gu Hoyon held her hand back, whining. What's the rush? We still have plenty of time. Just then, a cold voice echoed from behind. If Gru says let go, then you should let go. Shouldn't you? Accompanied by a hand placed on the girl's shoulder. The rich kids startled and turned around, all gaping in astonishment at the appearance of the unexpected figure. The real deal had appeared. It was none other than Hunak Guild's Hunter Kidan, smiling with charisma. Kidan crossed his arms and looked at Han Gru, teasing, Silly Gru, what are you doing here? Han Gru puffed out her cheeks and retorted cutely, Gru isn't silly. Immediately, other Hunak Guild hunters also recognized their mascot and gathered around. A man in a brown suit waved. It's Hunak's Princess Gru. The silver-haired hunter and Kidan surrounded Han Gru, vying to ask her questions and demand photos, not letting her escape. Kidan scooped Han Gru up, grinned, and declared, Everyone, line up if you want a picture with Gru, while she affirmed, Donnie is always Gru's #1. The entire group of top-tier Hunak hunters, including an eye-patch-wearing female hunter, crowded in to take a selfie, leaving little Gu Hoyon standing bewildered by herself. Gu Hoyon was utterly shocked, not understanding why all of Hunak's formidable hunters were present here. The girl froze, seeing the top hunters surrounding, doting on, and vying to take pictures with Han Gru. Gu Hoyon regained her composure, ran up and asked Han Gru suspiciously, Gru, are your parents in Hunak? Han Gru turned around, calmly declaring a shocking statement. No, Gru is in Hunak. Gu Hoyon shouted in disbelief, Liar, how can you be in Hunak? To quell all doubts, Han Gru pulled out her awakened ID card, which clearly read, Gru Han, and rank F. The rich kids were utterly shocked, stammering in extreme disbelief. Is that real? Gu Hoyon's face turned pale, and tears welled up in her eyes as she realized she had picked a fight with the wrong person. Her plan to humiliate her rival had completely collapsed. Han Gru, however, didn't care, happily raising her awakened ID card like a trophy, ignoring the stunned reactions of the small fry. Utterly defeated, Gu Hoyon turned away, whimpering for her father. Nag Guildmaster Gu Xinwu appeared, asking his beloved daughter why she was standing alone here. Gu Hoyon immediately ran and rushed into her father's arms, beginning her tale of woe. Meanwhile, Kidan was holding Han Gru, grinning with delight as the little girl proudly showed off her F-rank Awakener card. Gu Xinwu turned, beginning his diplomatic overture with a hollow compliment for Kidan. Kidan, holding Han Gru, stepped forward to greet Gu Xinwu, while little Gu Hoyon was still clinging tightly to her father's leg. The two powerful figures began flattering each other, praising how the other had become more dashing and impressive. Gu Xinwu intimately slung an arm around Kidan's shoulder, getting straight to the point. Hey, I want to know when you'll finally come to NAG? Kidan curled his lips, feigning innocence. Huh? Me? Join Nag? The Nag Guildmaster lamented that Kidan never read his invitation emails, while Kidan casually blamed his spam folder. Gu Xinwu still didn't give up, continuing to coax him for his phone number, to keep in touch easily. Kidan only responded with a meaningful smile, looking like an old fox about to play a trick. From a distance, team leader Kim Jong-won and a white-haired female Hunak staff member sighed. having a premonition that Kidan was about to say something foolish. Kim Jong-won couldn't stay still, stepping straight up to confront Gu Shinwoo, questioning him for daring to poach someone right in front of a team leader. Gu Shinwoo curled his lips into a sneer, his attitude clearly disregarding Kim Jong-won's presence. Kim Jong-won was no pushover either, grinning menacingly as he declared that a team leader's duty was to protect his people. The atmosphere instantly became tense. The killing intent of the two leaders clashed, sparking fiercely, as a greenish electric aura enveloped them. Han Gru was caught in the middle, her face pale from the terrifying pressure, clearly sensing a battle was about to erupt. In her mind, the current situation was no different from a tiny shrimp caught between two colossal whales. Kidan gently patted Han Gru's head, calmly reassuring her, "Don't worry." In Han Gru's eyes, Kidan reassuring her looked incredibly cool, truly like her Dani Oppa. Kidan gently stepped between team leader Kim and Gu Shinwoo, leaving both powerful figures dumbfounded. With a bright smile, Kidan joked playfully, "Are you two fighting over me?" causing someone to exclaim, "Danny's aura is truly overwhelming." He even added a flattering remark to his boss, slinging an arm around team leader Kim's shoulder and declaring that he only liked the #1 guild. Gu Shinwoo's face darkened. Purple killing intent and electric sparks began to flare, clearly indicating he was in a terrible mood. Han Gru, standing nearby, also had her face turn pale from the pressure, trembling before the increasingly dense lightning bolts. Team leader Kim could no longer restrain himself either. Veins bulged on his forehead, looking like he was about to explode. Gu Shinwoo began his trash talk, taunting that the Hunak Guild hadn't recruited any new members this time and suspecting Anjurim was plotting something. Kidan immediately retorted with a mocking smile, questioning how close Gu Shinwoo was to his guildmaster to call him by his first name so casually. Gu Shinwoo curled his lips, replying that Anjurim was 7 years younger than him, so a little teasing was fine, then sarcastically praised Kidan's loyalty. Kidan played along dramatically, even sprouting dog ears and a tail, wagging them, feigning absolute loyalty, while team leader Kim was utterly speechless. Gu Shinwoo warned Kidan not to overdo his role as a hunting dog, lest his master would kick him away, leaving him to cry miserably. The NAG guildmaster leaned in close, delivering a fatal psychological blow. Jurim is a master at abandoning others. That's how he survived in the tower. Kidan's smile vanished. Gu Shinwoo's words had clearly hit a sensitive spot. The other members of the Hunak Guild, including the eye-patched female hunter, all showed extremely tense expressions. Gu Shinwoo turned to Han Gru, who was muttering something, and asked condescendingly. Han Gru was no longer afraid. She exploded, roaring, "Don't you dare badmouth our guildmaster, you fourth-rate uncle." Gu Shinwoo froze, his sneer still on his lips, but he clearly didn't understand what was happening. Fourth-rate? Han Gru pointed directly at him, repeating her blunt attack. "Don't badmouth the guildmaster. You're fourth-rate." Gu Shinwoo maintained his smug smile, but his eyes showed annoyance as he processed the taunt from a 4-year-old kid. The Nag guildmaster stepped forward, looking down at Han Gru condescendingly. "Ah, so you're Gru? The kid Jurim brought back here." His face clearly showed annoyance at being taunted by a kid, but he still tried to maintain a superior attitude. Kim Jong-won stood in front, blocking the way, his expression hardened, while Kidan and the eye-patched female hunter stood behind, protecting Han Gru. The Nag guildmaster curled his lips into a sneer, feigning innocence. "Badmouthing? I'm just speaking the truth. It seems you little kid don't know anything." Han Gru looked up, straining her neck to argue back. "Gru knows everything." The Nag guildmaster narrowed his eyes, his smile grew even more cunning. "Oh really?" He leaned close to Han Gru's face, delivering a vicious psychological attack. "Then do you know that Jurim abandoned his own brother in the tower to survive alone? What a coward." Kim Jong-won growled, warning the Nag guildmaster that he had gone too far, while Anjurim quickly covered Han Gru's ears so the little girl wouldn't hear those filthy words. The Nag guildmaster arrogantly retorted, "Did I say anything wrong? Is your blood pact worthless now?" Anjurim held Han Gru tightly, his eyes blazing as he stared directly at the provocateur. Han Gru, with tears welling in her eyes, snapped back fiercely. The guildmaster had to bet his very life to enter that tower. A lonely image of Anjurim appeared, as the little girl continued to shout that he had lost his entire family, sealed a terrifying monster in his left arm, and endured constant mana leakage just to survive. Han Gru clenched her fists, shouting with all her might into the Nag guildmaster's face. "It was all so that people like you could continue to live." A cold, authoritative voice echoed from behind, as an old man stomped forward. "You keep dragging my son into this, don't you?" The Nag guildmaster startled, turned to look, and his face instantly changed color. Anjurim was also astonished to see the man's appearance. Chairman An Soo-young, Anjurim's father, looked directly into the Nag Guildmaster's face with an expression of utter contempt. How disgusting. As soon as the big boss appeared, the Nag Guildmaster's face paled, and he bowed deeply to Chairman An in a servile manner, without a shred of his former arrogance. Han Gru recognized her grandfather, whimpered his name, then rubbed her eyes. The little girl rushed into his arms, bursting into sobbing tears in Chairman An Soo-young's embrace. Chairman An Soo-young gently patted his sobbing granddaughter's back, his gaze sharp as a dagger piercing the Nag Guildmaster. The patriarch spoke, his voice full of sarcasm. I've heard your father-in-law, Chairman Kim, boast about you quite a lot. While holding Han Gru tightly, he continued his scathing reprimand. I never thought my precious son-in-law would be the type to shamelessly bully a child. The Nag Guildmaster broke out in a sweat, stammering that he had good intentions, but Chairman An cut him off with a growl. Good intentions? The patriarch's intimidating presence erupted. Are good intentions the way my son risked his life climbing the tower to protect your family? He pointed directly at the man. Not your cheap talk used to humiliate him in front of my granddaughter. The NAG Guildmaster was speechless, only one question swirling in his mind. How did things turn out like this? He didn't understand why this old man was defending Anjurim. He thought bitterly. It was all because of that kid. Only because of her could the old man not stand his son being humiliated. He gritted his teeth in resentment. But she's not even blood-related. Chairman An coldly ordered them to leave. Your father-in-law must be waiting. Go. Take your daughter with you. Kicked out unceremoniously, the Nag Guildmaster could only bow his head in shame, promising to explain later, while his daughter stood behind him with a worried expression. But Chairman An delivered a final verdict, leaving no room for retreat. No need. And never show your face before my granddaughter again. An eye-patch-wearing female hunter from the Hunak Guild appeared, while Chairman An gently comforted Han Gru. Gru. Ignore that noise. He's just an idle troublemaker. Han Gru rubbed her eyes, siding with her grandfather, pointing at the Nag Guildmaster and whimpering, nasty idiot. After being put in his place by the patriarch, the Nag Guildmaster turned to face Anjurim, who had been waiting. He regained his smug look and taunted. Don't be so arrogant. While Hunak is still stalling for time, we will seize Jabso. Anjurim froze, his pupils constricting upon hearing the name Jabso. Anjurim regained his composure, asking back with a hint of implication. Guildmaster, could it be that you know where Jabso is? Is that why you're so confident? The NAG Guildmaster smirked mysteriously. No comment. Just wait and see. Try not to be too shocked. The Nag Guildmaster sneered, sarcastically remarking that Anjurim must have picked up some stray child, then wished him malicious good luck before leaving. The NAG Guildmaster's daughter hurriedly ran after her father, leaving Anjurim standing there with a pensive expression. At another table, the brown-haired subordinate of a mysterious faction was sitting with the gray-haired boss. The gray-haired plotter grumbled irritably. Just finished dealing with those idiots who wanted to cancel the auction, and now there's more trouble. The brown-haired subordinate calmly scrolled on his phone, reassuring him that it was just verbal sparring, nothing major. The gray-haired plotter thought to himself that this young subordinate was too calm in the face of a confrontation between top-tier hunters, acting overly confident. He maliciously smirked, thinking, but no matter what kind of monster you are, kid, you've missed something. His plan was revealed. Over 100 disguised mannequins had been planted throughout the resort to sweep clean all high-grade items. He had planted one of his eyes into a mannequin for convenient observation and remote manipulation. He admitted he couldn't fully control them, but a vague command was enough to loot if an opportunity arose. His goal was anything that could enhance power, whether from the auction floor or directly stripped from other hunters. Suddenly, his earpiece alerted him. Unmeasurable item detected. The plotter was stunned, glancing at his subordinate who was still glued to his phone, oblivious to everything. His magical eye swept over, locking onto Han Gru, who was being held by her grandfather, an overwhelming energy source emanating from the little girl. The mysterious item was a small, sparkling egg in Han Gru's bag, an item his system couldn't appraise. A passing server stopped short, a cigarette in his hand, smoke rising faintly. The server's eyes flashed with an eerie red light as he was taken control of, becoming the plotter's puppet. He jumped back, startled and terrified to see Anjurim standing right behind him, having appeared out of nowhere. You? When did you get here? Anjurim exhaled smoke, coldly asking the puppet directly. Who's on the other end of the line? Not the real master, right? The controlled server broke out in a cold sweat, recognizing Anjurim's deadly gloves. Anjurim, with the aura of a patriarch, coldly interrogated. This is Anjurim. The guildmaster didn't give the opponent a chance to answer, asking directly, Why did it take you so long to reply, huh? Before he could even part his lips, the puppet was hit straight in the face by a blast of purple energy from Onjurim. He let out a miserable scream as Onjurim's skill swept over him. His task done, the server turned into a lifeless mannequin, and Onjurim scornfully remarked that without special senses, it would be hard to detect. A message from Kidan appeared on his wrist device, urging the guildmaster to come quickly because Hangru was here and the mannequins were still lurking. Onjurim glanced outside, seeing his grandfather holding Hangru, the target of those scumbags. Chairman Ansu Young was still doting on his granddaughter, completely unaware that his son had just dealt with a threat. The guildmaster sighed, pulling at his hair in frustration over this troublesome bunch. Onjurim irritably turned away, ignoring the mannequin lying sprawled on the floor. Onjurim's appearance immediately attracted the attention of Hunat Guild's lineup of top-tier hunters, including Kidan, Kim Jong-won, and a cool eye-patch-wearing female warrior. As soon as he stepped out, Onjurim came face-to-face with an uninvited guest. The Nag Guild Master, Gu Xinwu, froze when he saw the patriarch of the No. 1 Guild appear. Onjurim offered a polite but hostile smile. "Hello, Xinwu." Gu Xinwu's resentment was visible, and he gritted his teeth, caught red-handed bad-mouthing. Team leader Kim Jong-won and the eye-patch-wearing female hunter stood right behind him, ready for action. Without further words, Onjurim closed in, face-to-face with Gu Xinwu, his presence completely overwhelming. The guildmaster growled a warning. "You can say whatever you want behind my back, but be careful to behave properly in front of my daughter." The NAG guildmaster's daughter turned pale with fear, trembling and hiding behind her father at Onjurim's hostile warning. Gu Xinwu gritted his teeth, bitterly cursing Onjurim as rude, and sarcastically remarking that he seemed very serious about his adopted child. Onjurim grabbed his opponent's collar, sneering defiantly. "That's right. I care about the girl more than you think. Want to know how far I'll go to protect her?" Overwhelmed by the killing intent, Gu Xinwu was speechless, only muttering curses under his breath. "Tsk, Onjurim, you." Onjurim coldly pushed the insignificant guildmaster aside, declared their conversation over, then turned his back and walked away without a glance. The scene shifted to a luxurious hallway, where Chairman On and Han Gru were waiting. Chairman On gently asked his granddaughter if she was sad hearing people speak ill of her adoptive father. Han Gru puffed out her cheeks and glared, screaming internally that she was super angry. Her grandfather patted her head, advising her not to pay attention to the rubbish words of those outsiders. Han Gru still felt wronged, her eyes welling up, but she loudly declared, "But I'm still very angry." Chairman On continued his lesson on growing up, saying it was time to learn how to stay calm, as petty matters would pass once she matured. Han Gru felt disheartened after hearing that, miserably thinking to herself, "Growing up seems really tough." Her grandfather smiled kindly, comforting her by saying it was okay to waver, as that was how one truly grew up. In Han Gru's mind, images of her grandfather, adoptive father, and Kidan appeared as those who would always protect her from sadness. Han Gru innocently asked, "So when Uncle Guildmaster wavered, did you help him?" Making Chairman On pause for a beat. Chairman On recalled a young Onjurim, sighing and remarking that his son was born like an adult and hadn't changed at all. Han Gru mumbled an apology for trying to arrange a meeting between her father and grandfather, but failing. Chairman On froze, realizing his little granddaughter's heartfelt wish was for him and his son to become closer. Han Gru recounted an argument she once had with a friend, feeling both hurt and angry, implying she understood her father's and grandfather's feelings. Han Gru recounted a classroom incident, questioning her red-haired friend. "Hey, why do you keep bothering me?" Admitting she had lost her temper then. In the flashback, the red-haired girl burst into sobbing tears after Han Gru retorted. She continued, saying that her friend had confessed everything, the reason being jealousy, because Han Gru became an awakened and was loved by many, making her feel left out. Han Gru boldly declared, "I wasn't going to forgive her because I was so angry," making her grandfather only able to say, "All right." But then she admitted. When she heard that heartfelt confession, her heart suddenly softened. That feeling, according to her, was like a miracle. Han Gru looked up at her grandfather, concluding the matter. "Therefore, I also want Uncle Guildmaster and Grandpa to talk openly with each other." Chairman On was pensive, finally understanding his granddaughter's profound intention. Han Gru was crestfallen, admitting her plan had failed. Chairman On unexpectedly spoke up. "Perhaps it's fine this way," making Han Gru bewildered. Her grandfather began to philosophize, saying there are words that require a long journey before they can be uttered. One must choose the right moment, just as he was hesitantly typing a message to his son. "Jurim, Next weekend if you're free. Then he worried again, fearing it was too late to say those words. A metaphorical image of the distance between father and son appeared as he pondered the other's reaction. Chairman On tiredly slumped his head onto his desk in the dark night, worn down by his own thoughts. He thought of the pain of rejection, and his fingers trembled as he deleted the message he had just typed. The more he thought, tens of thousands of reasons not to say anything appeared, only wishing that the unspoken things would remain buried forever. In the end, one could only rely on time and familial love to heal everything. Chairman On looked at his hands, hoping for a miracle that could mend everything, then looked at his little granddaughter with complex eyes. Chairman On was still lost in thought, his gaze full of complexity. Han grew, with a worried expression, noticed the tense atmosphere, and gently tugged at her grandfather's pant leg. Chairman On startled out of his thoughts, turning to look at his granddaughter. Suddenly, Han Gru called her adoptive father by his full name, Han Guru. Onjurim, who had been standing there all along, watched with a cold expression, arms crossed, questioning, "When will you two finally be honest with each other, and go out for a meal?" Han Gru repeated her adoptive father's name, her eyes seeming to say, "It's your turn now, uncle." Onjurim maintained his challenging attitude, his question like a bucket of cold water poured directly onto the two men. Chairman On was stunned, never expecting to be questioned so directly. Father and son, two stubborn men, simultaneously turned their backs on each other, the suffocating atmosphere reaching its peak. Han Gru could only shake her head, speechless, at the childishness of the two adults. Onjurim broke the silence, motioning to Han Gru, "Come here." Chairman On could only stand and watch, his hand reaching out as if to hold her back, but then falling limply. Han Gru obediently stood up, preparing to walk towards her adoptive father. She took Onjurim's waiting hand, her gaze still resolute. Chairman On finally spoke up, his voice a little strained. "How have you been lately? How long has it been?" Onjurim curled his lip into a sneer, retorting sarcastically, "Oh, probably since the last time I destroyed half of my garden." Chairman On bitterly admitted, "Yes, you burned all the trees in the garden. It has been a long time indeed." Onjurim added a fatal blow, articulating each word clearly. "About 4 years and 6 months, right?" The flashback returned to the past. A stack of documents was slammed onto the table, and Chairman On growled at his rebellious son. "What the hell have you done?" In the past, Onjurim growled, questioning his father. "Father, answer me." Onjurim threw down a newspaper with a shocking headline. "Cruel father sells son for ambition." Then asked directly, "Did you know about this?" Chairman On bowed his head, miserably admitting, "Yes." Onjurim relentlessly pursued, "Did you push my brother to that laboratory, just for that dirty money?" The old man rubbed his forehead, his face filled with pain, calling his son's name, Jurim. Chairman On began to recount, pointing to a family photo, and the memorial picture of his eldest son. "That was just 6 months after my beloved eldest son passed away." He recalled the entire nation tearing apart his family's tragedy, from the Doan Group's corruption scandal to malicious rumors about Onijo's death, all of it driving him mad. The media even delved into the suspicious circumstances of his wife's death and his remarriage, shoving microphones mercilessly into his face. The old man recalled a secret meeting at the Bureau of Management, where people whispered that the Doan Group sold its sons to the government to survive, and only one returned. The reporters appeared like a horde of red devils, constantly shoving cameras and microphones into his face, tormenting his spirit daily. Standing under the spotlight, Chairman On recalled the double pain of losing his wife and then his son, a burden only he had to bear. He bitterly admitted that having his wounds constantly probed by others made it unbearable for him. With tears welling up, the old man confessed that his rage had made him lose himself. "That's why the words I spoke then were not true," he tried to justify. Returning to the present, Chairman On looked up, his voice full of challenge. "Do you truly want an answer now?" Onjurim stood there, coldly retorted, "Can I even believe what you say?" Chairman On played his card, his voice full of sarcasm. "Or are you just trying to dump your guilt about Ijo onto me?" Onjurim remained silent, but his knife-sharp gaze said it all. Without another word, Onjurim turned and walked away, the answer already clear. Chairman On froze, sweat pouring as he realized he'd shot himself in the foot. What? What did I just say? Seeing his son turn away, the old man frantically called out, "Jurim!" He hastily chased after him, his voice desperately pleading, "Jurim, please wait, I beg you." Chairman On panted, his face distraught, as his son's back grew more distant. Onjurim coldly walked out of the room, leaving his stunned old father behind. Memories flooded back. Chairman On recalled the old garden where he and his two sons, Onjurim and Onijo, happily planted trees. Back then, Onijo radiantly held a young potted plant. The whole family looked truly happy. The young plant was put into the ground, symbolizing a bright future that had been extinguished. The old man bitterly admitted that words, once spoken, cannot be taken back, and from that day on, their father-son relationship froze. Returning to reality, Anjuram didn't even look back, declaring firmly, "I'm leaving. I'll take Hangru with me, Chairman." Hangru clutched her adoptive father's finger, her innocent yet meaningful eyes looking up at him. Chairman An could only remain silent, powerlessly watching his only son about to leave. Anjuram walked away, but Chairman An could only stand and watch him go, his face filled with sorrow. Suddenly, Anjuram stopped short, not because of his father, but due to a small tug from below. Hangru tugged hard on her adoptive father's hand, looking up and asking a fatal question directly. "Why?" The little girl declared boldly, "You have to wait." Anjuram turned back, his eyes puzzled as he looked at his adopted daughter. "Wait for what?" Hangru uttered a blunt statement that made the guildmaster of Guild know. One freeze. "You probably wouldn't know, because you've never been to kindergarten, have you?" "What?" The little girl pointed directly at Chairman An's face, ordering her adoptive father. "When friends are talking, you must listen quietly." Being lectured by a 4-year-old, Chairman An could only remain speechless, dumbfounded. Anjuram frowned and growled. "You're wrong," clearly not accepting the absurd friend's logic. Hangru raised a finger to her lips, making a powerful shh gesture, forcing even the guildmaster of Guild, no one to fall silent. Chairman An clenched his fist, bitterly realizing, "When did I start keeping silent?" Memories flooded back. The old man recalled the day the media tore apart the sacrifice of the Doan group's sons, making him learn the lesson that he had to keep his mouth shut, to live in peace. Hangru looked up at her adoptive father. The little girl understood perfectly, and words alone don't necessarily convey true feelings. Chairman An looked directly at his only remaining son, his voice pleading, "Juram." The old man tremblingly placed a hand on his chest, finally relenting. "I'm sorry for what I said. I've always felt this way since you left." Facing his son and his unexpected granddaughter, he admitted, "I've never truly spoken properly to you." With a pained expression, Chairman An confessed, "It sounds like an excuse, but it was a difficult time for me too. I've always felt guilty towards you and Ijo." In a dark flashback, the old man collapsed in his room, admitting he had dumped all his guilt over Onijo's failure to return onto Anjurim. After unburdening himself, Chairman An sighed in relief. So, Anjurim still had his back turned coldly, while the frail old father pleaded in his mind, "Just this once, can you come to me now?" Chairman An repeated his confession, emphasizing that he always felt guilty towards both his sons. Memories of his collapse after losing Onijo resurfaced. He asserted that the bitter words spoken to Anjuram were actually directed at himself. Anjuram remained silent like a statue, without any reaction. The guildmaster finally spoke, uttering a cold, cutting remark. "This sounds like a dull story. Is there any reason I should keep listening?" Chairman An didn't give up, asserting, "But Urim, I never thought of exploiting Ijo or you." Memories erupted. A younger Chairman An was yelling in anger. "On Ijo, what is this? You're joining a secret government project?" In the flashback, On Ijo nonchalantly told his father that participating in the project would help the Doan company recover, considering it a son's act of filial piety. Chairman An frantically grabbed his son, his voice vehemently protesting. "No way, Ijo. Wasn't climbing the tower enough? Now you're involved in this." On Ijo merely smirked, completely unconcerned. "Doan can't collapse like this. Our white knight just had a child." The chairman exploded, shoving his son's hand away. "Damn Doan. That's my problem, not yours." Onijo calmly placed a hand on his father's shoulder, reassuring him. "Calm down, father. I'm not being forced." The hero ran a hand through his hair, his face full of confidence. "There's another real reason, but I didn't say it because I was afraid you'd worry." Chairman An froze when he heard his son lay out the truth. "If we don't conquer the tower in time, you know humanity will be wiped out." Before the image of the tower, glowing red like hell, Onijo stated firmly, "No one else can climb it but me. That's why I joined the project." His gaze was resolute, looking directly at his helpless father. "This is about saving countless lives. Please understand me, father." Onijo smiled convincingly while his father remained silent. "You trust me, don't you, father?" Back in the present, Chairman An was lost in thought, acknowledging that his son's decision back then had been full of confidence and clear purpose. His aged face revealed extreme torment. "What should I have said to you then?" The bitter answer appeared alongside Onijo's memorial photo in the dim space. "Even now, I still don't know." Returning to reality, Chairman An continued his confession. Ultimately, thanks to Ijo's participation in the project, Doan indeed received government assistance. He clenched his fist, admitting a harsh truth. You might not like hearing this, but I fully utilized that assistance. But his eyes sharpened, asserting a core principle. However, I would never push my son to his death for that benefit. He hesitated. Because, and right at that moment, Hangru reached out her tiny hand and grasped his finger. A warm memory flooded back, images of him playing happily with his two young sons, a stark contrast to the shattered reality. I have always loved both of you, more than anything I possess. Chairman On closed his eyes, pouring his heart into the final affirmation. That is something I can proudly say. Anjurim was silent as ice. Hangru looked up, the atmosphere thick with unspoken words after the confession. The announcement for the auction to begin rang out, but Anjurim merely smirked, muttering, "It has begun." Chairman On cautiously approached, suggesting a meal on Ijo's Memorial Day, but only received a chilling killing intent from Anjurim. Anjurim turned on his heel without a word of farewell, calling out directly, "Hangru, let's go." The guildmaster paused. The little girl hadn't moved. He turned back, his voice full of inquiry. "Gru." Breaking the heavy atmosphere, Hangru declared a simple truth with sparkling eyes. "Gru likes meat." The little girl went into a meat frenzy, jumping up and shouting, "Food! Meat!" which stunned her grandfather. Anjurim could only cover his face in helplessness at this kindergarten version meat grinder, while the little girl continued to wail, "Meat! Meat!" Chairman On burst into hearty laughter, scooped Hangru up, and promised a hearty meal, his eyes filled with doting affection. Anjurim remained standing there, his gaze complex as he watched the scene before him, not uttering a single word. Hangru waddled over, tugging at Anjurim's pant leg, demanding to be carried. Reluctantly, Anjurim picked her up, forming a scene of 3 generations standing together in silence. Carried on his shoulders, Hangru looked back, her inner thoughts screaming, "Did I fail?" Chairman On watched the backs of the father and daughter, his eyes filled with sorrow. Is this truly the end? He suddenly stopped, seemingly having made a decision. Looking directly at her grandfather, Hangru boldly declared from Anjurim's shoulders, "I'm going home with Gru." The little girl's big, round eyes shone with unshakable determination. Chairman On was stunned, a tear rolling down his aged cheek. He bitterly admitted to himself, Ijo was right. In a flashback, the deceased elder brother on Ijo smiled as he assured his father that Anjurim, despite his cold exterior, actually possessed a warm heart. Ijo believed that their father would soon realize it too. Back in the present, Anjurim carried Hangru, who was waving, and decisively departed. Chairman On finally understood, breaking into a gentle and contented smile. Hangru, from Anjurim's shoulders, turned back and grinned, replying to her grandfather, "Thank you, Grandpa." After the father and daughter had left, Chairman On sank into a chair, lost in thought. He recalled the extreme pain of losing Ijo, to the point where he once thought there was nothing left worth living for in this world. That pain was once as palpable as the white chrysanthemums placed before the memorial photo. But as time passed, the emotional wound gradually faded and became a part of life. A female staff member approached, respectfully informing Chairman On that the auction was about to begin and inviting him to his seat. Chairman On stood up, his inner voice echoing, "After letting go of what I desperately clung to, I could finally look at the world again." And he realized that this world still held precious things, like the image of Hangru being gently protected by a tender hand. He silently thanked his deceased son. "Thank you, Ijo, for leaving this world to me." Chairman On looked up, his expression finally serene. In the auction hall, the auctioneer announced that Malikian's eye had been successfully sold to the client holding paddle number 39. The auctioneer announced that the auction would take a short break before continuing with the remaining items. Chairman On returned to his table amidst the murmurs of the other guests. Anjurim sat at the same table with his father and Hangru, calmly remarking that Malikian's remnants also fetched a decent price. Kidan suddenly leaned in from behind, his face full of excitement, asking Hangru, "Next up are Gru's items, right?" which startled the little girl. Hangru nodded in confirmation. "That's right." The little girl began calculating in her head, wondering how much her magic stone would sell for. But then she fell into a panic, trembling in her seat, afraid her items wouldn't sell. The auctioneer stepped onto the stage, proudly introducing, "The next item is an S-rank monster's magic stone." The sparkling magic stone was displayed with a starting bid of 20 million, with each subsequent bid increasing by 5 million. A pair of guests whispered, the man confidently stating, "A magic stone? It'll probably only reach 100 million at most." Hangru clutched Anjurim's sleeve tightly, her entire body trembling with anticipation. A decisive hand raised paddle number 11. Commencing the bidding war. Chairman An Soo-hyung calmly bid 25 million, starting gently. The grandfather smirked, thinking to himself, I need to earn some pocket money for my beloved granddaughter. The race began to heat up as other guests joined in, pushing the price to 30 then 35 million. Han Gru's jaw dropped in astonishment as she watched the price continue to escalate. Chairman An raised his paddle again, instantly bidding up to 150 million, silencing all chatter. The grandfather sat there with an air of supremacy, completely unrivaled. In another corner, a silver-haired man with a dangerous gaze ordered, All right, let's begin. The brown-haired subordinate quietly followed behind, ready to execute the plan. In a VIP room, a curly-haired youth exuded an overwhelming purple aura. He was sitting in front of a tablet, with the luminous holdings sign on the table. The auctioneer suddenly announced, A new bid has been placed via tablet. Client number 71. The auctioneer gaped, stammering the unbelievable number. 2. The entire banquet hall erupted in astonishment as the price was shouted, 2 billion. The auctioneer regained his composure and declared loudly, Client number 71 bids 2 billion. A female guest in the crowd couldn't believe it. A 100 million magic stone sold for 2 billion? Who is this crazy client 71? Anjurim glanced with a superior air, completely unfazed by the surrounding chaos as the auctioneer made the final call. Another guest pointed at the motionless silver-haired plotter, whispering to his friend, Is that a mannequin? It looks so real. The brown-haired plotter sitting nearby narrowed his eyes, analyzing, What kind of trick is this? The gavel struck the table, and the auctioneer decisively concluded the sale. Sold to client, number 71, for 2 billion. The brown-haired subordinate approached to assist the silver-haired plotter, who coldly ordered, Let's go. The silver-haired man sweated coldly as he walked, thinking to himself, I was terrified out of my wits when Anjurim appeared, but luckily the item was sold. Elsewhere, the cunning blonde woman licked her lips, pondering, Why did teacher spend 2 billion to snatch that thing? The silver-haired man continued his thoughts. I asked Sirhi, but she only said it was for the next big plan. The subordinate, walking beside him, reassured, Teacher's orders surely have a reason. We just need to follow them. Anjurim held Han Gru, his sharp eyes recalling, By the way, what was that thing the child had? Anjurim's flashback showed that the silver-haired mannequin actually possessed a magic eye that could scan information of all items. Anjurim smirked triumphantly, thinking to himself, but it's still an item that I couldn't analyze. He crossed his arms, confidently asserting, If this Anjurim hadn't appeared, that guy would surely have tried to examine it. Han Gru plopped down onto a chair, sighing in exasperation. How boring. Suddenly, a warm light emanated from Han Gru's small bag. The exchanged item was neatly tucked inside. Downy Appa slung an arm around Han Gru's shoulder, chuckling delightedly. Guru Juru! Congratulations. You're super rich now, aren't you? Han Gru froze, her brain unable to process the number she just heard. 2 billion? She recalled the days of grinding and selling on the black market, only earning 30 million. But now her account had skyrocketed to 2 billion. It was truly an explosion. Anjurim glanced at Han Gru, his expressionless eyes conveying a subtle approval. The guildmaster gave a slight nod, a silent acknowledgement for his formidable adopted daughter. Han Gru was stunned, speechless. The colossal sum of 2 billion won kept swirling in her mind. Her eyes lit up brightly, finally processing this earth-shattering truth. Han Gru covered her face in delight, grinning widely. Guru is finally rich. After countless arduous days of grinding, this day had finally arrived. Han Gru recalled everything, from the early days of secretly selling items disguised as a teddy bear to find her parents. She even had to personally handle reviews, giving away free dirt-flavored candy to lure 5-star customers. There was even a time when she was relentlessly chased by the special forces on the streets. Then destiny struck when she met Guildmaster Anjurim and joined the Hunak Guild. Since joining the guild, she was loved by everyone and taken out to play by teacher Junggyun. Anjurim, the cold-faced guildmaster, also had moments of joyfully tossing her playfully into the air. The warm hugs of her adoptive father had become an indispensable part of her life, although there were also heartbreaking and frightening moments when she had to be alone. But now, everything was fine. Han Gru clenched her fists, determined to face the future. Han Gru was now a super magnate, standing atop a mountain of money and declaring boldly, I can do anything.